Game of Thrones, the strongest mother of dragons. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 126 Sweeping through the army. Along the eastern coast of Slavers Bay, the anti-Dragon Mother Alliance's camp stretched for over 10 miles. Although mercenaries, slaves, merchants, and prostitutes mingled within the camp, the Alliance troops did not lack basic military discipline. Every 100 meters along the perimeter of the camp, a two-story watchtower stood, extending 500 meters beyond the camp's edge. Each watchtower was manned by 2 or 3 sentries, some carrying gongs, others horns, ready to sound the alarm upon detecting enemy activity. Daenerys' 2,600 cavalry left the camp behind Aspen Slope, first marching 2 kilometers east before turning north for 3 kilometers, using the cover of dense forest and wild grass. Then, in the dim morning light, they slowly crept westward towards the enemy camp. They didn't directly attack the enemy's camp. If Daenerys had acted unilaterally and followed her own will, she would have charged down the hillside to directly confront the enemy camp. But an experienced veteran told her, "Don't be fooled by the chaos of the camp, complete with merchants and prostitutes. The front of the camp is actually manned by mercenaries accustomed to chaotic and open field battles. Furthermore, the enemy has undoubtedly fortified the area around the tents with layers of chevaux de frise and trenches. If you charge in, you'll be facing a series of fortified defensive perimeters, like small fortresses. Simply put, the large camp contains dozens of sturdy smaller camps. While the large camp is loosely organized, the smaller camps where the mercenaries are stationed are extremely well protected. Even if the leader couldn't resist and wanted to meet a prostitute, he would have to do it outside the mercenary camp. Because of the strong defenses, the mercenary members are confident in their safety, and each mercenary group is tightly organized. Even if a disturbance occurs at night, the camp mutiny phenomenon most feared by ancient armies won't occur. With a leader right beside you, how can you mutiny? The cowardly and disobedient have long been eliminated in countless battles. This is the difference between the ancient armies in the TV series and the mercenary groups in this other world. So, instead of leading her army to charge the enemy's Iron Head, Daenerys took a long detour, attacking the enemy's soft waist from the side. A gentle breeze rustled through the branches of the trees, lingering in Daenerys' ears. The east was turning a pale white, the sky above seemingly covered with leaden clouds, gradually changing from deep indigo to grayish-white. Daenerys, like her other soldiers, led her warhorse, crouching in the waist-high grass. Her little silver horse, though chewing on a walnut and unable to neigh, was restless, constantly pawing at the soft, damp ground covered with fallen leaves. The buzzing of insects flapping their wings filled her ears, the hushed breathing of her soldiers behind her, and the occasional clash of weapons and the sliding of chainmail caused by the soldiers' tension. But these sounds seemed hazy and indistinct to Daenerys, both real and unreal. Oh my god, I'm about to lead the charge. Is this for real? Can I post something on social media to relieve the stress? If I could do a live stream, how many followers would I gain? Dany's mind raced during the wait. Whoosh, a huge black shadow flew over her and the soldiers behind her. It was Big Black. Its passing over the soldiers meant that the outpost ahead had been captured by Aegon's centaur squad. Dany immediately stood up, leading her horse slowly through the grass. Without her command, the other 2,000+ cavalry followed suit, rising and moving forward after sensing the dragon overhead. They hadn't ridden horses. To conserve horsepower, they had walked the 5 kilometers. Whoosh, the soldier on the watchtower clutched the arrows fletching in his chest and howled in pain. Clang clang clang. Another guard on the watchtower didn't even check on his comrade's injury, quickly crouching behind a wooden pillar while frantically banging his gong. Enemy attack! Enemy troops are attacking! A shrill cry echoed rapidly backwards with the sound of a gong. Boom! Finally, after approaching the camp by 200 meters, Aegon missed. It wasn't surprising, the sky was already a pale gray, and the fireball leaping over the eastern horizon was even beginning to shoot golden arrows down at the ground. To remain concealed, they could only crouch in the grass, not daring to get too close. Thus, someone missed, failing to hit all the sentries simultaneously. Mount up. The veteran Barristan stood up and nimbly mounted his horse. The stealthy cavalry no longer concealed their movements, charging swiftly from the dim grass like a black cloud, cutting the western camp in half. Clang. 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 Enemy attack. The enemy camp reacted, the panic and fear in their voices felt even to Dany, 200 meters away. Steady, steady your speed, don't charge. Scarface Simon shouted sharply to his knights. Dany grinned. That voice, the enemy in the opposite camp must have heard it too. She remembered the day she received the officers. The White Knight had told her, the reason they chose Scarface Simon as commander was not only because he was honest, stubborn, loyal, and trustworthy, but also because his unparalleled loud voice was a huge plus. Actually, his combat skills weren't high, even inadequate. But martial arts and command skills could be learned, while a loud voice was innate. Woo woo woo. As they approached the enemy's wooden palisade, a continuous, low horn blast echoed through the 10-mile camp. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced the air, and the slave owners, who had only fallen asleep in the early hours, struggled to wake from their dreams. The true dragon is with you all. Dany stopped her little silver horse, drew her longsword, and shouted. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of knights drew their long swords or scimitars in unison, shouting, Long live the mother of dragons! Long live the true dragon! Long live freedom! Blackie. At Dany's command, the black dragon arrived at the palisade, almost touching the heads of the cavalry. Boom, like a bundle of homemade grenades being detonated, the simple wooden stakes, sparking as they went, were instantly blown away. Kwa, moo. Inside the fence wasn't a soldier's camp, but a huge stable stretching half a kilometer, containing cavalry horses, pack horses pulling carts, cattle awaiting slaughter, and bulls pulling carts. The flames only reached a few horses near the fence, but Dany's real trump card was the dragon's might. Hiss, boom, the giant black dragon landed on the ground, standing at the gap in the fence, wildly unleashing dragonfire, displaying the dragon's might to the fullest. Hiss, hiss, roar, the white dragon flapped its broad wings, gliding low above the panicked horses. Fear spreading uncontrollably among them. The war horses are out of control, the grooms in the warhorse camp screamed in agony. Boom, a tall black horse headbutted him, sending him flying. His mournful cry was barely audible before it abruptly ceased. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The warhorse's terrified cries were quickly drowned out by the thunderous hooves, and the groom was practically reduced to a bloody pulp. The groom inside the stable was just the beginning. As the herd attempted to leap over the fence and gallop towards the vast fields outside the camp, Big Black swiftly swept low over the edge of the camp, forcing the horses back once more. Outside the camp, Big Black steeds guided the frenzied herd, while inside, Barristan and his riders galloped, driving the horses from behind. Along the camp's perimeter, from north to south, they reaped the lives of their enemies. Slaves, their hands and feet bound by shackles, slave owners emerging from ornate tents with protruding bellies, prostitutes, mercenaries, and merchants running naked and wildly, some screaming in panic, some cursing and urging their soldiers to hold their formation, some kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. But the horses, terrified under the Emperor's might, were beyond control, devoid of pity or reason. In the stampede of thousands, slaves and slave owners, mercenaries and prostitutes, were all trampled without distinction by the iron hoofs. As one warhorse camp after another was destroyed by the herd, new herds joined the frenzied charge, eventually converging into a death plowshare of tens of thousands of animals, roughly plowing through half the camp. And this was just the beginning. Behind the mad herd was a group of true death gods, like fine steel combs, combing through the half-destroyed camp. Anyone wearing a toga robe, kill. Anyone carrying a weapon, mercenary or slave, kill. Anyone with ornate black and red clothing and upright hair, kill. Only women and those kneeling in chains escaped unharmed. If they encountered tents with banners representing peace, mostly merchants who voluntarily raised these banners upon entering the battlefield, centaurs would come forward and chain the people inside. The horses couldn't destroy all the tents. Vigilant mercenary groups would erect sturdy chevaux de frise outside the camp, and the cleverer ones would extinguish burning blankets and tents on the chevaux de frise. The camp was spacious, and some tents were lucky enough to escape the frightened horses. At this point, Daenerys appeared with her dragons. The black dragon herded sheep around the enemy camp, a highly skilled task only the great black dragon, who could communicate with Daenerys' dragon spirit, Kadu. The white and green dragons temporarily became infantry, protected by a group of armored cavalry, using dragon fire to clear out any small, stubbornly resisting camps. You broke your promise. We agreed to a decisive battle this afternoon, and you even swore an oath in the name of your Targaryen ancestors. How shameless. Before a magnificent golden yurt, the disheveled sage lord cursed Daenerys, who stood beyond the towering barricades. It was already broad daylight. The horses had long since crossed the Gythian army camp, tracing an arc around the east side of Poplar Hill. The green dragon remained in the center of the Unsullied's ranks, preventing the horses from approaching. The Ariston led 2,000 cavalry, sweeping through the camp, clearing away scattered enemy soldiers, while 100 centaurs managed the prisoners. Daenerys, with 500 cavalry and the white dragon, attacked the small fortress. She had already captured over a dozen camps, taking 3 mercenary captains and 3 sage lords or great lords. Now, this was the 4th major slave owner. The burly Bivas and Argo each held a large, iron-plated oak shield, while Dany, riding her little silver horse, hid behind them, laughing loudly. Your Excellency, what did I write in the letter I gave you yesterday at noon regarding the decisive battle? Before he could answer, she proclaimed loudly, I swear in the name of our ancestors, we agree to a battle under the sun. Look up at the sky, the sun is almost high in the sky. But the short, stout sage with a wing-shaped hair dilated his pupils, wanting to shout. Last night you practically explicitly hinted to all the mercenary leaders that the attack would take place in the afternoon, and even told them to decide before noon whether to defect to you. But Dany wasn't wrong. Yesterday afternoon, before the Gythian army had even set up camp, they received her letter of challenge, promising not to attack before they were firmly established, and agreeing to a decisive battle the next day under the sun's witness, without specifying an afternoon. Damn it, you have dragons and the Unsullied, you have the strength to fight head-on. How could you be so cunning? Chapter 127 Baptism of Blood and Fire. Looking around, the earth was stained crimson with blood, tents were burning, and thick smoke billowed from collapsed wooden fences. The air was thick with a cruel, acrid smell of blood and fire, and the fearful gasps of the yellow-cloaked guards echoed in his ears. Further away, soldiers lay on the muddy grass, awaiting their final release, occasionally letting out groans that seemed to linger between the mortal world and hell. Beside them lay several mangled corpses, trampled into a bloody mess by horse hooves, indistinguishable as human or horse remains. The short, stout sage shuddered. This is hell. How did I get here? Right now, I should be sitting in the garden atop the pyramid, feeling the softness of the maid's breasts with the soles of my feet, enjoying dark beer and milfer, savoring roasted lark with black truffles and caviar from the Sea of Sighs. Yesterday's 100,000 army is now nothing but ruins. It really was a single battle that decided the outcome. It's too cruel. However, as the commander of the allied forces, this wise ruler also possessed extraordinary abilities. He quickly cast aside his dazed thoughts, his eyes turning bloodshot as he roared, the sons of the Harpies will never surrender. Daenerys didn't waste any words. She took a few steps back, and with a clang, accompanied by the sound of chainmail clashing, 100 armored cavalrymen dismounted and took bronze shields the size of pot lids from their saddles, quickly forming a shield wall in front of the small wooden fortress. Then, the large group of iron cavalry dispersed, revealing the little white dragon crawling on the ground. Daenerys, riding on her little silver horse, stroked the white dragon's head. Go up and give them a good beating. Hiss, the little white dragon supported its body with its forewings, its 2 strong hind legs pushing off the ground with force, and thump, thump, thump it arrived behind the shield wall. Dracarys! Daenerys shouted. Crash! A window the size of a wash basin cracked open in the shield wall, and the little white dragon darted out with its slender neck. Boom! Just as the wise lord was wondering what was going on, a bright red light suddenly appeared before his eyes. 7 or 8 meters long, scarlet dragon flames instantly burned through the wooden barricades and the fence behind them, the outer flames sweeping directly at the archer ranks blocking his way. Ah, fire, I'm on fire, save me, ah, my eyes, my face, mother, save me, dragon. Gods, the enemy has a dragon. She really is the mother of dragons, no one is a match for a true dragon. The dragon flames didn't hit many people, but the Jith warriors in yellow cloaks were already terrified. They threw their bows and crossbows to the ground and ran away from the flames. Forward march! Dany shouted, brandishing her sword. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. The 100 soldiers forming a shield wall shouted in unison, advancing with almost the same pace. Boom, boom. The towering chevaux de frise and wooden palisades collapsed in the flames. The shield wall warriors' iron boots pounded the red-hot wood and scorching ground as they slowly but surely advanced into the camp. Dany, leading Little White, followed behind the shield wall. Every 10 seconds or so, once Little White had caught his breath, she would shout, "Dracarys." Then a window would crack open in the shield wall, and Little White would breathe fire from its mouth. On Dany's left, right, and rear, 100 armored knights stood guard. Flames leaped wildly within the 100-meter-long and wide camp, making it seem as if one had entered a fiery inferno. Soldiers' clothes and cloaks would ignite almost upon touching the dragon fire. The tall palisades that had once given them a sense of security had become death warrants. The geese soldiers cried out and hacked at the thick wooden stakes with their scimitars, but to no avail. Then, something even more devastating happened. Finally, one unlucky soldier couldn't escape in time and was showered with dragon fire. Under everyone's watchful eyes, their eyes, faces, and heads seemed to melt rapidly into a pool of dark red liquid, as if exposed to a high-temperature candle. "I surrender. I surrender." The wise lord slumped in front of the magnificent end, his face smeared with a mixture of snot and tears. But in this chaotic moment, amidst the shouts of men and the neighing of horses, Dany couldn't hear a thing. However, Dany hadn't originally intended to burn the slave master alive, otherwise, the magnificent tent woven with gold thread behind him would have already been set ablaze. Finally, seeing the enemy formation completely collapse, Dany stopped Little White and shouted, "Surrender and you'll be spared." 500 unscathed warriors roared in unison, "Surrender and you'll be spared. Surrender and you'll be spared. Surrender and you'll be spared." Thud, thump. One by one, the yellow-cloaked warriors dejectedly threw down their weapons, lowered their once proud heads, and knelt on the ground without a sound. "Argo, tie them up," Daenerys instructed her blood guard, then led her iron-shielded cavalry away, leaving others stubbornly defending camps to await her. Along the 3-kilometer-long camp, Daenerys and Barristan, leading their armored cavalry and dragons, fought their way from north to south, from east to west, and back again. Often protected by hundreds of iron cavalry, Daenerys' sword was stained with blood time and again, her armor clanging in the rain of arrows. No one was a fool. Seeing the devastation of the neighboring camp ravaged by fire dragons, the other small, entrenched camps naturally wouldn't simply wait to be burned alive. They charged out of their camps, some on horseback, others brandishing spears and swords, launching a desperate assault on Daenerys' cavalry. Of course, not all 2,600 iron cavalrymen were fully armored, but the 500 guarding Daenerys were the most elite heavily armored cavalry. Moreover, she possessed a dragon, whose overwhelming power rendered enemy horses weak and even overturned their masters. So, with each wave of enemies, Daenerys and her 500 cavalrymen crushed them in frontal assaults. From morning until noon, Daenerys was covered in blood, almost collapsing from her silver horse from exhaustion. 7 or 8 arrows hung from the seams of her blood-stained, dark gray armor, and several deep scratches marred her arm guards and breastplate, showing how desperately she had fought. This also demonstrates how crucial equipment truly is. As the cavalry rejoined the unsullied army ahead, the battle temporarily subsided. Daenerys sat on a burnt log, gently stroking the 7 or 8 small, white stubs on her blood-stained longsword, and couldn't help but think of the small mercenary whose scimitar she had severed with a single blow. Their brief exchange had been the most dangerous battle of her day. Just as the two cavalry forces were about to collide, Whitebird roared from behind. The enemy horses, untouched by the dragon essence, immediately went limp. One rider lost his footing in the stirrups and, propelled by the immense force, flew 7 or 8 meters, landing right in front of the little silver horse. Unfortunately, the little silver horse lost its balance and tripped, causing Daenerys to fall off its back. Even though cavalrymen immediately stopped to protect her, Daenerys rolled into the chaotic battle zone, encountering the fallen rider. Needless to say, the two almost simultaneously raised their weapons and began to clash. Daenerys wielded a two-handed sword, while her opponent used a long, slender aragon. The scene was almost a replay of Jorah Mormont's battle with the centaurs. Daenerys couldn't keep up with her opponent's speed at all. Her arms, thighs, and chest were slashed, sparks flying. Fortunately, she had consulted Whitebird earlier on how to handle similar situations. Yes, She had also asked Jorah Mormont. Jorah told her not to try to see the opponent's blade, because it was impossible anyway. Don't be afraid of getting cut, just ignore it and attack vital points. Barristan, on the other hand, instructed Daenerys that Jorah's brute force approach wasn't wrong, but she shouldn't follow it. She was a woman, her armor wasn't as thick, and her strength was far inferior to his. Weaker strength meant her opponent could block her attacks, thinner armor meant she could only withstand a limited number of attacks. And, well, plate armor could also be damaged. Another point was that scimitars were far lighter than two-handed greatswords. Eric's scimitars typically weighed only 4 or 5 pounds, while Daenerys' mongrel sword weighed over 10 pounds, and Barristan's sword weighed a hefty 20 pounds. With Jorah's strength, even if the scimitar blocked, it would only slow down the sword swing. Daenerys, lacking the strength, could truly block it. The best way to deal with Daenerys was to avoid attacking vital points, first disrupt her rhythm, then find an opening and strike decisively. How to disrupt her rhythm? By observing the arm holding the knife and judging the approximate swing range of the blade based on the shoulder movement. Precisely estimating the swing position entirely from the shoulder is almost impossible in this low-level martial arts world. Then attack the part of him furthest from the blade's range with your sword. Since the opponent isn't armored, being hit will inevitably cause injury. If the opponent ignores this, then trade blows. With your full body armor, you'll definitely have the advantage. If the opponent forcibly blocks, their drastic change in movement will inevitably create an opening. What that opening might be varies from person to person. Just as Whitebird said, when Dany did that, she indeed discovered an opening. The mercenary's scimitar was far less durable than her steel sword. Her sword only suffered a tiny chip, the size of a grain of rice, while the opponent's blade had a deep nick the size of a little finger joint. She couldn't help but recall Whitebird's words, "Good steel is hard to find in this world, and only the blacksmiths of King's Landing in Westeros can forge excellent weapons." Most mercenaries and even nobles use iron swords made of inferior materials, which is why the bronze weapons of Qarth and Slavers Bay haven't been phased out. Well, the fact that the Qarthian camel riders use bronze scimitars and spears isn't because they're poor. On the contrary, no city-state dares to claim greater wealth than Qarth. They use bronze weapons simply because they are sufficient to deal with their current enemies. But I digress. After Daenerys realized that her opponent was the mercenary Whitebird had described as so poor he could only use inferior weapons, she suddenly struck his scimitar with the tip of her sword. The unfortunate fellow realized Daenerys' intention, but he had no choice but to parry. If he didn't use his sword, he would have to use his flesh. Finally, with a clang, his broken sword snapped in two. Daenerys' sword continued its momentum, cleaving his skull in two. Thinking of this, she secretly vowed, "I must get a full set of Valyrian steel armor, and a Valyrian steel sword, no matter what." Grey Worm traversed the aura of blood and fire, crossing the smoldering, fallen wooden fence, and arrived at the ruins of the camp, where he saw Daenerys sitting blankly on a charred wooden plank. Her white dragon lay beside her, tearing at a charred warhorse. Sensing the arrival of Grey Worm, he warily raised his ferocious head, two thin flames shooting from his nostrils. After recognizing Grey Worm, he lowered his head again to continue sucking on a bloodied thigh bone. "Your Majesty, what should be done with the besieged mercenary groups?" Grey Worm asked respectfully. He had seen the bloodstains and knife marks on Daenerys' armor, and his awe deepened. The Mother of Dragons could not only ride dragons, but also wield a sword like a warrior. How could he not feel immense respect? It must be said that although Dany encountered some danger in today's battle, after being tempered by the fires of iron and blood, her prestige among the soldiers has more than doubled. Chapter 128 Leave no one alive. Which mercenary groups are still resisting? Dany looked up at Grey Worm, noticing some blood on his leather armor, but overall much cleaner than hers. It seemed the Unsullied had completed their mission relatively easily. 7 small strongholds remain. In this battle plan, 2,600 cavalry were responsible for cutting off the enemy camp in the middle, then driving the horses from north to south to charge the camp. The 5,000 Unsullied, along with 2,000 longbowmen, would block the enemy's escape route at White Poplar Slope. After all, the Jith Alliance army wasn't stupid. Seeing thousands of horses galloping in the distance, they would naturally know to avoid it. Once the horses had circled White Poplar Slope and left, the Unsullied would then set off from there, pressing towards the Jith's dilapidated camp, forming a pincer movement with the 2,000 cavalry. After clearing out the stragglers, 20,000 civilians would carry sandbags to create a buffer zone at the gates of the enemy's smaller camps. Yes, to prevent the enemy from escaping, the Unsullied, without horses, couldn't catch them. The Rose Order on the outskirts survived the best, while the Second Sun Order suffered heavy casualties when their camp was overrun by a herd of horses, with only 200 men escaping to Lord Jiss's camp. The Raven Order fared even worse. They were powerful, possessing 500 elite armored cavalry. But because their entire force consisted of cavalry, and their camp and stables were connected, nearly 2,000 horses joined the herd in a rampage, trampling their camp to smithereens, leaving almost no survivors. At this point, even the usually reserved eunuch warrior couldn't help but sigh, lamenting, the strongest mercenary group was wiped out in the most pathetic way. They should have surrendered to His Majesty sooner. Ugh, Dany's old flame inexplicably met his end. How tragic. This is their own choice, she said calmly, pulling down her visor and standing up. She called to the centaur cavalrymen who had formed a protective circle around her. Argo, have Sir Barristan proceed with a plan, cooperating with the Unsullied to clear 10 kilometers north. Yes, Khaleesi. Let's go. Once we've finished the cleanup, we can rest for a bit, Daenerys said to Grey Worm. Seeing her approach, a centaur immediately led over a group of tall, yellow-furred horses. Yes, her little silver horse had stumbled and injured itself. The remaining 500 or so ironclad guards quickly surrounded Daenerys again. Whitey spat out a bone in its mouth, flapped its wings, and flew to Daenerys' head, circling slowly alongside the group. Quillo, how many brothers have we lost? Daenerys asked the armored guard beside her. Unlike Argo and his 3 blood-fisted guards, Quillo had adapted to the armor after joining the Queen's ironclad guard. 20 dead, 40 wounded. Khaleesi, how are your injuries? The centaur boy asked with concern. He had witnessed Daenerys fall from her horse firsthand. I'm fine, the inner armor cushioned most of the impact. The process of donning full armor is extremely complex. It's not simply a matter of putting on a layer of iron over clothing. It starts with a close-fitting cotton undergarment, followed by thin, soft leather armor, a supple and elastic inner padding, a silk or linen overcoat, and finally the iron armor. For a more aesthetically pleasing look, an overcoat can be worn over the iron armor. Of course, ordinary warriors simply don't have the resources to assemble a complete set of equipment. For them, poor quality inner armor would actually hinder their fighting skills, so in most cases, they would only add a layer of leather armor inside the iron armor. The difference between noble knights and ordinary armored cavalry lies in this: if both fall from their horses on the battlefield, the noble lord recovers completely unharmed, gets up, and continues wielding a sword, while an ordinary cavalryman, even if he doesn't suffer internal injuries, will likely bleed and be unable to fight again. Another point is that well-lined iron armor can partially resist hammer blows, while ordinary iron armor, when encountering a powerful man wielding a mace, is almost guaranteed to cause injury with a mere bump, and death with a single hit. Indeed, in battles between armored cavalry, the hammer is the most lethal weapon, followed by a fine steel spear, then a two-handed greatsword, and finally a scimitar. What are the casualties among the Unsullied and longbowmen? Daenerys asked Grey Worm, who was walking beside her. Not a single Unsullied or longbowman died, only a dozen or so warriors were grazed by stray arrows. Finally, Grey Worm respectfully exclaimed, Your Majesty, you fought a battle worthy of praise for millennia. This wasn't deliberate flattery. Leaving aside the Jithian slave soldiers, and the yellow silk cloak's poor quality, 5,000 mercenaries were simply terrifying. Mercenaries had a bad reputation, but their combat power was truly formidable. Whether in individual combat or in the collective fighting of small legions, in this other world, they almost surpassed the regular armies of all nations and city-states. To put it simply, if 5,000 mercenaries were to directly confront 5,000 Unsullied, the Unsullied would likely lose by half. Unlike the Dothraki roaring warriors, mercenaries possess extremely high combat skills and are incredibly versatile. Many mercenaries can serve as cavalry, archers, and, when equipped with armor, even heavy knights. Take Jorah Mormont, for example. He was once a mercenary, having signed labor contracts with several obscure small mercenary groups. Even with Jorah's skill level, he could only become a squad leader of a 50-man unit, the highest rank in the mercenary world. Most of the time, he was just an ordinary member of a mercenary group. More importantly, mercenary groups are wealthier and better equipped than the Unsullied. For instance, the Raven Crows, who were wiped out in a stampede of horses, ostensibly only had 500 cavalry, but were equipped with 1,500 war horses and 500 pack horses, along with countless other supplies. Kalish, you can add another bell. I dare say, no Khal on the Great Plains has surpassed your achievements. Quello was also extremely excited, deeply proud to be loyal to such a great Kalish. Khal Drogo will cheer for you in the Night Kingdom. If you hadn't said that last sentence, this flattery would have been perfect. Now, 40 points are deducted, making it a passing grade. Keep it up. Daenerys thought to herself, but said with compassion, it's all thanks to the bravery of our soldiers. For the great cause of liberating slaves, we have sacrificed many brothers today, and we will lose even more comrades tomorrow. It is my honor to die for Kalish. Quello immediately said. We are willing to die for Her Majesty the Queen. More than 400 knights shouted in unison. Very good, morale is high. Perhaps we can change our strategy. Previously, we only wanted to repel this attack, then wait for the dragon to grow for another year, while simultaneously cultivating the land for a year, and finally sweep through Slavers Bay with overwhelming force. But the fact that slave owners were hiring mercenary groups on a grand scale reminded her that slave owners were incredibly wealthy, and those damned fools were using her money to hire soldiers to attack her city. Dany thought angrily. Don't kill me, don't, Suddenly, a scream startled Dany from her reverie. What's going on? She patted her horse's flanks a few times, quickened her pace, and came to the front of the column. Not far away, a man in linen clothing with a huge dragon head pattern printed on his chest was clinging to a corpse, desperately pulling at the chain around the corpse's neck. In the midday sun, the chain reflected glittering gold, a gold chain as thick as a finger. Dany hadn't yet invented printing and papermaking, but she had already created printing equipment carved from large pieces of oak. With a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, she couldn't stand the chaotic uniforms of this era. Her soldiers, even laborers, wore uniforms, 2 linen blouses with black dragon heads printed on the chest. Just like the man digging up the corpse. Dany scanned her surroundings. The earth was torn apart by the thunderous hooves of galloping horses. Wild grass and flowers in the fields were trampled into the mud. Everywhere lay the carcasses of men and horses, smoking steaks, and tents buried in the mud. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the stench of blood and fire. A group of laborers were scattered across this land, ravaged by swords and spears. They carried baskets and wielded scimitars, buying up the lives of the dying and wounded as if harvesting crops. They looted their shoes, armor, helmets, iron arrowheads, swords, and even their wallets and valuables. Scimitars plunged into the necks of the dying, eliciting occasional, rapid, brief screams. Dany's mouth opened and closed several times, but she said nothing. She flicked her horse's rump a few times and continued on her way in silence. Perhaps she could save a few with her methods, but what would be the point? She couldn't even save her own men. Was she going to waste her energy and scarce medicine on the enemy? This was war. She quickly traversed the battlefield, arriving at the 7 remaining stockades at the very front of the camp. They had survived the trampling of countless horses primarily due to their western location, nestled in a rocky crevice along the coast. Each stockade was now surrounded by a low wall of stacked sacks, about 1.2 meters high. A light cavalry charge at high speed might be able to leap over it, if one ignored the array of unsullied spearmen behind the sandbags. Which stockade is the second son's hiding in? Dany asked. Before Grey Worm could reply, a familiar, booming voice rang out from the top of a wooden tower 40 meters away. Your Majesty, I surrender. I am willing to lead my men to join you. The stockade was backed by a continuous stretch of massive, bluish-gray rocks, the tallest 4 or 5 meters high, the shortest about a meter square. The other 3 sides were encircled by a fence of wagons and wooden stakes. It looked newly erected, but the wagons were connected by thick iron chains, seemingly quite sturdy. Behind the wall formed by the wagons stood 2 rows of warriors, each holding a shield in their left hand and a short sword in their right. Behind the shield bearers were over 100 archers, each with 3 or 4 drawn crossbows at their feet. Near the rocks behind the warriors were wooden tents with their tops removed, similar to Daenerys' wooden palace, with wooden walls and canvas roofs. Inside these tents, a small watchtower over 4 meters high, constructed of wooden tables and stakes, stood 2 men. The one waving and calling to Daenerys was the bearded bastard of the Titans, Melo. His slave owner, whom Daenerys had met the previous night, was a Meereen lord, seemingly also named Grazdin, though Daenerys couldn't recall his surname. "Lay down your weapons and surrender," Daenerys shouted from behind the sack wall. "We, the Second Sons, are ready to serve your majesty," Mello replied. "Put down your weapons first. We are warriors, ready to serve her majesty." Daenerys, annoyed, pointed at the large Braavos man and addressed the mercenaries and Jeth soldiers inside. "Cut off the head of this man who has disrespected me. Lay down your weapons, kneel and surrender, or you will be killed without mercy." The Titan bastard was filled with shock and rage, his long golden beard, reaching his waist, trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined Daenerys could be so tyrannical. His Second Son's legion still had over 200 members. 200 elite mercenaries were almost equivalent to 200 experienced cavalrymen, which in Westeros would be over 200 lords. "My men are sworn to serve me to the death, Mother of Dragons. I apologize for my inappropriate words and actions last night. But please understand, if you accept my allegiance, you will gain hundreds more warriors. If you choose to fight to the death, my brothers and I will take 1,000 of your unsullied." Mello suppressed his anger, using both soft and hard tactics to persuade him. At the same time, he vowed in his heart that once he escaped this predicament, he would find a chance to take his revenge on that silver-haired bitch. Bang, bang, bang. The Second Son's swordsmen and shieldmen immediately struck their shields with their short swords, both to show their support for their leader and to demonstrate the unity and courage of the Second Sons to Daenerys on the other side. "Titan's bastard! Titan's bastard!" they shouted in unison. The large Braavosian straightened his back, looking down at Daenerys behind the sand wall, a smug smile on his face. Amidst the shouts of the Second Sons, Daenerys slowly retreated from the unsullied ranks, saying calmly, "Use the fire oil canisters. Leave no survivors." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Wildfire. Dany's orders were immediately executed. The front-line Unsullied formed a shield wall by propping their shields against sandbags, while the Unsullied behind them hurled pineapple-sized pottery jugs at the opposite camp in a three-volley pattern. Bang! 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 The pungent smell of asphalt quickly spread within 100 meters, reaching even other mercenary groups watching the situation from nearby villages. The Braavos man, seeing the oil jugs shattered on the mercenaries' shields, cried out in terror, "You little bitch, what are you trying to do? We surrender." Suddenly, a mercenary shouted, picking up a crossbow at his feet and turning to fire a volley at Mello on the watchtower. "Ah, traitor!" The Titan's bastard son, struck in the arm by an arrow, crouched down and roared in shock and anger, "Kill him! Kill the traitor!" Swoosh! 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 The lingering influence of Mello's years of rule over the Second Sons took effect. Nearby mercenaries instinctively raised their crossbows, riddling the mercenary who had rebelled with bullets. But as soon as they killed him, those guys' faces changed drastically. "What the hell did I do? Let that idiot, oh, no, let that warrior bear the sin of killing the leader alone, while we all survived safely. Sigh, now we can only hope that after witnessing our fierceness and loyalty, the Dragon Mother will have the magnanimity to feel pity for our bravery. I didn't expect that the Second Sons, second only to the Warriors, Bloodplay troop, on the mercenary infamy list, would be so loyal and brave." Daenerys had indeed seen their fierceness, and said to Grey Worm with a complicated expression, "Send them on their way." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a wave of her hand, the longbowmen behind her immediately fired hundreds of fire arrows. Boom! On the wagons that served as a fence, the mercenaries' shields and helmets were instantly covered with a layer of orange-yellow flames, adding another wave of heat to the sweltering midday. I surrender, Mother of Dragons, I surrender." The mercenaries dropped their shields and bows, rolling wildly on the ground, letting out shrill screams. Some valiant mercenaries picked up crossbows and fired frantically towards Daenerys. When their crossbows ran out, they picked up their bows and continued firing, cautiously retreating to avoid the spreading waves of fire. Clang, clang, clang. Daenerys' shield clanged with a series of sounds as steel-tipped arrows were visibly deflected. "Charge! Charge out and fight them!" the Braavos were still shouting. A dozen or so armored cavalrymen braved the rain of arrows, leaping over the blazing wagons and charging towards the sandbag wall. But before they could get close, a dense barrage of spears burst from the gaps in the sandbags, forming a wall of spikes, and war horses and knights fell screaming into pools of blood. "Captain, climb the rocks, to the sea." A mercenary climbed a 2-meter-high rock and stumbled along the uneven rock face towards the western coast. Seeing this, the others followed suit, and soon the remaining 100-odd men, including the long-bearded Merlot and Milinwees, left the camp and entered the rugged mountain path. Hiss, ah, dragons. A desperate scream rang out from the mouth of the first mercenary to climb the rock. Then, boom, bright red flames billowing black smoke licked at the bodies of the dozen or so mercenaries ahead. They struggled desperately, their flesh melting in the intense heat. Their bones twisting in the dragon's flames, like candles thrown into a furnace. Hiss, hiss, 2 more dragons flew from the direction of the sea, swiftly sweeping over the mercenaries' heads, leaving a long trail of fire. Marrow, hiding behind a granite slab, felt the scorching heat emanating from him and screamed in terror, "Use arrows. Shoot the dragons." Dany sneered inwardly, "If your arrows could kill dragons, I wouldn't have let them participate." Without powerful crossbows, high-powered longbows, and special arrows forged from fine steel, unless they hit a dragon squarely in the eye, it was nearly impossible to inflict a fatal wound. In fact, the terrified mercenaries didn't dare attack the 3 roaring dragons at all. They had long since discarded their bows. Were they supposed to use swords to cut down dragons in the sky? Kill the Bravis who insulted the mother of dragons, the great lord held in fear. Kill Marrow. Marrow insulted the mother of dragons, he's no longer the leader of the Second Sons. Kill him. Kill him and we can escape the fiery hell. The Jif Yellow Cloak warriors and the Second Sons mercenaries, their eyes bloodshot, dodged the rolling heatwaves while searching for the large Bravis man. Squeak. The mercenary groups and slave owners who witnessed the rampage of the dragons from a distance immediately opened the gates of their camps, no longer daring to hope for a last stand, nor to offer surrender terms to the dragon mother. They fearfully thought that as long as they weren't burned to death by the dragons, even having their heads chopped off by the Unsullied would be acceptable. Daenerys ordered the Unsullied to deal with those who had surrendered, while she herself seemed frozen, standing there watching the 3 dragons melt over 100 people who were crying out in despair into the bloody pulp. In the end, Little Green and Little White even landed on the rocks, tearing apart the charred, sparking corpses, the corpses still howling hoarsely, a scene of utter carnage. Roar, Big Black flapped its wings, its mouth wide open as if taking a deep breath. In reality, Daenerys had entered her dragon spirit state, seeing through the black dragon's perspective countless shimmering, colorful spiritual particles floating in the flames. She immediately merged with the soul of the Great Black, using the Mother of Dragons' empowerment skill to integrate the spiritual essence dissipating from the bodies of the burned mercenaries into the Great Black spiritual sea. This wasn't the first time she'd discovered dissipated spiritual essence from human corpses. During the last attack on Astapor, when over 10,000 people died, Daenerys discovered that the human corpses released a high density of spiritual essence as they burned. The fresher the corpse, the higher the concentration of spiritual essence. Even after the Gythian corpses had been left for 2 days, rotting into a pool of putrid bodily fluids, a batch of spiritual essence still leaked out. Daenerys was astonished at the time. Throughout life, humans constantly draw nourishment from nature. After death, the elements that make up the body return to the earth, and the qualities that make up the soul dissipate into the sky. This phenomenon, though fantastical, was understandable to her, and she considered it quite reasonable. But if spiritual essence originated from the soul, why did it still exist in the corpses several days after death? Afterwards, she secretly cremated a batch of mummies, yes, specially treated mummies from the base of the Great Pyramid. The Giz nobles traditionally kept the bodies of their ancestors at the base of their family pyramids, and Daenerys, adhering strictly to tradition, even reserved a small pyramid for surviving noble descendants. After the cremation, Daenerys was even more shocked. Even the mummified corpses still exuded spiritual energy, though the density had decreased significantly. Could it be that the body and soul were not independent entities, but rather that each cell in the human body contained a portion of the soul, a complete fusion of body and soul? If resurrecting remnants of the soul was possible, could the corpses of this world be resurrected? It seemed quite possible. For example, the White Walkers resurrected human corpses as whites. Daenerys almost switched from queen to scientist. Well, she was actually verifying this at the moment. The density of spiritual energy exuded during the cremation of living people was truly terrifying. Damn it, who gave you permission to eat people? Coming to her senses, seeing two dragons biting into the white, gleaming human spines, sucking out the marrow with a gurgling sound, Daenerys was furious. Did she see that the surrounding captives were almost pissing themselves at this gruesome sight? Not to mention the captured mercenaries, even Daenerys' underlings turned pale and nearly vomited. Daenerys, clad in iron armor, struggled to climb the rocks and began lashing the two dragons with her whip. Crackling, whoosh, the two dragons, whipped and scrambling, no longer breathed fire at Daenerys as before, nor even roared at her. During Euron's dragon stealing incident, she hadn't used the dragon horn to control the white and green dragons. Instead, she had combined the power of the black dragon to forcefully break free of its restraints. The horn's dragon binder power was destroyed, rendering it an uncontrollable magical instrument. However, she could still use the dragon spirit within the horn to intimidate lower beings. Since then, her relationship with the white and green dragons had become much closer, not merely emotional intimacy, but a strange connection stemming from the depths of their souls. To put it another way, if the black dragon were to die one day, Daenerys could immediately establish a stable dragon spirit relationship with either the white or green dragon. If she had 3 skill slots, she could even gather the souls of white, green, and black dragons from different regions together to play mahjong. Your Majesty, Captain Jon of the Order of the Roses wishes to see you. Grey Worm looked at Daenerys, who was chasing after the dragons, cursing and whipping them, and his expression showed some fear. Well, all the soldiers below who had witnessed dragons breathing fire, burning people, and eating people, whether friend or foe, would feel awe and reverence for Queen Daenerys like a goddess after seeing 2 ferocious dragons fleeing under Queen Daenerys' whip. These were true dragons, a dragon queen who could subdue dragons. Go back and starve you for 2 days. Daenerys threatened fiercely, pointing the whip at the 2 dragons flying towards the sea. Only after Little White and Little Green had flown far away did she climb down from the rocky beach, stepping on Beorth's shoulders. Has the Order of the Roses surrendered? She asked. They are willing to surrender. But they would like to discuss their treatment after surrender, said the unsullied leader. Hell, they're quite bold. Dany rode her large yellow horse and instructed Quiro, the battle is over for today. Take off your armor and collect some animal carcasses from the battlefield to send to the black dragon. If the white dragon and green dragon return, keep an eye on them and don't let them eat people again. Eating enemy corpses is fine, the centaur boy muttered. Dany glared at him and said, today they eat corpses, tomorrow they might eat living people, and the day after tomorrow even you, the dragon guard, will be eaten. Is that all right? Oh. The centaur knight touched his nose and silently rode away. Arriving at the foot of the poplar slope, Dany caught sight of Marino, the infantry commander of the Dragon Mother's Guard, directing people to spread flags on the grass. She couldn't help but ask, are these the flags of the Gythian Alliance and the mercenary group? What do you need them for? Long live the Dragon Mother. Upon seeing Dany, Marino immediately straightened up, quickly raised his right hand, and shouted the slogan. Well, if it were replaced with Hey, Hitler, it would almost be a complete Nazi salute. Daenerys was quite startled when she first encountered this salute. Later, after inquiring with Whitebird and Morono, she learned that the hand salute had been popular since the time of the Gisconate. In Westeros, there was the chest-pounding salute, where one stood upright and pounded their right fist against their heart. There was the more formal kneeling salute, and knights used the hand salute. Among the mercenaries on Essos, the fist bump salute, which originated from the Summer Isles, was also prevalent. Later, Morono suggested that Daenerys unify the hand salute throughout the army, because the Gisconate's etiquette in Slavers Bay seemed more solemn, much like Valyrian in its language. Your Majesty, these were not collected for me. They symbolize your illustrious achievements and should be hung in the Great Pyramid's Great Hall for your guests to admire, Morono said, pointing to the flags, some tattered and some dirty. Chapter 130 Recruiting Jon Snow as a follower. Although Jon Snow wanted to negotiate with Daenerys, he didn't lock down his camp and stand ready like the Second Sons. Instead, the Rose Order's gates were wide open, and the mercenaries inside, well, most of them were still fast asleep in their tents. Your Majesty, your Great Wall Red is really strong. I'm still a little dizzy, and most of my men are still hungover, the bearded Jon said with a wry smile to Daenerys on her horse. How could it be called the Great Wall if it wasn't strong? Daenerys replied matter-of-factly. Of course it's strong. My liquor isn't meant for drinking. It's a high-concentration liquor that can be sterilized, mixed with grape juice and a lot of sugar. Even someone who can't drink can chug a whole glass in one go, but the after effects are something most people can't handle. Speaking of this Great Wall Red, one can't help but lament the scarcity of resources in Slavers Bay. Before Daenerys' arrival, Slavers Bay had 5 main products: slaves, olives, copper ore, beets, and sour grapes. Aside from olive oil and slaves, there were almost no other exportable goods. And yes, the grapes of Slavers Bay weren't suitable for winemaking. Even the plantation owners themselves wouldn't drink the resulting wine. It had a bitter taste that even Daenerys couldn't understand, despite the grapes being large and sweet. After Daenerys' arrival, she implemented 3 economic reforms in Astapor. First, she increased the concentration of wine, creating a high-concentration spirit for treating wounds, which could also be sold as a specialty, a fake wine made by diluting grape juice with spirit. Second, she used beets to make sugar. And third, she funded artisans to establish over a dozen bronze working factories, creating a copper ore, copper ingots, exquisite bronze ore industrial chain. But I digress. Currently, Astapor is blockaded by the Jith, with its sea routes and trade routes blocked, so even good goods can't be sold. Your Majesty, what are your plans for the Rose Company? Captain John asked seriously. Daenerys tapped her iron gauntlet lightly on the saddle, not answering his question, but instead smiling as she asked, "Now you understand why Torrhen Stark surrendered to Aegon so readily 300 years ago, don't you?" Captain Jon Snow nodded with a wry smile, sighing, "Our ancestor misjudged the King of Surrender. He was wise and made the best choice for the North. You swept through the Jai's allies with minimal losses, using only 3 young dragons. King Tony's army wasn't even as large as it is now. His Majesty Aegon, however, possessed a far stronger army and more powerful adult dragons. Mortal armies were virtually invincible. So, as descendants of self-exiled northern nobles, you've now forgiven those who came before?" Daenerys continued. "You know we are descendants of nobles?" Jon asked, his expression complex. "Hell, don't forget I'm a Westeros too," Daenerys said gently in common. "Your 3 companions are Lyra Amber, Bruce Wayne, and Herman Tahar. I'm a little unsure about Wayne, but Amber from the Last Hearth and Tahar from Torrhen Square, am I right?" "Your Majesty is astute. Wayne's ancestors were knights attached to Winterfell, without fiefs. After leaving the Starks, his family's title naturally disappeared." "I see." Daenerys nodded. "This world places great emphasis on lineage, or rather, class is too rigid. Even when noble descendants serve as mercenaries alongside commoners. Those who rise to the top are mostly of noble descent. This is because they possess various inherited skills such as swordsmanship, combat techniques, knowledge, etiquette, and ambition, making them more resilient and more likely to reach high positions. Under the same conditions, others are more likely to identify with noble bloodlines. Your surname is Jon Snow. Most ordinary families don't even have wives, so how could you have a bastard?" Daenerys continued. "In Westeros, bastard children are like mistresses in modern society. Ordinary families have no right to have them." "Who is your father?" she asked curiously. Jon Snow shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. "My father was probably a mercenary in Bravos. Even my mother doesn't know who he really is." "Oh, my mother was a Bolton, the Bolton of the Dreadfort?" Daenerys exclaimed in shock. "Yes." Captain John quickly added, "Your Majesty, I don't skin people. In fact, the Bolton ancestors stopped skinning people after arriving on Essos. It's too bloody, too barbaric, and would offend customers and ruin the reputation of the Order of the Roses. Are you aware of the current situation in the north?" Daenerys asked. "I've been following it. I heard that Robb Stark led the northern nobles south to the Riverlands to fight for the Iron Throne," Jon said. "He's not interested in the Iron Throne. His main motivation is revenge for his father." "How can you be so sure he's really not interested in the Iron Throne?" "Your Majesty, please forgive me, but 15 years ago, Robert Baratheon also rebelled under the banner of revenge, and ended up sitting on the Iron Throne." Jon sneered. "What are your plans for the future?" Daenerys changed the subject, tentatively asking, "The 7 kingdoms are in chaos, with 4 kings vying for power. You could join one of them. Perhaps there's a chance to restore your ancestors' glory." "This." Jon hesitated, then said directly, "Your Majesty, do you also have the idea of reclaiming the Iron Throne? To be honest, our ancestors were self-exiled, Their family titles remain, and they harbor no resentment towards their current lineage. Alright, I won't beat around the bush, Daenerys said bluntly. I believe that the Order of the Roses, with its reputation and integrity, is qualified to pledge allegiance to me. At this moment, my goal is simply to level Slavers Bay and dismantle slavery. I'm uncertain about the future. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. We've simply been holding fast to our last line of defense. So, are you and your Order of the Roses willing to pledge allegiance to me? Continue as mercenaries, risking your lives for money, or serve me, and your strength will be used for the meaningful and just cause of liberating slaves. What will you choose? Daenerys asked. Your Majesty, you are going against the world, Jon replied, his eyes flashing. The world has been ruled by the Dragon King for 5,000 years, Daenerys said. You only have 3 young dragons. My enemies are all trash, the young dragons are enough. Jon Snow, the bearded man. Me and my roses are trash too? He blushed, wanting to retort, but the reality was that their 5,000 elite mercenaries were indeed swept away like trash by the queen before him. The slave owners of Gilwade and Meereen have far too much wealth, enough to hire mercenary groups from all over the world. At that time, they will learn from today's defeat, at the very least. Countless dragon-slaying crossbows will be hidden in their tents. The bearded Jon Snow revealed a tactic against dragons. How, Captain Jon, do you think those slave owners will have another chance to form an alliance? Do you think dragons can only breathe fire? Daenerys' laughter was as clear as a bell. I ask you, if the first party fights for money, and the second party fights for their own lives and the lives of their families, and the second party has more people than the first party, and also knows all of the first party's tactics and camp defenses, while the first party knows nothing about the second party, who will win? This. Jon Snow was stunned. Today's surprise attack is no exception. From now on, every battle between me and the Geese Alliance will be similar to today. The information gap between the two sides will be completely unequal. Go back and discuss this with your companions. I won't force you. If you refuse, simply pay the ransom as is customary and swear never to join my enemy's side again. With that, Daenerys turned her horse around, preparing to return to Whitehill. Wait, Jon called after her, asking seriously, Your Majesty, please tell me, how will you utilize the Order of the Roses? Daenerys reined in her horse and turned back, saying, I will expand the Mother of Dragons Guard, increasing both cavalry and infantry several times over. The soldiers will be selected from the slave army. If you pledge allegiance to me, I will disband the entire Order of the Roses and form officers and colonels in the new legion. Not every mercenary can be Jorah Mormont, but commanding 10-man squads or 100-man squads is certainly no problem. The Order of the Roses has 800 core members. Even if she only promotes them to 10-man squad captains, Daenerys will immediately have 8,000 more warriors. Even the worst slave soldiers are still better than the peasant soldiers of Westeros wielding pitchforks and sickles, right? As for why not select officers from the original Mother of Dragons Guard to form a separate army, ensuring greater loyalty? Here's the problem, the Mother of Dragons Guard members were all slaves, with far too few having received military training. Even the officers in the army at this time were not quite qualified. For example, Daenerys' cavalry commander, Scarred Simon, was chosen by Whitebird for only 2 reasons, a loud voice and good political connections. Well, by political connections, he meant he was born a slave, vehemently hated slave owners, and had a high degree of personality cult surrounding Daenerys, who liberated slaves. His actual tactical and technical skills were actually quite poor. His horsemanship was even worse than Daenerys' handmaid, Elizabeth. If the Geese Alliance didn't launch an attack, she would have Jorah and Barristan train them for another year or 2. But Jon Snow was right, slave owners have money, they can hire mercenaries and assassins from all over the world. She had to take advantage of the weakened state of Keelfis and Meereen, leading her army north to capture those 2 cities within 3 months. It generally took mercenaries from the west coast trading cities 2 to 6 months to reach Meereen. Your Majesty, Jon Snow pledges his allegiance to you, the bearded captain said solemnly, kneeling before Daenerys' horse. Oh, and where are your men? Daenerys asked with a smile, understanding his meaning. The Order of the Roses is disbanded in my hands today. Members may choose to remain and serve you voluntarily, but they will no longer have a superior subordinate relationship with me. If any member chooses to leave, I will hand over the Winter Sweet Rose banner, and they can reorganize the Order of the Roses, Jon Snow declared loudly. This was a clever man. Daenerys dismounted, drew her longsword, rested the tip on the bearded captain's shoulder, and said, "Do you remember how to swear an oath to your lord?" "Probably," Jon Snow replied, both excited and apprehensive at Daenerys' solemn acceptance of his allegiance, a sense of sacred ritual rising within him. "I swear, I will never betray those who have bestowed this honor upon me." He blushed, making a decision in his heart. "Do you now worship the old gods or other deities?" Daenerys asked solemnly. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "I should worship the old gods, but Essos doesn't even have weirwood. I could worship the most popular red god on this continent, Arhalar, the Lord of Light, but I feel I will always be a Westeros. So, Your Majesty, I swear in the name of the seven gods." "Very well, I also worship the seven gods," Daenerys smiled. This wasn't a lie. As a monarch, Daenerys had to have faith. The unbeliever was less accepted by the world than the fallen. She couldn't very well tell people, "I worship Buddha, I worship the three pure ones," could she? No, in modern society, she didn't believe in Buddhism or the three pure ones at all. The seven gods, Heavenly Father, Judgment, Mother, Maternal love and nurturing, Warrior, Courage and victory, Maiden, Innocence and purity, Blacksmith, Craftsmanship and labor, Old woman, Wisdom, and Stranger, Death and awe of the unknown. The Church of the Seven Gods has no real deities. The seven gods simply represent seven stages of life and seven noble virtues, not fundamentally different from the modern 8 honors and 8 shames. Dany felt that the seven gods were almost the most advanced doctrine in the world, and that it wouldn't hurt to have some faith in them. Chapter 131 Night King Dany. The southwest wind brought the salty scent of the sea to the eastern shore of Slaver's Bay, somewhat diluting the smell of blood and fire from the battlefield below White Poplar Slope. The midday sun reflected a dazzling white light off the snow-white blade with 7 or 8 notches, causing Barristan and the others watching to squint slightly. 7 wooden stakes stood behind Daenerys, their upper halves adorned with freshly carved faces of 7 different figures, a bearded man holding scales, the father, a smiling woman, the Virgin Mary, a young man with a longsword, the warrior, a girl in a thin veil, the maiden, a man with a hammer, the blacksmith, a hunchbacked old woman carrying a lamp, the old woman, and a faceless man, the stranger. The sword's spine tapped 3 times on the shoulder of the agitated bearded man, and Daenerys proclaimed, "Jon Snow, bastard son of Bravis and the North, in the presence of the seven, do you swear allegiance to me, to be my loyal knight for life, to serve me with your courage, strength, and wisdom?" She removed her helmet, and her silver hair, cascading over her dark gray shoulder armor, shimmered in the sunlight. Her small, pale face was filled with solemnity and reverence, and her smoky purple eyes conveyed only sincerity and authority, overshadowing her stunning beauty. The bearded Jon Snow knelt on one knee, shouting excitedly, "I, Jon Snow, bastard son of the Bravis and the North, swear allegiance to my lord Daenerys Targaryen, to be loyal and never leave her side." "I accept your allegiance," Daenerys smiled, her smile like a blooming flower. "I swear that you will always have a place by my fireplace, that you will drink and eat with me. I swear I will never let your service be tainted by disgrace. In the name of the seven, I, Daenerys Targaryen, solemnly swear." Then she sheathed her sword, glanced around, and finally fixed her gaze on Jon Snow's head, saying softly, "I, as Jon Snow's lord and queen, declare Jon Snow to be the son of Luna Bolton, and from this day forth he shall inherit his mother's surname." "Jon Bolton, thank you, my lord," the bearded man's voice trembled. The little bandit he just recruited is gone." Dany took 2 steps to the side, standing before another bearded man kneeling on one knee. She tapped his shoulder 3 times with the spine of her sword and said, "Bruce Wayne, descendant of the exiles of the North, in the witness of the old and new gods, do you swear allegiance to me, to be my most loyal knight for the rest of your life, serving me with your courage, strength, and wisdom?" Yes, like many Westeros, Bruce worshipped the old gods of the North while also holding the seven in awe and devotion. Jorah Mormont was a prime example, a Northman. He had undergone the Seven's ritual and become a legitimate knight. Dany's oath to Bruce was slightly altered. After Bruce swore his oath, it was the tall, red-haired Lyra Amber who swore, and the middle-aged, dark-haired Herman Twaher. This wasn't the end. As the 4 newly minted knights excitedly rose, 25 warriors, including Scarface Simon, Fat Morono, Black Tar, and Centaur Quiro, knelt in 2 rows before the statues of the 7 gods and Daenerys. This was a reward for their service. These 25 men had rendered great service in today's battle and would all be knighted by Daenerys. Yes, they could have other faiths, but they would still receive the baptism of the 7 gods and become the most orthodox knights, even though many of them lacked proper knightly skills. Watching Quiro, his face flushed, loudly recite his oath to Daenerys, Ago said somewhat bitterly to Lucero, "I want to be a knight too." "Me too," Lucero murmured. Hago paused, then shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "No." Khaleesi said, "We blood guards are her blood of my blood, our closeness and loyalty far surpass that of knights and lords. We can't put the cart before the horse." Yes, yes, yes. Khaleesi's father's kingdom was overthrown by his vassals, and the Great Grass Sea has never had a blood guard who betrayed Khal. Hago snapped out of his daze and said excitedly, "Yes, we are Khaleesi's last line of defense." Besides knighting 25 warriors, Daenerys then bestowed upon each of them the title of knight. A knight is not necessarily a knight, but a knight is only considered to have stepped onto the threshold of nobility, while a knight is already a true nobleman. Although it is the lowest rank of nobility. Daenerys' rewards and punishments are clear. The Rose Order has just joined her, and it is impossible for them to receive the same rewards as the officers who fought a great victory for her. After knighting them, the ceremony was not over yet. Daenerys also wanted to knight herself. Well, knighthood and noble titles don't overlap. A knight appointed by the king can be addressed as sir, but he isn't actually a true knight. Even with the title of queen, Daenerys isn't a knight. She hasn't undergone knightly baptism, hasn't been anointed with holy anointing, and hasn't served a true knight. How can a king who commands a multitude of knights not be a knight himself? Barristan, as the leader of the White Knights, could knight anyone, except the king, if he were willing to vouch for it with his own honor. If the Mad King Aerys were still alive, or even if Daenerys' adopted brother were still alive, Barristan could knight her as a princess. Princesses and princes can kneel before the king's good commander, but only queens or kings cannot. It's not that a queen can't be a knight. If the Archbishop of the Seven were present, he could knight Daenerys on behalf of the Seven. But now, there isn't even a lowest-ranking monk. However, Daenerys had all the knights, including Barristan, line up below her and loudly proclaimed, "There are no 7 brothers in Slavers Bay, nor are there any archbishops. Therefore, I have decided to follow precedent and assume the position of Archbishop of Astapor." She wasn't exaggerating. The blessed Saint Beeler, the one who imprisoned his 3 sisters in the Virgin's abode, thus sowing the seeds of the Blackfire Rebellion, held both the titles of king and archbishop. If Daenerys' persona had remained intact until her death, she would surely have been hailed as Saint Daenerys by posterity. Her historical status within the 7 brothers would have been even higher than Saint Beeler's, roughly equivalent to Saint Peter, Saint John, and Saint Paul in Christianity. At this moment, Saint Daenerys, in her capacity as archbishop, knighted Queen Daenerys. Queen Daenerys drew her sword, sheathed it beside her, and knelt on one knee facing the 7 brothers' stake. Behind her, dozens of knights simultaneously drew their long swords or scimitars, following Daenerys' example, kneeling solemnly behind her. "I swear to treat the weak with kindness," Daenerys proclaimed. "I swear to treat the weak with kindness," the knights behind her shouted in unison. "I swear to bravely resist violence. I swear to fight against all wrong and injustice. I swear to fight for the people with my sword. I swear not to harm children or infants. I swear to help my knightly brothers. I swear to be honest and trustworthy. I swear to abide by the fundamental laws and folk traditions. I swear to be ashamed of ignorance, ashamed of laziness, ashamed of extravagance and debauchery." Daenerys recited each swearing, and her knights echoed her vows. The scene was simple yet sacred, the atmosphere solemn and dignified. The surrounding soldiers silently witnessed this, filled with awe, worship, and boundless longing. However, Daenerys' newly invented knightly declaration was a bit, well, too much personal bias. By the end, it almost sounded like shouting 8 honors and 8 shames. Well, the 8 honors and 8 shames were undoubtedly more progressive than the actual knightly declaration. The knights of Westeros disregarded law and order, each one ignorant, uneducated, extravagant, and greedy. It was time for them to be baptized by the advanced ideas of the Celestial Empire. Daenerys recited the final oath in a loud voice to conclude, "Faced with a powerful enemy, we will be fearless, resolute, loyal, upright, and unyielding to the death, protecting the weak and upholding the laws of nature." As a feudal night king, she certainly couldn't let her men forget loyalty and courage. If she didn't promote loyalty, would she encourage the knights to rebel? And now, with the war raging, bravery was even more crucial. After the investiture ceremony, Daenerys stood up and looked around, finding that the soldiers' morale and spirit were much higher than before. Clearly, they had seen the glory and felt the tangible benefits of military merit. The army's morale was high. Daenerys sighed, then ordered the laborers to prepare food and drink. After a great victory and the investiture of so many knights, a celebration was in order. After arranging the afternoon celebrations, Daenerys summoned all the newly recruited knights to clean up the battlefield. The Unsullied led the laborers in clearing the battlefield, and Grey Worm was the first to report the results. "Your Majesty, we have 127 dead knights and another 206 wounded, unable to immediately join the next battle." Daenerys frowned. Even with such a superior position, casualties exceeded 10%. That was a significant loss. As an aside, during the Red Wedding, when the Frey family, approximately 2,000 to 3,000 men, and the Boltons, approximately 3,000 infantry, combined to ambush Robb's 4,000 elite infantry and cavalry, the Freys only lost 50-odd men, about 10 of whom were killed by Robb's direwolves, Grey Wind. In the Game of Thrones TV series, Grey Wind died a pitiful and ignominious death in the cage. In the A Song of Ice and Fire books, Grey Wind was released by Leonard Westerling and went on a killing spree, dying a heroic death. Leonard Westerling was Robb's brother-in-law, Jenny's older brother in The Rock, and Lady Sybil's eldest son. Poor Sybil, she never told her children about her collusion with Tywin, making her arguably the biggest spy in A Song of Ice and Fire. She even made a pact with Tywin to find Leonard a Lannister wife. As a result, the traitor's mother and the loyal son, Leonard, committed suicide by jumping into the river during the Red Wedding that very night. He was outnumbered and refused to surrender to the Frey family, who violated the rights of the guests. His loyalty was unparalleled. As an aside, Robb's direwolf was far more sensitive to danger than Daenerys' dragon. It repeatedly bayed and howled at Sybil and her brother in front of Robb, trying to warn its master, yet it showed great affection for Sybil's son, Leonard. "How come so many people died?" Daenerys asked Barristan. She, along with the Little Green and 500 knights, only lost a little over 20 men clearing the stubborn strongholds. Whitebird, leading the main force, should have been unstoppable, charging through the open camp, which had already been completely trampled by the horses. "We didn't lose many men in the southern camp, but we encountered considerable resistance when we switched horses to sweep through the northern camp," the old general sighed. Dany nodded, saying nothing more. The Jith slave owners naturally placed their mercenary group at the forefront of the camp. After observing the enemy camp through Black Dragon, Dany precisely cut off the Jith Alliance camp in half. The north side consisted mostly of merchants and slave soldiers, posing less of a threat, and could be left aside for now. The mercenary group, however, was entirely in the south, and she wiped them out in one fell swoop. After Whitebird's 2,000 cavalry swept through the mercenary camp several times, they switched to a group of energetic riders and swept northwards. The loss of a few hundred men and the capture of tens of thousands of slaves and merchants was entirely worthwhile. Chapter 132 The Girl Holding the Torch. How many people escaped? Dany asked Barristan. 6 great lords and wise lords fled, including the allied commander-in-chief, Grazdon. 90% of the Jith soldiers in their yellow cloaks also escaped. Merchants and prostitutes initially fled, crying out, "But I told them you wouldn't harm the innocent, so they stayed." He frowned, a wry smile on his face. Actually, they couldn't have escaped even if they wanted to. The slave owners and Jith soldiers had fast horses, but the merchants had heavy sacks of radiant coins to carry, and the prostitutes had no horses and didn't know how to ride. The slave warriors can stay, Dany nodded. Not only slave warriors, but also several times more laborers. They were all slaves, Barristan said. That's even better. Then, she looked at Grey Worm and asked, "What are the casualties of the Unsullied and the Free Guard?" The Unsullied and the archers were lucky. They suffered no casualties and retained all their fighting strength. 8 laborers died and 17 more wounded while cleaning up the battlefield. 3 others were whipped 10 times by the Unsullied enforcement team for forcing prostitutes into sexual relations. After a moment of contemplation, Dany sighed. Grey Worm later arranged for the Unsullied to give each cavalryman a reward of 10 gold coins, each archer and Unsullied 40 silver coins, and each laborer 2 silver coins. Then, gritting her teeth, she said in a deep voice, "Tell those merchants to bring all the prostitutes over, but they are not allowed to enter the White Poplar Slope camp. Yes, sir. Avanti, have you stopped all the war horses? Dany then asked the old centaur. Avanti was a centaur laborer who led a group of old centaurs and centaurs to set up a barrier to stop the horses behind White Poplar Slope. Kalish, there are a total of 20,000 war horses, 30,000 pack horses, 20,000 cattle, 35,000 sheep, and 900 large fat pigs. The horses follow the herd, so I estimate not many strayed, but the pigs like to venture into the forest, and I don't know how many of them have become wild boars, Afanti said. Can the laborers take the meat from the dead livestock in the camp and preserve it? Dany asked a militia captain. Your Majesty, you have already made arrangements. We've been cleaning up the carcasses and killing and preserving the meat almost simultaneously, so it probably won't rot, but... The middle-aged black man from the Summer Islands stammered at the end. Captain Taco, but what? Dany asked, frowning. Your Majesty, some of the corpses were trampled, and we can't tell if it's human flesh or pig meat, the large black man Taco said awkwardly. Human hair is soft, pig hair is coarse, and you can't even tell the difference? Red-haired Lyra retorted. Some men, some parts of their bodies, have very coarse hair, Taco said, unconvinced. Ahem. Dany waved her hand, repeating, throw them away. Throw away anything you can't tell the difference. Aren't the corpses supposed to be burned? Taco asked, puzzled. Burn them, burn them. Dany nodded, then asked, how many cattle and horses did the Northern Revenue pay? 8,000 war horses, 15,000 pack horses, and countless oxen, pigs, and sheep for pulling carts. However, many belong to merchants. Should we rob them? Well, our code stipulates that property acquired through legitimate means is sacred and inviolable, not even by the king. We don't need to concern ourselves with the prostitutes' carriages, ox carts, or the pigs and sheep for food, but we must confiscate half of the property of merchants who provide food for slave owners. Then we'll use the confiscated gold and silver to buy back the remaining half of their livestock. Dany sneered. After thinking for a moment, she added, oh, and tell them not to inflate prices. Forget it. Let's just cut prices to the current levels in Astapor. Then Daenerys issued instructions regarding captured supplies and disease prevention. After the officers went to carry out the orders, she pondered and said, our losses in this battle were minimal, we can continue. This time, it's our turn to attack the slave owners' cities. Your Majesty, you intend to take Kelwyn? The newly recruited Knight Jon immediately recalled her earlier words, to prevent the slave owners from ever hiring mercenary groups again. How many troops would we need to take Kelwyn now? She asked. Jon Snow immediately replied, Kelwyn's main business is the training and sale of sex slaves. It doesn't have much military strength to begin with. Now that the Gese army has been completely wiped out by His Majesty, Kelwyn is practically a ghost town. With the morale of His Majesty's army and the help of the dragons, as long as 2,000 cavalry can quickly reach Kelwyn, taking it should be easy. The key is that controlling Kelwyn will tie up a lot of manpower. Not only will we be unable to attack Meereen, but if the stalemate continues, the 600-kilometer coastline from Astapor to Kelwyn will become a huge burden for us. Barristan frowned. HMPH, the next step is to develop the navy. I want to make Slavers Bay my bathtub. Daenerys said confidently. A navy is a high-tech branch of the military, and it's difficult to build up in a short time unless His Majesty's dragons can routinely patrol the mouth of Slavers Bay, the White Knight said. If it develops for another year or two, we could try, Daenerys said hesitantly. In any case, taking Kelwyn and Meereen sooner is more advantageous for us. At least we can kill all the slave owners and empty the two cities of their wealth, Scarface Simon said viciously. Shall we rest tonight and head to Keelam tomorrow? Dany asked Barristan with a questioning look. She could propose strategic objectives, but the actual command of the battle would have to be handled by experienced veterans. I'll make the arrangements, Whitebird said slowly. You haven't slept all night, go and rest for a while, Dany said softly. What about you, Your Majesty? I'm young, staying up all night won't bother me much? All right. The old man smiled wearily. He couldn't help but think of himself 40 years ago, when he often stayed up all night discussing tactics with his comrades during the battle against ferocious Marias at the Stone Steps Archipelago. After the meeting, Dany, surrounded by Bivas and the Blood Guard, went to the wilderness to attend the funeral of a soldier. The climate in Slavers Bay was hot, and the bodies couldn't be left for long. More than 200 crematoriums were arranged neatly, and in front of each crematorium stood an armored cavalryman, who held a blue banner with black wings. This is the Liberty Wings banner of the Mother of Dragons Guard. Against a blue sky, like Queen Daenerys' black dragon, it dances freely with black wings. As for why it's not little green or little white, well, they're relatively small, far less imposing than Big Black, and far less intelligent. Big Black has the aura of a major boss. Surrounded by over 10,000 idle soldiers, Daenerys rode her yellow horse past each crematorium, clearly seeing the face of each fallen warrior. The soldiers' appearances had been cleaned and mended, their iron armor had been removed, and they wore oversized t-shirts with a black dragon image printed on the chest over their leather armor. Don't doubt it, the people of Slavers Bay were already wearing short-sleeved shirts before Daenerys arrived. Daenerys had simply modernized the style. After circling the crematoriums, she called out, "Farewell to our fallen comrades." The knights carrying the Liberty Wings banner stepped forward, planted the flagpole in the arm of the fallen soldier, and the soldier grasped the flagpole with his right hand. Even in the land of the dead, you will still be warriors of freedom, soldiers under my command, heroes who brought freedom and a better future to countless slaves. Daenerys declared loudly, surveying the crowd. The midday sun blazed across the fields, casting its rays in heat. The soldiers watched solemnly as the queen personally lit the crematoriums with torches. Daenerys didn't wait for the flames to die down, the temperature was unlikely to drop before evening. The cremation ceremony was complete, and the remaining work was to be done by the laborers. They would place the ashes of the fallen soldiers into urns. Upon returning to Astapor, those urns, labeled with names and numbers, would be given to their families along with compensation payments. If there were no relatives, the ashes would be placed at the bottom of Daenerys' great pyramid of supplies. Next came the part Daenerys knew best, the liberation of the slaves. She had done it countless times before, how to boost morale with slogans, how to make slaves both revere her like a goddess and be grateful to her like a second mother. Back in the present, she'd probably become a major MLM leader in the US, no, the correct term would be presidential competitor. With shouts of "I want freedom. Long live the Mother of Dragons," one slave after another had their collars and chains broken and thrown to the ground. One slave after another disappeared, and one new free citizen after another appeared. More than 70,000 new free citizens stretched out their arms to Queen Daenerys, chanting "Misha, Misha" with frenzied expressions. Daenerys galloped on her horse, nimbly weaving through the jungle of arms. She spread her arms, slightly leaning on her horse's back, her hands sweeping across the sea of white, brown, black, and amber-skinned arms, creating surging waves. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, 3 brightly colored dragons circled and danced above her head, their roars echoing that tsunami-like chants of Misha. Well, in fact, Daenerys was in her dragon spirit form the entire time. The black dragon kept a close watch on her within a 10-meter radius, seeing every single movement. If an assassin were to try and kill her, frankly, even if an assassin disguised as a slave did, Daenerys wouldn't be afraid, her thick armor was virtually flawless. If something unpredictable happened, the black dragon would descend from the sky in a second or two, pick her up with its claws, and carry her away. Daenerys had ignited the passion of the newly freed people on the scene to its peak. When she shouted, "I need warriors, warriors to fight for me, to fight for freedom, to fight against the slave owners." Countless people raised their arms and shouted, "To die for the Mother of Dragons." Watching countless experienced warriors line up to register at the recruitment point, Daenerys proudly said to John Bolton, "Now you know where my soldiers are, right? Where there are slave owners, there are slaves. No slave doesn't yearn for freedom, and I am the symbol of freedom. Your Majesty, you are the goddess of liberty of Slavers Bay," the knight exclaimed. That's a good idea." Dany tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then said, "As the Archbishop of Slavers Bay, I need to make some minor adjustments to the 7 gods doctrine of Slavers Bay. The innocence and purity of maiden is a good meaning, but it seems a bit narrow. I've decided that maiden in the 7 gods of Slavers Bay will represent purity and freedom. The blacksmith has a hammer, the warrior has a sword, the father has scales, and the maiden should hold a torch, illuminating the path to freedom for those who enter Slavers Bay." "Great, great." Red-haired Lyra clapped her hands and laughed. The meaning of maiden before was indeed a bit thin. Now, with His Majesty's modification, it has become more sublime and sacred, and it is also particularly in line with the current social environment of Slavers Bay. We can carve a maiden statue in His Majesty's image, and His Majesty will be made and descended to earth," the bearded Bruce flattered. "Ha ha ha," Dany waved her hand, chuckling, "it's too early to talk about that now. Our immediate goal is to capture Caden." "Too early doesn't mean never, that shameless fellow." "Why?" As they were talking, a pig-like howl suddenly came from not far away. Dany turned her head and saw, at the outer edge of the long conscription line, her armored guards forcefully shoving a richly dressed fat man, sending him stumbling and landing hard on his backside in the mud. The fat man struggled to his feet, wailing, "I want to see the Dragon Queen. I'm not a slave owner. I want to see the Dragon Queen." Chapter 133 Dany's Business Policy. "Are you a merchant transporting provisions for the Githyan Alliance?" Dany, perched high on her large yellow horse, peered through the gaps in her visor at the white-skinned, plump man with upright black hair below. "Although you are Githyan, I haven't treated you merchants the way I treated the wise lord. The punishment of half your wealth isn't my invention. There have been many precedents for this in city-state wars." Dany wasn't wrong. In city-state wars, if one side wins a Pyrrhic victory, they often extract some, or even all, of their wealth from captured merchants to compensate for their losses. After all, war profits are enormous. Two city-states might fight to the death, but the big merchants of a third-party city-state would ultimately benefit. For example, this time, the wealth Dany seized from the Githyan slave owners was less than a third of what she collected from the merchants. Over the 600-kilometer journey, the Githyan allied army had spent most of their gold coins on the merchants behind them. "Your Majesty, I am not a Gith." "With that hairstyle and wearing a toga robe, you still say you're not a Gith?" Dany scoffed. "Don't be afraid, I'm not targeting the Gith. In fact, most Gith in Astapor are living better lives than before." This was pure boasting. The Gith who had been enslaved due to bankruptcy were now free, receiving dozens of acres of land and large interest-free loans from Dany, so their lives were certainly better than before. But the Gith who were originally enslaved were still a minority. Without the privileges of high-class citizens, those Gith master craftsmen who possessed superb skills even wanted to leave Astapor. "Your Majesty, with such fair skin, how could I possibly be a pure-blooded Gith? I dress like this only to gain more respect from the Gith slave owners, you see." He untied the cloth band from his forehead, revealing a green striped tattoo on his left forehead. Dany's expression turned strange as she sized up the fat man. He had a black unicorn hairstyle, a round, chubby face with a humble smile, and squinty, black eyes that gleamed with a wary light. His nose was small, but his lips were unusually full, like two sausages hanging from his mouth. He wasn't tall, about 1.65 meters, a little shorter than Dany, but his body was very robust, not just simply fat, but a sturdy kind of fat, like the eunuch Beworth. "You were also a slave before, from a trading city-state?" Slaves in free trading cities would have different types of tattoos on their faces depending on their profession. For example, slave warriors would have tattoos of ferocious beasts like tigers, lions, and scorpions, while hotel waiters would have tattoos of gentle small animals or objects, such as turtles, grass, kettles, or wheels. However, prostitutes were generally more uniform, with only a teardrop mark on their eyebrows, so as not to affect their appearance. Slaves in Slave Bay generally do not have tattoos on their faces, mainly because Slave Bay is a slave processing factory, and the products are to be exported. Perhaps slave owners in other city-states who buy slaves do not like the tattoos that come with the factory. The chubby man with sausage lips grinned and said, "Your Majesty, I come from Volantis. My name is Fat Dasim. I was formerly a sergeant major in the Tigerhead Army. Because of my repeated merits in battle, I gradually gained some fame in Volantis. I was lucky enough that a grain merchant, whose daughter was too fat and ugly to marry, bought me, a handsome and brave man, to be his son-in-law. After my father-in-law died, I inherited his business. Your liberation of slaves has caused quite a stir in Slave Bay. The major slave owners in Meereen and Caden are spending money like crazy, hiring mercenary groups all over the world. As for me, I also wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a fortune. I took 400 carts of sesame oil and followed the second sons across the Dothraki Sea to Meereen and Slave Bay. After selling the sesame oil to the slave owners, I bought up a large amount of grain and livestock. Hey, and that's how I ended up here. You wouldn't have secretly gotten someone's daughter pregnant, and then your father-in-law had no choice but to buy you as a son-in-law, would he?" Dany asked suspiciously. "Your Majesty, Why do you think so? The fat man asked in astonishment. Haven't you ever looked in a mirror? Or is it that the Valentines have a custom of hanging sausages on their lips as decoration? Dany said with a smile. Your Majesty, you don't understand. The chubby man, realizing what was happening, touched his thick lips and said smugly, men with thick lips look honest. My father-in-law has worried himself sick over his daughter's future, and I haven't let him down. Although I've kept 7 or 8 mistresses and fathered 15 illegitimate children, Daelin has always been my wife, and her children will inherit my fortune without a doubt. Dany's face turned cold, and she said, perhaps I should kill you and let your wife and children inherit your fortune immediately. Your dead father-in-law would be more at ease then. Your Majesty, what you're saying is unreasonable. The scumbag chubby man wasn't afraid of her at all. Hearing Dany's murderous threat, he not only didn't beg for mercy but also shamelessly said, you don't know how ugly my wife is. I don't even need to look in the mirror when I wake up every morning. Seeing her is like seeing myself in the mirror. Had he? Dany couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that he had amused Daenerys, the fat man put on a pitiful expression and said, being with someone so ugly, only 2 kinds of people wouldn't have a lover, a poor wretch and someone who's impotent. And I just happen to be. Alright, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Daenerys waved her hand, interrupting the smooth-talking fellow's lewd joke, and asked directly, what do you want with me? Your Majesty, you took half of my pack horses, and then forcibly bought the other half, but you're not interested in the wagons or the grain on them. The fat man's chubby face scrunched up like a bun, and he complained repeatedly, even the slave laborers have been taken away by you. So much grain is piled up in the wilderness, how am I supposed to transport it? Oh, sorry, that was something I didn't consider. Daenerys said awkwardly. The fat man, was stunned. The mother of dragons said sorry to me? So readily apologizing to a small merchant like me? For some reason, an impulse rose in his heart, and he shouted, long live the queen. Go and liberate Volantis. So, I'll buy all your grain at the market price in a staple, she said. Long live the mother of dragons. Fat replied woodenly, Your Majesty, the market price in a staple is even lower than the price I pay in Cayden City, less than 1/50th of what I sell to the Githalians. Selling it like that will bankrupt me. His words weren't an exaggeration. Transporting grain over thousands of miles, with the cost of feeding the people and horses, plus the grain lost during transport, would increase the cost at least tenfold. Meanwhile, Estapel had 2 consecutive quarters of bumper harvests, and apart from Daenerys and the brewery, no one was buying the grain, driving the market price extremely low. Even though Daenerys used macroeconomic control measures, significantly increasing government grain reserves, to avoid harming the farmers' interests, the price was only half of what it was before Daenerys' arrival in Estapel. Because the granaries in the pyramids and villages were overflowing with grain, Daenerys had no interest in the merchants' grain. Then what do you want? Daenerys asked. I just want to break even. You think you can break even after losing the war? Daenerys sneered. The fat man gritted his teeth, seemingly making a difficult decision that would cost him half his life. Then losing a little less is acceptable. Dany was about to make another sarcastic remark when a sudden inspiration struck her. She smiled and said, Fart, are all the merchants going to lose everything? Not really. Those madams who keep a bunch of prostitutes are making a killing. Tonight, they're going to make another killing off your soldiers. Right now, those whores are itching for a big goose chase, the fat merchant said sourly. Dany thought for a moment and said to one of the Unsullied, inform those prostitutes that the Mother of Dragons has granted them their freedom. They can give up their profession of selling smiles and become free citizens of Astapor. Ha, Your Majesty, why would those little wench give up their luxurious and decadent lives to become peasants and textile workers in Astapor? The fat man, chuckled. Dany glanced at the fat man and continued speaking to the Unsullied, ask those women if they want husbands. If they do, I can help them find good families. They all want to marry big merchants and tycoons. Being a rich man's mistress is better than marrying a soldier, the fat man sneered. You'd better worry about yourself first, Dany said coldly. Oh, Your Majesty, you must help me, the fat man immediately pleaded, stammering. Alright, I'll still buy your goods at the Astapor market price, and then compare that with the price you sold them to the Jith slave traders. I, as the queen, will personally make up the difference for you. The fat man's eyes bulged almost like 2 large eggs as he stammered, Your Majesty, are you crazy? Dany glared at him and said, The price difference won't be given to you in the form of radiant coins. You can buy goods in Astapor, and no matter what you buy or the price, I will return 40% of the amount spent. The accumulated rebate amount will not exceed the total price difference of the grain. Of course, you don't need to use up the total rebate amount at once. You can register your name and trading company at customs, and the rebate amount will be recorded in your name, valid whenever you come to Astapor again. The fat man, fat, was initially a little confused, but gradually, his bulging eyes became brighter and brighter, and his gaze towards Dany was full of naked reverence. Your Majesty, I am now certain, you are the true king. He spoke solemnly, slowly saying, wisdom, courage, benevolence, justice, the perfect Night King. Furthermore, you possess extraordinary insight into governing the country and developing commerce. In recorded human history, I have never found a more perfect king than you. The world will surely be changed because of you, and the greatest abscess in human history, slavery, may truly have reached its end. Oh dear, I misjudged him. Although the merchant fat is obese, lecherous, and greedy, his insight is remarkably high. A fair complexion hides 100 flaws. Dany actually found the fat man less glaring. But the fat man immediately became lewd and obsequious, pleading with tears in his eyes, Your Majesty, since you're so kind, why not go all the way and just replenish my gold coins? How about an 80% discount? Or 70%? I can't go bankrupt, my whole family will die. What? What do you mean? How does going bankrupt mean my whole family will die? Dany asked, annoyed. Her right hand involuntarily rested on the hilt of her sword. If the fat man uttered another unpleasant word, she would immediately slash his fat face with her sword. Your Majesty, your policies are good, but what goods are worth buying in Astapor? Surely not the unsullied, the fat man said with a bitter face. Hell, your impression of Astapor is still stuck 6 months ago. Don't say anything more, just go and see for yourself. Wait. Just then, Dany's expression suddenly changed, and she said to the fat man, I have urgent business to attend to and must leave immediately. If you have any questions, go to Astapor and talk to my scribe. What is it? The fat man asked, puzzled. Telling you won't hurt, the Jith Navy has entered the Worm River. Dany turned and said calmly, then spurred her horse and galloped quickly towards White Poplar Slope. Chapter 134 Coastal Defense. As Blackie flew back to Whitehill from Astapor, Jorah Mormont's Raven arrived almost simultaneously. This anti-Mother of Dragons alliance wasn't just an attack from the land. In fact, there were multiple land forces. One army, consisting of 5,000 mercenaries, 30,000 slave soldiers, and 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, assembled in Caen and marched south along the main road to attack Astapor. Another army, comprising over 20 longships and 70 or 80 seagoing vessels from the 4 cities of Caen, Meereen, Nujith, and even Karth, entered the waters off Astapor. A third army, the Jith Iron Legion Assault Force, marched north. After wiping out the Second Sons in the morning, Daenerys sent Blackie back to Astapor alone to monitor the enemy fleet within a radius of several dozen kilometers from an altitude of 5,000 meters. Barristan speculated that the Jithian army and the naval fleet had been communicating via ravens. Perhaps the enemy planned to launch a simultaneous land and sea attack this afternoon, following Dany's plan. He also suspected the Jithian Iron Legion north of the Worm River would advance north to destroy the industrial and agricultural production system Dany had painstakingly built. The Northern Army has suffered a complete defeat. I thought they would retreat. Did the slave owners lose the ravens during their escape? Did the Naval Alliance receive any notification? Barristan rested for over 2 hours in his armor before returning to work. Perhaps they installed dragon-slaying crossbows on the ships. They've gotten bold and want to try their hand at dragon-slaying? Dany sneered. During the clearing of the Jithian camp, the militia discovered the wreckage of hundreds of heavy crossbows. Most were trampled by horses along with other military supplies, but dozens remained intact in the northern camp. The crossbows were made of Summer Isle golden silk wood as thick as an adult's wrist, with 2-meter-long bows, 9 strands of refined steel wire wound into bowstring as thick as a little finger, and 2 strong men using pulleys to wind the bolts. The arrows were 3-meter long, thumb-thick steel spears with triangular spikes and a string of dark red flame runes, magical runes added by red-robed priests and fire sorcerers. Dany tested them herself. She had little white and little green breathe fire at the bolts. The steel at the tails quickly turned red and slowly softened, but the rune-covered arrowheads remained bright red without melting. It was unclear whether the runes were truly effective or if the blacksmiths in Khal had used special steel. The 2,000 steel bolts alone cost over 20,000 gold dragons, and with the expensive gold and silkwood crossbows, the Jithian allied forces had spent at least 100,000 gold dragons on dragon-shooting crossbows. The newly joined Rose Order also revealed that the Jithians had ordered over 500 dragon-shooting crossbows from Khal. It was conceivable that enemy warships were also equipped with similar crossbows. However, after inspecting the bows, Beristan stated that Khal wouldn't be building true dragon-shooting crossbows. These crossbows were modified from siege crossbows, and their flexibility and lethality were 80% inferior to the dragon-shooting crossbows researched by the Meisters. All steel bolts are too heavy and don't fly very high. As long as the dragon is more than 50 meters away from these crossbows, it's safe. But Balerian's Dragonfire has a direct kill radius of over 80 meters, he told Daenerys. Daenerys inwardly scoffed. What were the Targaryens thinking? Cooperating with the Meisters to research the kill radius of dragons? Did they expect Balerion to cooperate with the Meisters to develop a crossbow that could kill them? The old man seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said quietly, knowing the limits of your dragon is the best way to protect yourself and your dragon. That makes sense. I'll be careful. Daenerys nodded and ordered the militia to prepare firewood to burn the bodies of the fallen mercenaries and Jithians. Unlike their own side, which only lost 200 or so cavalrymen, the Jithian army left behind at least 12,000 corpses, a difficult task that took until around 2 in the afternoon to barely complete. Gathering firewood to burn over 10,000 corpses was another massive undertaking, estimated to be ready by noon tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Remember to have the militia dig latrines for the newly joined slaves, and sprinkle a layer of lime powder on the Jithian army camp, Dany instructed Beristan as she climbed onto Big Black. Beristan was a seasoned veteran, but military hygiene was something no one had ever cared about in the tens of thousands of years since civilization began. Half a year ago, upon seeing the Unsullied defecating outside their tents, Dany quickly formulated military camp hygiene regulations. For example, everyone must wash their face and hands before meals, using sand if water was unavailable. Also, a trench must be dug around the camp, and everyone must relieve themselves there. Even if generals couldn't urinate with their soldiers, they had to put it in a wooden bucket, which was then carried by an attendant and poured into the trench. For example, after a battle, corpses were immediately cleaned up and burned, and a thin layer of lime powder was sprinkled on the battlefield and camp. The soldiers' tents were also disinfected with steamed vinegar every few days. Let's go! Daenerys shouted to Little White and Little Green. The 3 dragons flapped their wings and leaped into the sky with a powerful burst of energy. The forceful flapping of their broad, fleshy wings kicked up bits of grass and dust, causing John Bolton to instinctively shield his eyes from the sunlight. The dark backs and crimson wing bones of the black dragons reflected metallic glints in the sun. As he carried Daenerys higher and higher, the knight asked worriedly, "Is it all right for your majesty to return alone?" Beristan replied calmly, "Don't worry, Astapor still has a king's guard, over 3,000 Unsullied, 5,000 Dragon Mother's Guard, and 10,000 militia. Let's go and select the new free guards from the registered slave warriors." The 20-kilometer distance was covered in just a quarter of an hour by the 3 dragons. From afar, Daenerys, through her dragon spirit form, could see the Jit fleet stretching 4 or 5 nautical miles. Brown, tan, and white sails resembled roses blooming on the azure sea, together forming what seemed like a flowerbed semi-encircling the city of Astapor. She returned just in time for the battle to begin. Bang! 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 The ballistae and catapults on the Astapor city walls roared. The Astapor defenders were positioned higher, and their siege catapults were larger, more powerful, and had a longer range than those on the ships. So they first attacked the ships that were struggling to form an attack formation. Thick, gleaming crossbow bolts and smoldering oil canisters ripped through the sky, most splashing only on the sea. A few struck their targets, leaving holes in enemy decks or igniting flames on massive sails. Dany even saw Jorah in his white robes shouting orders, the wings of Liberty banners fluttering in the sea breeze along the city walls, and shirtless, muscular soldiers cranking winches to reload the catapults. She also saw G's sailors nimbly scaling the ropes to the burning sails, dumping sand from their backpacks onto the fire. Then 4 or 5 2-meter-long crossbow bolts flew in. Unfortunately, one pierced the skinny sailor's abdomen like a piece of lamb on a skewer. The thick, wooden shaft carrying the howling, flailing sailor 7 or 8 meters further before finally embedding itself below the bridge railing. The crossbow bolts were still buzzing and vibrating, the sailor was still groaning, but no one paid him any attention. The second mate loudly urged the second firefighter to climb the mast, and the captain on the bridge only glanced down at the hanging corpses before cursing and ordering the catapults on the bow and stern decks to retaliate. As the warships adjusted their course, the dock area of Astapor was now within their attack range. The dragons are back, the dragon mother's guard on the city walls shouted. Both sides looked up. The 3 dragons circling and flying high in the sky were only the size of falcons, and with a strong sunlight, most people wouldn't even notice them. But the people of Astapor were too familiar with the 3 dragons. They had seen similar scenes countless times in the past 6 months. At first, there were only a few people, but gradually, nearly 20,000 soldiers throughout the city shouted in unison, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Dragon Mother!" The enemy ships on the sea heard the shouts, and after observing for a while through binoculars, they immediately spotted the 3 dragons circling in the sun. Woo woo woo, the deep sound of horns slowly spread across the sea, and almost all the ships began to lower their sails. Warships that weren't yet in position extended long oars from their sides, and with a thump 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 of drums, hundreds of naked sailors shouted yo ho ho ho, as they vigorously propelled the oars. The ships moved with a creaking sound, obeying their captain's commands. The oarsmen weren't dressed, and most wore leather slave collars. "They've got some nerve, chasing us all the way to the Worm River Delta," Danny sneered, watching the long ships lingering in the river. The Geese allied forces had 2 types of ships. One was slower but larger, equipped with several, even dozens, of catapults on its deck, rows of powerful ballistae on its sides, and a sturdy ram at the bow. These ships were primarily used to gain control of the sea. Another type of warship was a long, narrow, low-slung vessel. When the oarsmen rowed at full power, the speed could briefly reach 25 knots. The oarsmen were also elite warriors skilled in naval combat. In boarding maneuvers and pursuit battles, these long ships were as sharp as scalpels. Blackbeard Glory's dozen or so ships were completely unable to fight the enemy, so they entered the Worm River a few days earlier and hid in the Delta Plain harbor in the middle of the river, where dozens of merchant ships were also stranded. Illyrio's 100-meter-long Sea Durian was capsized on the beach. Well, a large sailing ship couldn't be used as a warship, so Glory's flagship at this time was Euron's Tranquility. Of course, it had long since stopped being called the Tranquility and was renamed the Viserys. All to commemorate Daenerys' unfortunate second brother. Mainly, Blackbeard Glory wanted to call it the Aegon, and Daenerys felt that someone as awesome as Aegon deserved better treatment. As the ruler of the Gulf city-states, she would undoubtedly build a massive fleet and construct even more powerful warships in the future. The Aegon could wait, let the dead Viserys take its place for now. However, the Viserys was truly unlucky. Ever since it was named, it had been constantly harassed and besieged by the jet warships, never daring to leave the dragon site. Now, it had been forced into the freshwater river, unable even to leave the harbor. Boom! Daenerys leaped off the black neck, her iron boots leaving 2 shallow footprints on the red brick wall. "Prepare incendiary bombs for my dragon," she said to the approaching militia captain. "Your Majesty, please wait at the pyramids, it's too dangerous here," Jorah Mormont advised. Boom! Before the words were finished, a blazing incendiary pack slammed against the base of the wall, the flames crackling and popping against the bricks, the acrid black smoke stinging Daenerys' eyes. "Pitch!" She peered down from the parapet, seeing burning cloth clinging to the wall, a clump of it billowing, thick black smoke casting a black line across it. "It's refined petroleum tar," Jorah said. A dozen or so plumes of flame were already rising from the northern wall facing the sea. Unsullied soldiers were shouting orders to their militia to extinguish the fires, while officers brandished gleaming longswords, yelling at their men, "Load the catapults! Kill those sons of bitches of slave traders!" The battle was intensifying, far more brutal than the early morning raid. "I'll stay here and command the dragons," Daenerys smiled. "Just have 4 unsullied hold shields for me, the fire won't hurt me." Chapter 135 Strategic Bombers. Boom! Like a napalm bomb detonated, the 40-meter-long ship was instantly engulfed in a dazzling fireball. A visible ring of air, carrying a dozen or so helpless sailors, rapidly spread outwards, pushing nearby ships 3 to 5 meters away. Through a single-lens telescope, Dany could even see the warship bearing the words Grandin slowly disintegrating, countless sailors struggling and crying in the flames. Then, their bodies, still in a contorted shape, burned with a pop. Flames hissed and spat tongues of fire from the ballista windows on the lower deck, as hundreds of sailors, like lit torches, threw themselves into the sea. The sheer volume of flames caused a brief moment of silence across the battlefield, followed by a frenzied roar of 20,000 soldiers. Long live the Mother of Dragons! Dragons are invincible. Long live the Mother of Dragons! Long live Daenerys. Dragons are invincible. Dragons are invincible. Soldiers even abandoned their work, waving their arms and shouting towards the dragons circling in the sky. Their officers didn't reprimand them. Instead, they brandished their long swords and joined the cheering crowd. The jubilation seemed to encourage the green and white dragons, who, like their elder brother the Black Dragon, soared 3,000 meters into the air before folding their wings and free-falling like spears. Below them were two colossal warships. They descended 1,000 meters, constantly swaying their tails to subtly adjust their trajectory. In the dragon's eyes, a crosshair seemed to be fixed on the highest structure of the warships, the bridge. They suddenly spat small flames onto their claws, then spread their wings, their bodies tracing graceful arcs through the sky as they flew towards Daenerys on the city wall. Yet the giant incendiary bombs they dropped continued their descent at an incredible speed, whistling as they accelerated. Daenerys had the bricklayers specially craft the incendiary flasks to resemble missiles. The pointed bronze head kept the missile's center of gravity pointing downwards. Bronze is denser than clay, and the rounded body was filled with white phosphorus, kerosene, and pitch. The white phosphorus was scarce and soaked in kerosene, preventing it from contacting air. The missile's tail had fins to ensure it didn't veer off course, and a thick, long rope, tied to the dragon's claws, was attached to its rear. When the three dragons were 1,000 meters above the ground, they used dragon fire to burn through the ropes on their claws. Then the dragons flew away, and the missiles continued their free fall. A 3,000-meter-high, 80-pound incendiary bottle, its warhead cast in bronze. With a thud, the incendiary bottle crashed into the bridge. Crash! The brittle ceramic container shattered, spraying fuel and white phosphorus into the cabin. Due to the high-speed fall, friction with the air generated immense heat. The fuel and white phosphorus were extremely hot. The white phosphorus ignited upon contact with air, and then the fuel, almost instantly vaporized upon impact, was ignited. Boom! The bridge was ripped off, the hull torn apart, and buildings and people on deck burned in the exploding fireball. How terrifying! If only the fuel were replaced with wildfire. A picture flashed in her mind. Blackie had finally grown up, capable of carrying 1,000 pounds, and then he flew 10,000 meters above King's Landing, carrying a 10 times enlarged bomb in his claws. Cast in iron. Filled with the green wildfire, weighing a full 800 pounds, and then dropped it towards the Red Keep. Daenerys shuddered. Damn it, why bother with a fire-breathing dragon? Just become a bomber. Continue. Attach incendiary bombs to my dragon. Burn the slave owners. She drew her longsword and shouted the order to the soldiers. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Burn the slave owners. In the plaza behind the city wall, the three-headed dragon landed on a takeoff platform. More than a dozen militiamen pushed carts to the platform. The carts were piled with soft straw, and in the center stood a 2-meter-long, bucket-thick missile. A net was woven from hemp rope as thick as chopsticks, and the net was tied to the tail of the missile into a rope as thick as a thumb. The soldiers squatting beside the dragon tied the 7 or 8-meter-long rope to the dragon's claws. Big Black was the first to complete the throwing mission, the first to return, and the first to flap its wings again, dragging the missile slowly into the air. Because of the short gliding distance, the soldiers below had to keep up with Big Black's speed, pushing the car forward 4 or 5 meters so that Big Black could carry the missile into the sky. Watching the missile sway only slightly beneath the giant black dragon, Dany couldn't help but admire the dragon's sense of balance and stable flight once again. About 10 minutes later, whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. 3 incendiary bombs took down 3 warships. The cost of a warship started at 10,000 gold dragons, and 40,000 or 50,000 gold dragons wasn't excessive. A single incendiary bomb cost only 1 or 2 silver coins for oil, while white phosphorus was more expensive. Only a few pyromancers in the city could produce it, costing Dany 3 gold dragons per pound. Even so, the cost of a single incendiary bomb was no more than 5 gold dragons. This was a huge profit. You really think Astana has no navy, yet you're confident you can fight me at sea? I'll bankrupt you slave owners." Dany laughed triumphantly, watching the three mushroom clouds rise from the sea. However, the enemy's tenacity exceeded expectations. After 4 waves of incendiary bombs, destroying 12 of the largest warships, not a single ship retreated. The enemy fleet did not retreat. Instead, the sailors who had fallen into the sea swam one by one towards the dock. Within an hour or so, 12 ships were destroyed, and at the same time, 2,000 to 3,000 sailors who had lost their warships gathered at the dock. The city wall was 70 or 80 meters from the coastline, with a wide red brick avenue between them, as well as brick and stone buildings such as taverns, restaurants, and warehouses. The residents of the dock area had long since evacuated, but those buildings remained. The sailors who swam ashore did not attempt to attack the city wall, which was only a few dozen meters away. Instead, they dispersed and hid along the base of the wall. A black Unsullied glanced at Dany, hesitated for a moment, then approached Mormont, who was loudly ordering his soldiers to attack the enemy ships, and asked, "Commander Mormont, should we send Unsullied down to deal with those sailors?" Dany's military regulations clearly stipulated that during marches and battles, junior officers should only report to their immediate superiors and request orders. They were strictly prohibited from revealing military secrets to others of higher rank, and from obeying orders from non-direct subordinates before receiving clear instructions from their superiors. The regulations also stipulated that if a superior officer was killed in action, or if the situation was urgent and contact with the immediate superior was impossible, a non-commissioned officer could obey orders from someone of higher rank present at the scene. Of course, none of these regulations applied to the Queen. The Queen's orders were always supreme authority. Therefore, the Unsullied captain saw Dany's hesitation and was unsure whether to ask her for permission. 50 Unsullieds form a squad, 10 squads form a company, 3 companies form a battalion, and all 8,600 Unsullieds form a regiment. The regimental commander is Grey Worm, who is also an acquaintance of Daenerys's, Missandei, the brother of the scribe Missandei. Missandei was sold to Astapor along with her 3 brothers, becoming the Good Lord's scribe, while her brothers became sisters. One brother failed the trial and was killed by the Good Lord, leaving 2 brothers, Missandei and Missandei. Perhaps due to good genes, the 10-year-old Missandei was fluent in over 10 languages, a veritable prodigy. Her 2 brothers were also highly skilled in martial arts, literate, militarily proficient, and quick learners. Thus, Missandei and Missandei were elected battalion commanders by their Unsullied comrades. Daenerys wasn't angry about Missandei's choice, because a few days before leading the troops into battle, she had clearly ordered all officers. Jorah Mormont was the commander-in-chief of the Astapor Defense Forces, and he had supreme command authority during the war. "If they don't attack the city, we can ignore them," Jorah said without hesitation. "Commander, those sailors have become clever. As soon as they saw the dragon fly over their ships, they jumped into the sea. After that, almost no one on the 9 ships died. I'm afraid there will be even more people gathering later," Missandei said. "How many people can there be at most?" "A little over 100 ships, at most 40 or 50,000 crew members. But those who fell into the sea weren't armored, and most of the sailors didn't even have weapons. How can 50,000 troops without armor, horses, or siege equipment attack the city?" Jorah said dismissively. "I understand," Missandei said, suddenly realizing. At this moment, Daenerys interjected, "Sir Jorah, don't you think the enemy is a bit too aggressive? In just over an hour, more than 10% of their ships have been lost. Normally, they should scatter and flee, right?" Jorah frowned and sighed. "I really hope they're waiting for nightfall, so they can escape the dragon's pursuit. But I'm very worried that they have some hidden cards we don't know about, so I'm playing it safe, having the Unsullied hold the city and absolutely not launch an attack." Daenerys looked up to the west. The bright white sun had turned dark red. It was probably around 4 in the afternoon, and there were still 1 or 2 hours until dusk. Reloading ammunition was slow, but 3 dragons could launch 3 waves of attacks an hour, 6 waves in 2 hours, 18 ships. It didn't make sense. Even if they raised their sails and fled at full speed, how many ships could they lose? Did the Gese Navy guess that they had little melons specially equipped for sailing ships? Incendiary bombs the size of beer bottles, strung together in a row, specifically for burning sails. Each dragon can launch 4 or 5 times at a time, And because it doesn't need to dive high into the air, only a height of 200 meters is enough, its round-trip speed is much faster. Meanwhile, Growly will lead the fleet in pursuit. The Viserys is arguably the fastest ship in Slaver's Bay, serving as the carrier for the dragon fighters, providing ammunition resupply for the 3 dragons. It's possible the loss is more than just 18 ships. Huh? Dany's expression changed as her gaze swept over the Great Pyramid behind her. She quickly grabbed her binoculars and looked again. Sure enough, her dragon horn was gone. Blackie, don't launch the bomb yet. Go check the garden at the top of the pyramid. She immediately relayed the message to the black dragon in the sky. Blackie was incredibly fast. It flew to the pyramid, 500 meters away, in a single flap of its wings. With just one glance, Dany frowned. Hidden in the flower beds north of the garden at the top were 2 corpses, 2 unsullied with childlike faces, their faces upturned, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. 6 months ago, she acquired 8,600 unsullied who had completed their training, along with 5,000 unsullied trainees. 5,000 unsullied followed her to Aspen Slope, 3,600 guarded the city walls, roughly 1,000 children under 10 were excluded, half of the 4,000 trainees went to the countryside to maintain order, and 2,000 served as the guards of Astropor. During this time, her Great Pyramid was guarded by the trainee unsullied. Now, the pyramid has been infiltrated by the enemy, and her dragon horn has been stolen. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. A clear mirror hangs high. Damn it, my dragon horn has been stolen. Daenerys exclaimed, her face grim. What? Jorah Mormont was caught off guard by the sudden change of topic. My dragon horn, which I used as a rallying cry at the top of the pyramid, is gone, she repeated. The dragon horn sealed within it was the soul of a dragon, the soul of the Dragon King. The horn user could merge their will into the dragon soul, entering the dragon sea of souls with it, and using the Dragon King's power to leave their own will within the dragon soul. This was the magical principle by which the Dragonbinder controlled the dragons. Last time, Euron left his will in the consciousness seas of the young dragons, green and white. Normally, Daenerys would only need to blow the horn, attaching her will to the Dragon King's soul, to break through the dragon soul defenses again, leaving a mark of enslavement deep within their souls. But Daenerys believed that breaking through the young dragon's soul defenses twice in a short period had already caused immense damage to their souls. If she were to use the Dragon King's power to enslave them, it would inflict indelible wounds. More importantly, as a dragon spirit, she was accustomed to merging with the soul of the great black dragon. Enslaving the green and white dragons filled Dany with a sense of guilt, as if she had betrayed her own children. While she hoped that Little White and Little Green would obediently listen to their mother, she didn't want two obedient slaves who hated her. Deep down, she also believed that dragons should be free and not bound by anyone except her. She was a dragon spirit, capable of merging with dragon souls. Previously, she couldn't merge because the skill slot was occupied by the great black dragon, and the soul seas of Little Green and Little White couldn't accept her. But with the help of the dragon horn, Dany broke through the limitations and re-entered the soul seas of Little White and Little Green. Then Dany did something crazy. She pulled the great black dragon into the soul seas of Little Green and Little White, just like the night she hatched dragons in the Red Wasteland, where the 3 dragons merged with her soul. After merging, they joined forces and directly overwhelmed the Dragon King's soul, which was also in the soul seas of 2 dragons. The dragon horn could bind dragons because the Dragon King's soul was of a higher level than the souls of ordinary dragons. Indeed, none of the 3 dragons individually could defeat the Dragon King. But when the 3 combined, along with Mother Dany, the Dragon King's soul was almost shattered. Well, it truly was shattered. The magical runes inside the dragon horn detached from the horn and fell into the soul seas of the 2 dragons, where Dany picked them up. After Dany recovered, she tried the dragon horn several more times. The Dragon King's soul remained, but it could no longer break through the dragon soul space. Although it could still all living beings with the Dragon King's soul's majesty, it could no longer control the dragons. The dragon horn became just a simple horn. However, Dany didn't abandon it. When the Unsullied attacked Astropor, she used it as a war horn. After conquering Astropor, She used the horn as a rallying call for the villagers. Sigh, Dany was a country girl in her past life. When she was little, the village chief would call a meeting and bang a gong at the village entrance. Hearing the gong, villagers would come out of their homes and slowly gather at the spot where the chief was banging it. Even if the villagers at the far end of the village couldn't hear it, a neighbor would alert them. The dragon horn could almost cover the entire city of Astapor, far more powerful than the village chief's gong. The little girl who used to have a runny nose inherited the village chief's mantle and became a village chief herself, the village chief of Astapor. She also hung a gong at her own door. Dany wasn't worried at all about anyone stealing her gong. The 100-meter pyramid held countless officials and guards. 2 Unsullied stood guard in shifts on the top floor garden, while the Sunrise Palace at the bottom was always bustling, serving as a government office and court every day, with countless idle citizens coming to watch the drama unfold. When Daenerys led her army into battle, her junior scribe Missandei sat in the hand of the Queen's position, to the lower left of the Queen's chair, handling daily affairs on her behalf. Missandei was essentially the hand of the king with only judicial power. But then someone broke into the pyramids and stole her horn. Suddenly, Daenerys thought of someone, her expression changed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Damn it, it must be that bastard Euron. It's been half a year, and he still hasn't returned to Westeros." "It's very likely him," Jorah nodded in agreement. At the time, Daenerys appeared to have a stabbo surrounded by 3 gates, but in reality, several hundred centaurs were secretly ambushed at the other gate, and not a single stabbo survivor escaped. But Euron had no intention of escaping. After leaving the Great Pyramid of Gladden, he casually stayed in the inn, and Daenerys didn't bother him when she entered the city. Half a month after Daenerys took control of Astapor, the merchants trapped in the docks began to leave one after another. The enslaved sailors had been freed, becoming members of the Glory Fleet, and many merchant ships were short of sailors. Euron and his 200 mute sailors were still in high demand. Well, Euron had concealed his identity as the Pirate King of the Summer Sea, the Red Devil, and instead acted as a fallen lord of Westeros. Daenerys had at most assumed that Ravany would rob his employers along the way, then return to Westeros, or become a pirate again. She never imagined that he would dare to provoke her, Queen Daenerys. Or perhaps he had sold the secret of the dragon horn to the geese? So the geese warships refused to retreat, just to create an opportunity for the thief? After instructing Big Black to continue as a bomber, Daenerys turned around and called 2 squads, a total of 100 Unsullied. "I'll go check the pyramid. Ser Jorah, you continue commanding the battle here as planned. We're not sure who the intruders are yet." "Let me go with you," Jorah said with some worry. "Don't worry, there are 500 Unsullied in the pyramid." Daenerys found a horse, and the 100 Unsullied trotted behind her, reaching the base of the pyramid in just 10 minutes. Outside, the fighting raged, but here, several hundred citizens leisurely watched Missandei's trial. Even more absurd was the case Missandei was trying. 2 farmers were fighting over a piglet. 6 months ago, a 40-year-old Azza farmer had taken out an interest-free loan from Queen Daenerys to buy a strong boar as a breeding stock. Farmers within a 10-mile radius frequently brought their sows and heat to his farm for mating. A few months ago, his boar broke through the pen gate and escaped. When the Laza found it, the boar was on the back of a sow. That sow belonged to a young white man on the neighboring estate. No major conflict occurred at the time. After the 2 pigs calmed down, the Laza man whipped his own boar a few times, then led it home, cursing and swearing. Even though the sow on the neighboring farm had given birth to a litter of piglets 3 days earlier, the Laza farmer hadn't paid any attention. Until yesterday morning, when the Laza man's wife was weeding in the rice paddy, 2 people walked along the ridge not far away. The chest-high rice seedlings concealed the woman's figure, and the young couple walking on the ridge talked freely. The white husband proudly told his wife that he had deliberately taken advantage of the Laza farmer's absence to lead his sow near the boar pen. The strong boar couldn't resist, broke through the wooden fence, and followed the smell of piglets. Thus, he saved a piglet. Well, it costs money to mate a sow with a boar, and it's not cheap. Either you pay 100 copper coins, or after the sow gives birth, the boar owner can choose 1 piglet. This caused a commotion among the Laza farmers. Faced with the village elders' questioning, the young man vehemently denied everything, even accusing the Laza farmers of slandering his honor. More importantly, the location where the boar had ridden the sow that day was in the young man's vegetable garden, and the wooden fence of his pigsty had been damaged. The village elder, helpless, could only tell the two to go to the village chief for a solution. Dany stood on the sidelines listening for a while, thinking that these commoners were truly audacious. There were over 100,000 enemy troops outside the city, and hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides combined were fighting. Not to mention Slavers Bay, even the continent of Essos hadn't seen such a large-scale war in thousands of years. And these two, for a piglet, left their village, crossed a potential war zone, and came to the Queen's palace to litigate. Damn it, there were hundreds of Astapor citizens watching as onlookers. Even her maid, Ristolia, was watching with great interest while munching on a persimmon. However, upon seeing Doria, Daenerys breathed a sigh of relief. Doria hadn't been in the rooftop garden and hadn't met with misfortune. A citizen in a linen t-shirt glanced back and, seeing Daenerys surrounded by the Unsullied, immediately shouted excitedly, "Her Majesty the Queen has arrived! Long live the Mother of Dragons! The Queen is back! Long live Queen Daenerys!" The man was somewhat incoherent and flustered, but he also startled everyone else in the hall, who began chanting Queen and Mother of Dragons, turning the solemn officialdom into a bustling marketplace. "Quiet!" Daenerys raised her hand and shouted. Thump thump thump. The two rows of Unsullied under the Queen's wooden chair stomped their red and black lacquered clubs and shouted in unison, "Majesty, up!" Those Unsullied had all changed into dark blue robes, wore cloth hats with red dragon patterns, and carried fire and water clubs, looking exactly like Chinese government officials. Even their chests had a large Chinese character for soldier written on them. Before the acting magistrate, Missandei, lay a table with a gavel on its surface. Above the Queen's chair hung a plaque inscribed in Valyrian, "Justice above, mercy below." While the word Majesty could be shouted in Chinese, as long as it was forceful enough to intimidate the crowd, the plaque couldn't be in Chinese characters. What was the point if no one could read them? The crowd quieted down, and Missandei approached, asking suspiciously, "Your Majesty, what's going on?" The young woman was clever. She guessed that if nothing unexpected happened, even if Daenerys returned, she would ascend the pyramid directly from the outside steps. Disrupting the trial was not her style. "Someone has infiltrated the pyramid. I will temporarily seal all entrances and exits. Even if we can't find the infiltrators, we must find out how they entered the top of the pyramid," Daenerys said loudly, not hiding anything from the crowd. "Good heavens, enemies have infiltrated the top of the pyramid? Did the Unsullied guards notice? Could they be hiding among us? It must be those damned slave owners who deserve to go to hell. They're trying to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen. Are you stupid? Everyone knows Her Majesty the Queen has led an expedition. Could they be trying to steal something?" The crowd of citizens watching the court trial chattered excitedly, guessing the enemy's intentions almost perfectly. Dany waved her hand, and the Unsullied acting as clerks stomped their sticks again, drawing out the sound, "Majesty, the horn I placed at the edge of the garden has been stolen. Everyone, immediately go to the clerk to register your names and house numbers, and then you can go home. Today's court proceedings are suspended. They will resume as usual tomorrow morning," Dany said. The onlookers walked towards the clerk's desk in an orderly fashion, and soon formed two long queues. "Your Majesty, what about us?" Chapter 137 Mission, Impossible in Another World. "Your Majesty, what do we do?" The onlookers lined up to leave, leaving the two parties involved in the case standing in the center of the fence somewhat bewildered. Dany wanted to say, "You can keep arguing tomorrow," but then she thought, this case seemed simple, but it was difficult to find substantial evidence, and Missandei would probably leave it to her. So, with a whoosh, she drew her longsword from her waist and slammed it into the ground. Swoosh, the blade pierced half an inch into the mahogany floor. "You two, be honest, who's lying?" Thump. The two men immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, I didn't lie," the middle-aged farmer wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, I didn't." The young man's eyes flickered, and he stammered, "I wouldn't dare lie." Dany lowered her voice, turning her head to look at the young man, the iron gauntlet gripping the sword hilt creaking. "My Majesty, I'm guilty, I lied." Through the gap in his visor, the young man seemed to see the Queen's cold, purple eyes shining, and he instinctively felt a tangible, overwhelming royal authority assail him, instantly bursting into tears. Not to mention the young man, even the citizens still queuing nearby felt the Queen suddenly exude an aura of domineering power. They immediately shrank back, their hearts trembling, excitedly thinking, "It's here. It's here. We're seeing Her Majesty's ironclad judgment again." The young man tearfully confessed, half a year ago, I was fortunate enough to meet my current wife, Elena, at a nationwide matchmaking event arranged by Her Majesty. I love her very much, and she loves jewelry. When we got married, I bought her a silver hairpin inlaid with pearls, using up my interest-free loan. I wanted to save the money for breeding sows. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Dany released her dragon spirit form, and the giant black soul also left her soul sea. Its shining eyes dimmed instantly, and its royal majesty seemed to have vanished. According to the code, what crime should this person be sentenced to? She turned to look at Grand Justice Missandei. In her dragon spirit form, Daenerys can enter Blackwing Lair's soul sea and gain access to his 5th, 6th, and even 7th senses. Similarly, because human and dragon souls can perfectly merge, Blackwing Lair can also enter Daenerys' soul sea and gain access to her 5 senses. Previously, Daenerys could only enter Blackwing Lair's soul sea. After absorbing the spirits of the immortals in the Temple of the Immortals, Blackwing Lair seemed to undergo some kind of evolution that wasn't outwardly visible. During Euron's dragon horn incident, Daenerys first pulled Blackwing Lair into her own soul sea to relieve him of the oppression of the Dragon King's soul. Later, when she freed White Wing and Green Wing from control, she used her own soul sea as a transfer station to pull Blackwing Lair into the two dragons' spiritual space. When Blackwing Lair's soul enters Daenerys' soul sea, she is essentially blessed by the dragon's soul. Others who see her are almost as if facing a giant dragon, especially her eyes. Her centaur handmaid once said with lingering fear, I thought I saw a centaur god. Therefore, Daenerys often solves cases with uncanny accuracy, even more so than Bao Zheng, a famous judge in Chinese history. Your Majesty, Dick has committed 2 crimes, theft and breach of trust. According to the code, Dick stole Muraptu's breeding pigs, a crime considered very minor, punishable by 1 lash and the return of the pigs to their owner. The young woman spoke with difficulty, her round face contorted. 1 piglet? Yes. Dany nodded. Missandei breathed a sigh of relief and continued, breach of trust does not incur physical punishment, only compensation of 5 to 10 times the amount of the breach of contract is required. Dick must also compensate Muraptu with 5 piglets, making a total of 6. Are you satisfied with this judgment? Dany sheathed her sword and looked at the 2 parties involved. Your Majesty is just and impartial, I accept this judgment, Lazam Muraptu shouted. Your Majesty is just and impartial, I accept this punishment, the young Dick said dejectedly. Well, justice reigns supreme, and benevolence prevails. Dick, your family is facing financial difficulties not due to personal reasons. I have decided to provide you with another interest-free loan, a 10-year term, equivalent to the cost of 20 piglets, Dany said. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty, the young man shouted excitedly, his face flushed. Justice above, mercy below, long live Your Majesty, the citizens, who had been enjoying the spectacle, echoed. Wow, Your Majesty, you're amazing. Another word and the criminal obediently confessed. Doria exclaimed excitedly, her cheeks flushed. Dany was secretly pleased, but asked seriously, when did you leave the rooftop garden? Doria's smile faded, her face full of doubt. I came down after lunch. Was the dragon horn really stolen? But there are more than a dozen checkpoints along the way. How did they get up there? Let's go see. They didn't take the inner staircase. Although it was the same height, the staircases inside the pyramid weren't connected, making the journey longer. Doria followed behind Dany, climbing the stone steps while inquiring about the battle situation at the front. When she learned that Dany had swept through a 50,000-strong allied army with only 200 cavalrymen lost that morning, the maid Rhys exclaimed in surprise. Not only her, but even the Unsullied surrounding Dany were flushed, thrilled by their queen's astonishing victory. Trucking all the way, Dany stepped onto the final level. It was a spacious platform of 30 square meters, where 4 young Unsullied and a mongrel dog stood. The 4 of them and the dog guarded the entrance to the top floor palace. Woof woof woof. The moment Dany stepped onto the platform, the gray mongrel bared its teeth and lunged at her. Oh dear, Tinker Bell, what are you doing? This is Her Majesty the Queen. Don't you remember? The 10-year-old Unsullied was frantic, his face turning red, frantically tugging at the dog's leash. After taking in Unsullied trainees, Dany naturally wouldn't conduct trials that violated human boundaries anymore. A group of young Unsullied were luckier than their predecessors, managing to keep their own dogs. Woof woof woof. 4 or 5 meters away, the half-grown mongrel's leash was taut, Ignoring its owner's cries, it continued to bark at Dany. The little Unsullied said anxiously, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, Tinker Bell was so well behaved before, I don't know why it's acting like this today." Seeing the little Unsullied's eyes welling up with tears, and the spear in its other hand clattering to the stone floor, Dany waved her hand and smiled reassuringly. "Maybe Tinker Bell was frightened because I just came back from the battlefield and I'm covered in blood." Just then, two Unsullied ran out of the top palace gate, reporting loudly to Dany as they ran, "Your Majesty, you guessed right, the enemy really did infiltrate the pyramid through the outer wall. We found fresh steel claw marks at the southwest corner of the Great Steps." "Oh, I'll go take a look." Dany's expression changed, and she quickly stepped over the snarling dog and hurried towards the palace stairs. The Great Pyramid has 4 stone staircases running up and down in the east, west, south, and north, dividing the 33 square steps into 4 sections like 4 lines. The north-facing staircase is the main entrance, while the east and west sides are side entrances for servants and soldiers. The back entrance faces the arena. After Daenerys took up residence in Astapor, all the arenas were closed. The arena behind the Sunrise Palace became a sheepfold. If the 3 dragons couldn't find enough food in the wild, they could simply go down and snatch a couple of sheep to eat. The pyramid's cross-section is square, and the 4 corners are indeed blind spots, especially the southwest and southeast corners. Daenerys walked grimly to the edge of the flower bed. 2 Unsullied boys, around 13 or 14 years old, were lying on stretchers, revealing a purplish-black circular spot on the back of their necks, slightly swollen, about the size of a 5-cent coin. Upon closer inspection, a thin, fine silver needle could be seen in the center of the spot, gleaming with a pale purple, cold light in the setting sun. The weather was hot, and the 2 corpses already had a faint stench of decay. The weapon was poisoned, perhaps a blowgun, the Unsullied said. Daenerys didn't say a word, striding over the low brick flower bed and into the flower bed. The branches of the large roses snapped and broke under her gray steel boots, startling butterflies that had been gathering nectar from the pink blossoms, which flew away in the direction away from the night. The flower bed was built against a half-meter-high wall, and sure enough, on the southwest side, Daenerys found 2 sets of claw marks, totaling 6, on the red brick wall. It was easy to imagine that the lush flower bed's branches obscured the guards from the wall. If the infiltrator moved quietly enough, even if a grappling hook caught on the wall, the Unsullied wouldn't notice. Then it was simple: 2 poison darts to kill the guards, steal the horn, dump the Unsullied's corpse in the flowers, and climb down the path she had come from. That bastard Euron must have teamed up with Ajith. Daenerys cursed inwardly. A few moments later, 2 more Unsullied rushed in, carrying a cloak stained with grime, reporting, "Your Majesty, we found traces of the enemy in the western sewers of the pyramid. There should be 4 of them." The cloak, originally a deep reddish-brown, almost identical to the red bricks of Astapor, was now stained with grayish-black sewage, emitting the stench of the sewers. 4 large hooded cloaks in total, in broad daylight, 4 agile assassins, clad in camouflage red cloaks, climbing the Great Pyramid. Euron had shattered Daenerys' perception of the wisdom of the ancients of this other world. The ancients weren't stupid at all. "There must be bronze railings in the sewers, right?" she asked. "A doorway has been filed into the railings," the Unsullied replied. Dany frowned. "But at the outlets near the coast, I used the multi-pipe design, each pipe only as thick as a soup bowl." In the past 6 months, Dany had not only built a comprehensive administrative system for Astapor and launched a series of industrial and agricultural plans, but urban redevelopment was also a significant achievement. Among the urban redevelopment projects, the sewer system and urban sanitation were the 2 most important. Having seen too many movies about infiltrating through sewers in modern society, Dany personally designed a sewer system with virtually no blind spots. Besides bronze fences, many sensitive locations used multiple pipes instead of single passages. About 15 centimeters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters long, how could a normal person pass through? "Your Majesty, the enemy has breached the stone wall between 2 adjacent pipes." "Up," Dany said blankly, "such a massive undertaking, how long have they been plotting this?" "Your Majesty, we should inspect the sewers regularly from now on," the Unsullied suggested. "That makes sense, and there are the massive stone steps of the pyramids." Dora interjected, "Standing guard on the pyramid steps is too hot. Why not build flower beds on a few steps, Plant a dense patch of flowers, and if anyone climbs, they'll leave obvious marks. The patrolling soldiers below can just look up every now and then. Excellent, Doria, you've really come up with a brilliant idea today. Dany teased. Hey, the maid Rhys chuckled, blushing. Chapter 138 Dany's unrecognizable foot. Planting trees on the pyramid steps did have some scouting effect, but the roots would corrode the pyramid walls, and it was only effective during the day. From dusk till dawn, even if dense flowers revealed signs of footsteps, the guards below wouldn't see them. Conversely, the flower beds could become hiding places for enemies. So, Doria hadn't become clever, she'd come up with a terrible idea, and Daenerys had only teased her. The loss of the dragon horn only alerted Daenerys, not pained her. She quickly rallied and directed the Unsullied to lay long bamboo poles along the 32nd step, extending beyond the stone steps, with barbed fishing nets between them. Unless the nets were cut, no one could climb up from below, and patrols would regularly check for damage. After all that work, the western horizon was already a dark red. Through the darkness, Daenerys saw the remaining 70 or 80 warships slowly retreating with the rowers' efforts. Your Majesty, are you going back to the city walls to command a battle now? Doria asked worriedly as she saw Daenerys heading towards the stairs. What's wrong? Daenerys stopped and asked, puzzled, seeing the maid hesitate. Your Majesty, please rest. I think the enemy fleet is retreating, the battle is over for today, the maid advised. Daenerys sighed and said, there's still a group of sailors hiding at the dock. I plan to recruit them. Besides, although the 3 dragons inflicted heavy casualties, the enemy's more than 100 ships attacked continuously all afternoon, and our army also suffered considerable losses. We still need to visit the wounded. This. Doria said with a strange expression, Your Majesty, you should at least take a bath. Is the smell strong? Daenerys held her arm to her nose and smelled it. There was indeed a monstrous smell of blood and sweat mixed together. Her face flushed slightly. She looked around. There was a pool next to the rooftop garden where she could bathe while controlling the Great Black to chase the enemy ships. With that thought in mind, she said to the Unsullied guards, You all go and wait here. I'll take a bath and change my clothes, it'll probably take about an hour. After the Unsullied left, Daenerys went to the pool and, with Doria's help, removed her helmet, throat armor, and arm guards. To avoid obstructing her vision, her smooth, silver-gold hair was secured in a bun with hairpins. Removing the helmet, she embarrassingly discovered that her hair had clung to the purple crystal plate on the hairpin. With the throat and arm guards removed, a corner of her collar was revealed. Her white shirt was now stained a yellowish-brown with sweat, and a strong body odor wafted to Daenerys' nose, making her even more embarrassed. Doria opened her arms so Doria could use pliers to unscrew the screws on the side of the breastplate. The sudden weight relief made her exclaim, Oh, it feels like a mountain has been lifted off my shoulders. Even breathing is so much easier now. It's Her Majesty's first time in armor, she might not be used to it yet. I see Sir Mormont wearing armor every day, and he seems to enjoy it. Doria deftly removed the breastplate, freeing Daenerys' body from its pressure like opening a can. The relief made Daenerys groan, wishing she could immediately jump into the pool and swim a couple of laps. Doria, your armor-removing skills have improved. You're much faster than before, Daenerys praised. Doria stiffened almost imperceptibly. Then placed a breastplate on a nearby table, smiling as she said, My job is to serve Her Majesty. Your satisfaction means my practice has been effective. Very good, you even know how to practice, Daenerys said with a smile. A flash of cold light streaked across the calm surface of the pool. Dany, who had been staring down at the water, froze, her smile gone, and she abruptly bent over. The light was as swift as a shooting star, and she couldn't completely dodge it. Swoosh, like the sound of scissors slicing through soft silk, Dany felt a sudden chill and numbness in her back. Though shocked, her counterattack didn't falter. As she bent over to dodge, she braced herself with her hands on the ground, and her right leg, still clad in leg armor and iron boots, slammed backward. She missed. She hadn't hit anything again. Dany had no time for despair. Her eyes remained fixed on the pool, her smoky purple pupils gleaming with dark light. Almost simultaneously, as she caught a glimpse of the shadow behind her shifting to the left, she pushed off the ground with both hands. Ugh, she cried out softly. The chill in her back suddenly transformed into a raging inferno, the scorching heat spreading almost instantly throughout her body, like a fiery net binding her tightly. Dany's reason vanished, countless frantic thoughts churning in her mind. Her will was burning fiercely, but her body was almost completely paralyzed. Dany tried to roll under the table to dodge, but her movements were halted halfway through. She rolled half a circle before lying motionless on the ground. Looking at the mysteriously smiling Doria, she asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" At this moment, Dany's facial muscles were numb, her throat seemed to shrink to a thin slit, even breathing was incredibly difficult, and her few words were barely audible. After speaking, her mouth still opened and closed with the HMPH, as if struggling to say something more. Doria was a perfect replica of Doria, the hair, eyes, nose, mouth, even the blush on her cheeks, the small freckles between her nostrils, and the faint downy hair on her lower lip. If Dany hadn't been certain that Doria was a complete weakling, she would never have possessed such agility. She almost thought her maid had betrayed her. The assassin held a peculiar, nail-like dagger on her right middle finger, about 10 centimeters long, half the width of a scalpel, with a few beads of blood slowly sliding down its thin, pale blue blade. With a flick of her right hand, the blood droplets on the dagger flew into the pool. Doria, speaking in Valyrian with a distinct Lysian accent, said, "I didn't expect you could still speak. No wonder you're the mother of dragons, miraculously hatching dragons." This assassin was nothing like the killers in movies, who liked to spout nonsense to the dying. She didn't even bother answering Daenerys' questions, merely uttering a sigh before pouncing on Daenerys with the speed of a wildcat. Her right fist was extended forward, even before the attack landed. The sharp tip of her middle finger sent a shiver down Daenerys' brow. A gust of wind swept across her face, and Daenerys' mouth was still uttering incoherent syllables. Then, her eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant black light, her pupils instantly transforming into snake-like vertical pupils, not just black, but with a hint of dark red, almost identical to the vertical pupils of a black dragon. "Get lost." Finally, Daenerys uttered a single, clear word. "Valyrian." As the last syllable fell, Daenerys' mouth opened wide. An invisible yet unmistakably powerful shockwave emanated from her mouth, cone-shaped, striking Doria's face directly. Roar, silence fell, but a thunderous dragon's roar echoed within Doria's soul sea, filled with rage and chilling killing intent. Her consciousness nearly boiled over by the roar. Almost simultaneously, drops of blood seeped from Dany's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, the giant black ship, 500 meters above the sea outside the city, stiffened, tracing a slanted arc in the sky before plunging into the ocean. Boom! White water splashed everywhere, shocking tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides. Jorah Mormont cried out in terror, and the enemy ships, which had been scrambling to escape, began to slow down, seemingly finally awaiting the change they had been hoping for. Hiss, little green and little white hissed like madmen, casually tossing a bunch of great black Molotov cocktails from their claws into the sea. With a powerful flap of their wings, they shot towards the great pyramid like arrows. Splash! Doria, mid-air, crashed to the ground like a wooden stake that had lost its momentum. Clang! The dagger between Doria's fingers struck the side of Dany's right leg armor, and her head slammed into Dany's iron boot with a resounding thud. Dany saw Doria's eyes widen, filled with shock and disbelief. Clearly, although Doria couldn't move, she was fully conscious. Indeed, it was so. Doria could see Daenerys slowly moving towards her, but she instinctively felt countless ghostly hands reaching out from hell, desperately pulling at her soul, rendering her completely immobile. The ground seemed to turn into a swamp, and her body and soul slowly sank downwards, gradually sinking into hell. Swish! Daenerys finally touched the longsword on the table, but only managed to pull it halfway before realizing with shock that she was absolutely no match for the heavy sword. Hiss hiss hiss, she tried to call out towards the stairwell, but her throat muscles spasmed and atrophied, her vocal cords almost out of control, and even breathing became increasingly difficult. Sensing that the assassin was slowly struggling, like Barristan or Mormont after being struck by the dragon horn, and not completely stunned, Daenerys stopped her futile calls, laboriously raised her right foot, and brought her iron boot heel down on Doria's slightly swaying head. Thud! Blood flowed from Doria's nose. Daenerys raised her steel right foot again. Bang! Pop! Doria's eyes splattered like popped pig blisters, red and blue fluid splashing onto Dany's right leg. But she remained unmoved, raising her right foot a third time, and a fourth time. After only 7 blows, Dany collapsed to the ground. Doria's face looked like it was covered in a layer of dark red birthday cake, a bloody mess, yet she still struggled, struggling to get up, her right middle finger trembling as she raised a dagger. Hiss! The white and green dragons finally crossed the distance of over 2,000 meters and entered the sky above People's Square. Thump thump thump. A group of Unsullied rushed into the garden platform before the two dragons. It turned out that the anomaly of the black dragon falling into the sea and the white and green dragons flying madly towards the pyramid had also been seen by the Unsullied guards at the north gate of the palace on the top floor of the pyramid. After calling out "Your Majesty" a few times without receiving a response, they began to run towards the top garden. Just as they climbed the last step, the Unsullied saw their queen with her head against a table leg, one foot covered in blood. Dark red blood flowed on the stone floor, and the disfigured maid struggled to her feet, a small dagger clutched in her right hand, seemingly about to pounce on the queen. Chapter 139 Goodbye, Khaleesi. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. The squad leader, his face filled with horror, shouted the order as he rushed forward like a whirlwind. Thump! A flying kick struck the struggling maid in the stomach, sending her tumbling into the pool. Hiss! At that moment, the green and white dragons returned, circling Daenerys' head in anger and helplessness, occasionally spewing out thin flames. Your Majesty, wake up! Seeing the queen bleeding from all 7 orifices, and blue blood gushing from the long wound from her back to her left waist, the Unsullied were terrified, their hands and feet turning cold. Daenerys barely opened her eyes, her expression dazed, and said, "Fire, fire, bring the oil, pour it on me and set me on fire." Ah, lizard venom. The queen must have been poisoned by lizard venom, gone mad. The Unsullied, supporting Daenerys, cried out in horror. If she could move, she would have slapped that black eunuch warrior across the face. "Fire, I will not burn," she cried out, using almost all her remaining strength. Her throat muscles atrophied, making it nearly impossible to breathe, and Dany's face began to turn purple. The squad leader jolted awake, shouting, "Spearhead, dagger, husk, corn, you 4 help loosen Her Majesty's leg armor and iron boots. The rest of you, follow me." He then led the way, sprinting down to the lower hall. The Unsullied, though not understanding his intentions, obeyed instinctively due to their excellent military discipline. 4 Unsullied drew their daggers and deftly pried open the iron buttons on Dany's thighs. The remaining 20-odd warriors followed their leader to the lower hall. "Go get the oil. The queen needs fire to cure the poison," the squad leader roared. With that, he ripped the oil lamp holder from the wall, grabbed it, and rushed to Dany, pouring 7 or 8 pounds of oil, wick and all, onto her. After the 4 Unsullied, including Spearhead and Dagger, removed the queen's last iron boot, he quickly drew a flint from his waist and ignited Daenerys' shirt with a few quick snaps. Boom! Orange-red flames instantly spread to Daenerys' entire body. The squad leader didn't stop. He drew his dagger, smashed the nearby table and chairs, and piled wood chips and sticks on Daenerys. At this moment, more than 20 Unsullied rushed over with oil lamp holders, hesitating whether to pour oil on the queen. The squad leader, whose intelligence was always on point, immediately roared, "What are you standing there for? Can't you see the queen's hair isn't even on fire?" Oh. The Unsullied looked down. The shirt was burned to black ash and stuck to the queen's skin, but her exposed skin was still fair and delicate, radiating a vibrant glow. "Her Majesty the Queen is truly an unburnt one," one Unsullied murmured in disbelief. "Quick, notify the brothers below, tell them to quickly go to the lower kitchen and bring some firewood," the squad leader continued to shout. "Captain, lock that assassin up first," an Unsullied said, pointing to the maid struggling to her feet in the pool. "Tie her limbs tightly, and strip her naked. Also, carefully check her teeth, then put a chewing stick in her mouth," the squad leader said bitterly. An hour later, the indigo sky began to be dotted with glittering eyes of the night. Jorah Mormont, clad in iron armor, climbed the 100-meter-high Great Pyramid, panting. Seeing the crematorium made of firewood burning fiercely, he felt a chill run through him. Almost unable to breathe in terror. "His Majesty, where's His Majesty? Under the embers? I don't know." Bang bang bang, boom. Before the squad leader could finish speaking, the neatly stacked crematorium suddenly shuddered, like a fire demon struggling to crawl out of the flames. Boom, a white fist emerged from the glowing embers, followed by a series of rustling sounds. Dany, with her silver hair disheveled, sat up. Her hair, face, neck, and shoulders were covered in soot, making her look like a mischievous child who had spent the day playing marbles on the muddy ground. However, her eyes were bright, her violet pupils brimming with life and vitality. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Daenerys sat cross-legged in the fire, complaining, "The ash makes it hard to breathe, and the temperature inside isn't as high as the outer flames. It's uncomfortable to be burning like this. Sigh, it seems I'll have to build a special grill where I can lie down comfortably from now on." Jorah Mormont's mouth dropped open, his face blank, his thoughts wandering. A street teppanyaki grill magnified 100 times, the queen lying on it, being sizzled and roasted. Quickly dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Mormont asked, "Your Majesty, do you know who sent the assassin?" Needless to say, it was definitely a Jith. Daenerys rolled her eyes. Jorah Mormont looked around, and seeing that there were no outsiders present, he asked directly, "I heard that it was Doria who tried to assassinate you?" He spoke with difficulty, seemingly incredulous. Was she a King's Landing spy, or a faceless one? The last word almost exhausted all his strength, because the meaning represented by the word faceless one was too terrifying. "Still haven't found Doria's body?" Daenerys frowned. Her words were tantamount to acknowledging the assassin's identity. Jorah sighed deeply and muttered, "I thought the Jith slave owners were corrupt, but I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Your Majesty, this battle isn't over yet. We must take Meereen and Keylthus, those Jith are too rich." The squad leader looked at Jorah, then at Daenerys, and said, "Your Majesty, we've practically cleaned the pyramid thoroughly, but we haven't found Miss Doria. That Unsullied whose pet dog is Daemon, call him here," Daenerys said after a moment's thought. "You mean Ironhead, who guards the north gate of the palace?" the squad leader asked. "His name is Ironhead?" The rustic name made Daenerys inwardly scoff. "I don't know his name. When I entered this afternoon, his dog barked wildly at me." "Oh, he's Ironhead. I'll call him up right now," the squad leader nodded. Dany didn't know Ironhead's name, but she had seen him and his dog at least 10 times, all brief encounters without any interaction. The mongrel, which had never bared its teeth at her before, was unexpectedly aggressive today, as if it had encountered a vehemently hated enemy. At first, she thought it was because she had just killed someone and was covered in blood, and the dog was agitated by the murderous aura. Now, she realized the dog wasn't targeting her at all. Doria was right beside her, the dog had sensed her identity as an assassin. Dany and the Unsullied had both misunderstood the perceptive little dog. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" A moment later, the Unsullied came running over, leading the grey dog. The child, seeing Dany bathed in flames for the first time, was stunned speechless. While his grey dog obediently huddled at his legs, perhaps frightened by the 3 dragons lying nearby. The soul strike ended, the great black soul returned to its place, and soon it struggled to fly up from the sea. Seeing that Big Black was alright, Mormont stayed on the city wall to continue directing the battle until darkness fell and the last enemy ship disappeared from sight. "I'm fine. Your name is Ironhead, right?" Dany asked with a smile. "Yes, my name is Ironhead. Your little dog, Tinker Bell, did you see Doria before I came back today?" "No, the guards at the north gate of the palace take turns on duty in 3 shifts, morning, afternoon, and evening. I'm young, so the captain didn't let me work the night shift. These past few days, I've been coming at noon and leaving after dark." Doria watched the citizens' lawsuit in the first floor hall in the morning, had lunch with me, and didn't go back to the top floor palace in the afternoon, Miss Undie immediately said. "Then, Ironhead, when was the last time you saw Doria?" Dany asked again. Ironhead answered without hesitation, "The day before yesterday evening, Sister Doria and I sat on the stone steps feeding Tinker Bell. She used to love Tinker Bell. The day before yesterday, the day I left." Dany frowned and thought, the firewood crackling beside her. In the night, orange flames kissed her cheeks like little elves, her silver gold hair dancing rhythmically with the firelight. Beautiful, mysterious, like a fire goddess. "Have you checked the vault?" Dany asked. She suddenly remembered that Doria held the key to the vault. If the faceless ones had replaced Doria, they must have gotten her key too. "Checked," the squad leader said. "HMPH, are you sure you searched Gold Coin Lake?" Dany said calmly. Go look again. Oh, and take Ironhead and his Tinker Bell with you." Dany had confiscated over 10 million gold dragons from the slave owners. Gold dragons were the currency of Westeros, Slavers they used radiant coins. In other words, the queen's treasury contained over 40 million gold coins. The number of silver coins exceeded 500 million, and bronze coins were ineligible. The count wasn't precise, it was only estimated by weight. The coins were practically a lake of gold and silver, large enough to swim in and even row a small boat on. Found it, Your Majesty. Miss Doria is indeed buried in the gold coins. Only a quarter of an hour later, two Unsullied carried a still twitching corpse to the fire. Why, Doria, don't die. Ironhead wailed, clutching Doria's hand. Tinkerbell circled anxiously beside her, emitting mournful cries. Doria. Doria wasn't quite dead yet. A white cloth was wrapped around her from forehead to neck, only her nostrils peeking out. Strands of crimson blood soaked through the cotton gauze, emitting a faint, strange smell of blood and medicine. Anesthesia? Painkillers? Disinfectant? Daenerys almost instantly guessed the faceless men's purpose. The corpses would emit a stench, which even gold coins couldn't mask, and the faceless men weren't sure when Daenerys would return. Doria's chest was still heaving, but her breathing was rapid, with little inhalation and much exhalation. Bring her over, Daenerys beckoned to the Unsullied from the fire, tears streaming down her face. Tears barely slid down her cheeks before quickly evaporating in the orange flames. Perhaps she can still be saved, Jorah hesitated. No, let her be free sooner, Daenerys said sadly. Perhaps Doria can tell. No need, Daenerys waved her hand, interrupting him. A strong external stimulus might give Doria a brief moment of lucidity, allowing her to learn about her experiences after being captured by the faceless men. But without asking, Daenerys knew that the faceless men must have obtained a great deal of information about Daenerys and Doria herself from the handmaid of Rhys through cruel means. But what good would that do besides making Doria suffer more? The skin on her lips had been peeled off. The Unsullied, braving the raging flames, placed Doria in Daenerys' arms. After a moment's hesitation, the squad leader even drew his own dagger and placed it against Doria's abdomen. Crackling sounds. The dress of the handmaid of Rhys burned in the fire. Daenerys held Doria in her left arm, her right hand gripping the dagger against her throat. Doria, you, Daenerys abruptly turned her head, thrusting the dagger forward with force. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Blood splattered onto the embers, rising in a plume of acrid white smoke. Daenerys saw a swirling mass of multicolored spirit energy emerge from Doria's body, seemingly forming a figure in the night sky, smiling and waving at her, as if saying, Khaleesi, take care, farewell. Chapter 140 All men must die. You're not dead. In the gloomy, decaying stone chamber, the faceless one exclaimed in disbelief. A young woman in her early 20s, bald, her left eye swollen like a small bun, a bruised and swollen bulge, a tattered eyeball dripping black blood from its socket. Her nose, forehead, cheeks, and chin were covered in bruises and cuts, several teeth were missing, and she spoke with a lisp. The Unsullied hadn't mistreated her, the injuries on her face were from being beaten with iron boots by Dany the day before. The assassination attempt was yesterday, and it was now the morning of the second day after the naval battle. Dany could vaguely make out that the woman's original face was very ordinary, with rough skin, pale with a hint of sallowness, like any other woman in the marketplace, numb to the hardships of life. Her features had the typical Western three-dimensionality, but were unremarkable. Her nose was neither high nor low, her mouth neither large nor small, her eyes neither large nor small, and her eyebrows neither thick nor thin. A square, generic face, her intact right eye pale blue, unlike Doria's deep, ocean-like beauty. You were stabbed in the back. Even if the wound wasn't deep, the poison must have reached your heart. A mixture of lizard and scorpion-tailed venom, enhanced by blood magic. Even the strongest gladiator would die within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea after just a stab to the skin. How did you survive? The female assassin widened her single eye, scrutinizing Daenerys, who had changed into a purple gauze dress. Her silver hair was braided and tied back, revealing a full forehead, a small, heart-shaped face, rosy skin, and sharp eyes. She didn't look like someone dying from poisoning. You don't know it? Daenerys opened her right hand, presenting a purple crystal to the assassin. What is it? The assassin asked. HMPH, it seems the faceless ones are nothing special, unable to even gather the most basic information. Daenerys sneered. You? The assassin was initially furious, but quickly regained her composure, lowering her eyes and softly chanting, like a monk reciting Amitabha, Valor Morgulis, all men must die. A glint flashed in Daenerys' eyes. It really was the Faceless One, she admitted it. After a long while, the female Faceless One raised her head again and slowly asked, "What did someone overlook?" "Before leaving Karth, Lord Zaro, one of the 13 greats, gave me a magical amethyst collar that could ward off poison. Later, I pried the magic crystal off the collar and made it into a hairpin, which I've worn on my head ever since. At first, I was indeed poisoned, but although the magical amethyst wasn't as miraculous as Lord Zaro described, it was gradually forcing the poison out of my body through my wounds," Daenerys said calmly. "Impossible," the female assassin exclaimed again. "Only a highly skilled Red God priest can forge apotropaic crystals, and even then, they must foresee the toxins they will encounter on a future day and prepare the corresponding antidotes or magic in advance. The story of magic crystals protecting against poison has been misunderstood and exaggerated countless times. It's utterly impossible for them to defend against all toxins. I knew long ago that the Carthians gave you the magic amethyst, but even if it were truly a magic crystal, you're not a Red God priest. Otherwise, you should have foreseen this assassination attempt. And I wouldn't have been able to harm you at all. So that's how it is. No wonder this damn crystal had no effect." Dany cursed that scumbag 1,000 times in her heart. And she'd been wearing it on her head for the past few days. No matter how terrifying the lizard venom and scorpion-tailed beast venom were, they were biological toxins. To put it bluntly, they were proteins, and any protein loses its activity at temperatures of 800 or 900 degrees Celsius. Dany's cells, neurons, spinal cord, teeth, red blood cells, white blood cells, and even the amino acids and glucose in her blood, all substances beneficial to the human body, can withstand high temperatures, while harmful substances remain unaffected. Therefore, she often uses fire to sterilize, remove mites, and exfoliate dead skin and calluses. Besides its beauty benefits, it also aids digestion and increases cell activity and nutrient absorption. The higher the temperature, the greater the molecular activity. It's very scientific. When her body temperature rises to 200 degrees Celsius, the venom of snakes and lizards, along with the mixed venom of scorpions, is broken down from proteins into amino acids, which Dany then digests and absorbs. But she wouldn't tell the female assassin this. The Unsullied present were also ordered to remain silent. Letting the enemy poison her is better than devising a deadly plan like decapitation or heart-ripping. Believe it or not, my magic crystals truly have a poison-repelling effect. Zaro himself has used them to escape multiple assassination attempts by the Karth royal family, Dany said calmly. Without waiting for the other to say anything more, she explained and put away the amethyst, asking, "Who hired you?" "You think someone would know," the female assassin scoffed. "As a faceless man, you don't even know your employer?" Daenerys was incredulous. The mother of dragons lived in Bravis for several years. "Did you think the House of Black and White only had one Unsullied?" the assassin sneered. "Undoubtedly, as the world's premier assassin organization, openly conducting business with people worldwide, the Faceless Men must have at least a powerful government backing them, and must be an extremely tightly controlled organization." The female assassin was very likely telling the truth. She was merely a tool for carrying out missions and wouldn't know who the employer was or why they wanted to kill them. Like Arya Stark in Game of Thrones. "What's your name?" Daenerys changed the subject. "Someone used to be called Doria, now she's the nameless one," the female assassin said with a sinister smile. Dany's eyes sharpened, and she said coldly, "So, have you ever had a name called Auntie Kitty?" "Hey, the fat cook living on the seaside street?" The faceless man chuckled softly. "That's right, someone is also Auntie Kitty. A stranger could never get close to Doria, so last night Dany ordered a search of all the staff in the pyramid, and they discovered that a fat cook named Kitty had gone missing. Clearly, the faceless man infiltrated Astapor first, found an opportunity to replace the cook Kitty, and once he made contact with Doria, Kitty's identity was discarded. As for impersonating a cook to poison the food, just as few emperors are poisoned by assassins, Barristan had also established a comprehensive food vetting system for Dany. You, a faceless man, how come you're cooperating with others?" Dany asked. "Cooperation?" The female assassin grinned, revealing her toothless, ugly mouth. "The faceless ones have no allies, yet they can accomplish missions by borrowing the power of anyone." Daenerys couldn't help but think of Arya's old flame, Jaqen H'ghar. He had apparently been captured in King's Landing and imprisoned in the Black Dungeon with 2 companions, but his identity as a faceless one remained unknown. Jaqen had merely used the 2 villains to conceal his true purpose. "Do you know who you're cooperating with?" The female assassin laughed smugly. "You should ask that person if he knows who his partner is, ha ha ha. So, of the 3 dragon eggs in my vault, Euron only knows of 1. What about the other 2? Daenerys said calmly. Initially, the Unsullied hadn't noticed the dragon eggs were stolen. Later, at Daenerys' prompting, they returned to the vault, diligently searching for Doria buried under the gold coins, only to be horrified to discover that the Queen's dragon eggs were also gone. The assassin scrutinized Daenerys' expression, puzzled. "You're so calm about losing 3 dragon eggs?" "Because all 3 eggs were fake." She hadn't thrown away the fragments from her previous dragon incubation. After encountering an Ashel merchant selling fake dragon eggs in Karth, she learned his method and pieced the 3 broken stone eggs back together, even changing their color. The brass-colored dragon egg she used to exchange for the Unsullied was a fake. Even Euron himself hadn't recognized it. Initially, the 3 naive handmaidens were unaware of this, as Daenerys wasn't sure who she would use the eggs to deceive next, or when she would sell them for money. The handmaidens' reactions might expose her grand scheme. But after the fall of Astapor, well, the benevolent ruler fell, and Daenerys was satisfied. She no longer needed to use fake eggs to swindle money, so the 3 missing stone eggs were simply left in the vault with the dozens of chests of jewels. The brass dragon egg, which had been seized from Euron, remained in Daenerys' bedroom. She slept with it almost every night, waiting for it to hatch. Doria, of course, knew which egg was the fake and which was the real one, but it was clear that handmaiden Rhys wasn't stupid. In fact, she was quite clever, even managing to trick the faceless one once in her final moments. Oh, no, it was Euron who wanted the dragon egg. That guy wasn't just obsessed with a dragon horn, he didn't want to give up the brass dragon egg either. Of course, a dragon binder and a young dragon, a perfect match. Unfortunately, Daenerys sneered inwardly, her expression remaining calm. "I can't even control a 3-headed dragon, what use would a few more wild dragons be? Besides, the price of hatching dragons is too high. It requires the soul of one's closest relative to exchange for the spirit of an old, dead dragon from the Night Kingdom, like my black dragon, who is the reincarnation of Balerion." At this point, a look of melancholy crossed her face as she said sadly, "If I had a choice, I'd rather have no dragon at all." Daenerys' performance moved the faceless woman, who suddenly realized, no wonder you kept the dragon eggs locked in the box and ignored them. "The dragon eggs weren't my mission objective, they were all in the flower bed, taken away by that person along with the horn. Alright, you've answered my questions, and I've told you many secrets. Now your value is only a little." Daenerys raised her index finger and said coldly, "Tell me the secrets of the faceless men, and I might spare your life." "Hairhead hell, all mortals must die." The female assassin closed her one eye and sneered. "I hope you can keep going, Hatter. Serve her well." Clap, clap, clap. The towering giant emerged from the shadows, grinning maliciously, in Her Majesty's direction. "There's no mouth a demon's tail can't open." Daenerys didn't waste too much time on the faceless ones. There were still thousands of sailors waiting to be recruited at the docks. Last night, before the Jith fleet left, it signaled to the sailors gathered at the docks, and thousands swarmed out to sea. Well, the sailors who swam to the docks after falling into the sea weren't planning to attack Astapor. They couldn't even afford a weapon. How could they attack a 6 or 7 meter high city wall? Their main concern was that they'd be attacked by dragons and incendiary bombs as soon as they climbed onto friendly warships. Of course, they didn't want to surrender to Daenerys either, so they swam towards the fleet in the open sea when the fleet left at night. The Jith were right, with the darkness of night and the ships moving slowly, the giant incendiary bombs were naturally ineffective. But Dany had already made arrangements. The 3 dragons immediately changed their attire, binding together dozens of ceramic jars the size of beer bottles, resembling a bunch of grapes. Flying 500 meters in the air, with ships faintly visible on the sea, the grape bombs rained down on the water like a shower of petals, some always hitting the sails, leaving the ships stranded. Thus, the Geese fleet not only failed to rescue the sailors who had fallen overboard, but also lost 7 or 8 more ships. It was also the Geese's greed that caused this. After the Black Dragon fell into the sea at dusk, the 3 dragons had taken a break. If they had fled then, they could have rescued 80% of the sailors gathered at the dock. But the Geese fleet not only didn't leave, but instead, believing Dany was dead, they began their fiercest attack on the city walls, closing in on the coast. Therefore, Jorah, though worried about Dany's safety, held out for over half an hour before leaving the battlefield. Dany regained consciousness after being burned for a few minutes. The three dragons, keenly aware of their mother's condition, returned to the dock, led by the Black Dragon, to continue their bombing mission. Chapter 141 The Anxious Wise Ruler. Recruiting the enemy sailors wasn't difficult. Daenerys, the mother of dragons and liberator of slaves, knew that any slavish sailor with a modicum of common sense would surrender. She simply flew over the sailors on her great black back once, and all 10,000 plus crew members who had lost their ships surrendered. It was a conditional surrender. Slaves were allowed to be liberated, but Daenerys couldn't force non-slaved crew members into banditry. Clearly, the ships contained not only laborers and slave warriors, but also captains, first mates, second mates, and other higher-ranking free men. They weren't slaves, and most came from well-off families. Naturally, they didn't want to follow Daenerys into deadly rebellion. Well, the wealthy were entitled to education, and educated people at least had a sense of the bigger picture. Like the northern descendants of the Rose Order, these experienced senior crew members believed that Daenerys' abolition of slavery was going against the entire world. Individuals defying the world were destined for a bad end. Therefore, they demanded that Daenerys, according to tradition, allow them to redeem themselves with money. Although Dany valued the talent of those elite sailors, she understood that forcing them wouldn't work, so she readily agreed, "You can be redeemed, but you have broken the law, and everyone must cultivate the land in Estapo for 5 years." Of course, the ransom for nobles differed from that of ordinary sailors, and their treatment also differed. Yes, the food and lodging will be better. Dany didn't demand an exorbitant price, simply setting a price according to tradition for each captive who refused to submit. She didn't even discriminate against the Jith people, treating them all the same. Dany's magnanimity immediately won over the sailors, who surrendered. Well, those people certainly didn't know that autumn was almost over, and the long night was just around the corner. A total of 8,000 able-bodied male slaves were recruited, leaving over 3,000 real sailors as laborers for the land reclamation. After dealing with the sailors in the morning, Dany, riding her large black horse, led 5,000 infantry back to Poplar Hill in the afternoon. After burning the bodies of over 10,000 Jith-allied soldiers who had died in battle, she began a large-scale reorganization of the army to go on the expedition the next day. A supply corps of 20,000 laborers and militia, 5,000 unsullied, 10,000 free wings, a mix of infantry, cavalry, and archers, and 15,000 Queen's Guards selected from 70,000 slave warriors. Daenerys bestowed upon the Queen's Guards the yellow banner with a white dragon, officially making them a new army. Yes, here Daenerys employed the machinations of a celestial emperor, deliberately dividing the newly freed people of different city-states into different units to prevent the increasingly powerful Free Guards from gaining too much power. The Mother of Dragons is preparing her army and will soon lead 200,000 troops to attack Caedon. In just one night, the wise lords of Caedon learned of this terrible news. Black ravens carried the gloomy message. There was no other way. Among the thousands of merchants and artisans captured serving the Jithian army, there were bound to be spies from Caedon, or merchants who had informed Caedon for the sake of the gold coins. Is it true? Is the news confirmed? Ah. The messages brought by more than a dozen ravens are exactly the same, there's no mistake. That woman even wrote a manifesto for merchants to spread all over the world, the 7 deadly sins of the wise Lord Caedon. Damn it, here we go again. Last year when we attacked Astapor, she also wrote the 7 grievances. It seems she's really going to fight us to the death this time. Sigh, 200,000 troops, and we don't have time to recruit mercenaries again. Why doesn't she just die? The slave trade is the foundation of the world's great maritime trade. Even the Karth and Valanthe people want to kill her. Why doesn't she just get killed by assassins? Heaven is blind. Yes, heaven is unjust, the gods are blind. We live peacefully in Slave Bay, honestly doing business, repeating the simple and unadorned life of thousands of years, treating people with integrity, providing quality services to the whole world. Why does that woman have to provoke us honest people? In the end, it's still Karth's regretful guest who's useless. They even infiltrated the Great Pyramid and stole the dragon eggs, but they still couldn't kill that woman, causing us to lose over 30 large ships for nothing. We should find a more professional assassin. Let's just chip in and hire a faceless one. Hiss, a faceless one? That'll cost tens of millions of gold coins, right? Given the current situation, it'll be no less than 20 million, probably the most expensive price ever. But if we call on the great lords of Meereen, 1 million gold coins per person will be enough. Distant water can't quench immediate thirst. We can hire faceless ones, but we must repel this attack. I'm quite puzzled. Even if Astapor defeats our allied forces, didn't they suffer any losses? Don't they need to rest? Inside the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid, the wise lords sitting around a round table discussed among themselves with panicked expressions. Knock, knock, knock. The Grand Sage tapped the table, interrupting the increasingly loud argument. His gaunt face was stern, his sharp eyes sweeping over the general in the yellow cloak below the conference table. He asked, General Zakaro, the enemy claims 200,000. How many are they actually? The Grand Sage, from the Daznak family, wore the most noble toka robe with yellow crystal tassels. Nearly 50, his face was gaunt yet imposing. To conceal his thinning forehead, his straight, black-red hair was styled in a pompon. Your Excellency Marinho, that woman has at least 50,000 troops, said General Jis, who was heavily pregnant. 50,000. The great sage's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he tapped the table lightly. After a long pause, he said, Caen is smaller than Astapo, but its walls are higher and stronger. If we have 10,000 defenders, can we withstand their attack? Your Excellency, under normal circumstances, Caen's 10-meter-high walls, especially since we have the sea behind us and a maritime supply line, can hold off an army of 100,000 for 10 years. But that woman has 3 evil dragons. The fat general hesitated. No need for 10 years. We can find the faceless men to finish her off within 6 months. Marino said calmly. You really intend to hire the faceless men? We all know that the Black and White House has the Iron Treasury and the Sea King's Palace behind it. The Bravists will definitely take this opportunity to make a series of political demands. The general exclaimed in shock. Those Bravists only know how to interfere in other countries' finances through financial means, while we in Slavers Bay only have the slave trade, not finance. Then, the fat general gritted his teeth and said, I need more soldiers, and an unlimited supply of dragon-shooting crossbows, preferably piled up to fill the city walls. Very well, the great sage's dry lips cracked into a smile. We have more than 80 warships and more than 500 large ships. We can transport all of Meereen's army and crossbows to Caen within half a month. Will the great lords of Meereen agree? One of the sages asked uncertainly. They certainly will. I believe the great lords understand the principle of mutual dependence. Moreover, with a battlefield in Caen, only Caen will be ravaged by war, while the people of Meereen can enjoy the fruits of victory in peace and tranquility. Why not? Caen had spies from Astapor. Not 2 days later, Daenerys received a message from a raven. The great lords of Meereen and the sages of Caen had gathered their forces to fight the evil dragon mother in Caen. At this moment, Daenerys was preparing her army for departure. 50,000 soldiers, hundreds of thousands of livestock, both war horses and pack horses. Each soldier would be assigned 2 horses. If no horses were available, oxen, mules, or donkeys would suffice. In short, every soldier would have at least 2 mounts. 50,000 soldiers, hundreds of thousands of animals, carrying half a month's rations, would launch a surprise attack on Astapor within 10 days at a speed of 50 kilometers per day. This was Daenerys' plan. I'm afraid we can't take Caen in a short time, Whitebird said gravely. Daenerys, now dressed in full armor again, said fiercely, then besiege the city. Let the 3 dragons bombard Caen's walls day and night. Let's see how long they can hold out. I'm afraid we'll be the first to give up, John Bolton said, frowning. Oh, why? Daenerys asked, looking at him. I'm worried they'll adopt a scorched earth policy, the commander of the Royal Guard said slowly. Yes, Daenerys kept her word. The newly formed Janissaries were entirely composed of members of the Order of the Roses, and the former leader of the Order of the Roses was naturally elected as its commander. 800 elite mercenaries formed the backbone of 15,000 slave soldiers, creating a fighting force within days. This is not an exaggeration. The regular armies of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros only had a ratio of 1 or 200 knights, leading 10 or 20,000 farmers who had just put down their hoes. Simply put, it's a world of competition for who's the worst. Everyone is terrible, it's just a matter of who's the least terrible. The general order is, Slave soldiers were primarily aimed at establishing a new and more advanced system for the freed slaves, a Sinocide version of the Westeros knighthood. At this time, Astapor was actually implementing a county system conducive to centralized power, but with Daenerys taking control of Keylthus, Meereen, and even the entire Slavers Bay, a more dynamic feudal system was bound to emerge. The feudal lords of Westeros had lasted for over 8,000 years, a stark contrast to the dynastic cycles of ancient China, which lasted only 300 years. They were incredibly dynamic. Yes, dynamic, the power of life. In terms of governing a country, the feudal system was far inferior to the centralized system of the Great Celestial Empire. Daenerys wouldn't completely replicate the Celestial Empire's system, even if centralized power could bring an unprecedented Daenerys golden age for 2 or 3 generations. Because she was a queen, not a commoner, the golden age of Daenerys' reign would inevitably be followed by the last emperor of Daenerys' nth generation. In short, she only wanted her own family to rule for 10,000 years. She cared whether the country was in disarray, but she was even more concerned about whether her descendants would be exterminated. Moreover, no matter how bad the country was, her descendants would still be kings. The feudal system also had another advantage: vassals were often more loyal to their lords than generals, marshals, or governors were to the emperor. For example, the Starks were kings in the north for 8,000 years. The king in the north only had a small number of troops under his direct command. Most of his army came from his lords, like Daenerys and Jon Bolton at this point. Chapter 142 Scorched Earth. In the chaotic world of ancient China, Jon Snow, upon obtaining the position of commander of the Janissaries, might have harbored ambitions and rebelled against Emperor Daenerys. However, in this world, the likelihood of Jon doing so is extremely small, and he couldn't, because he only had a small number of directly subordinate troops. His Janissaries commanders were also direct vassals of Daenerys. For example, Robb led his cavalry to raid Jaime, leaving the northern infantry under Roose Bolton's command. Seeing Robb's reckless actions and the North's impending defeat, Roose Bolton harbored rebellious intentions. Although he was the commander of the infantry consisted of over a dozen noble families. Bolton wanted to rebel but couldn't control his subordinate noble commanders. The other nobles, though of different ranks, shared the same status. They were all direct vassals of the king in the north. Therefore, Bolton could only resort to underhanded tactics, sending the soldiers of other noble families to Tywin Lannister to be killed, until only his own family remained in the northern infantry. Only then could he successfully rebel. As for the loyalty of the other members of the Order of the Roses to Jon Bolton, there is no such thing as a sworn brotherhood. The leader of the mercenary company is elected, not hereditary. Lyra Amber, Bruce Wayne, and Herman Tuhor's fathers all served as leaders of the Order of the Roses. In fact, the previous leader of the Order of the Roses was Bruce's father. Jon's mother, who was known for her promiscuity and whose sons didn't even know who their fathers were, didn't even hold the rank of squad leader. She was just an ordinary member, a burden on the family. The members of the Order of the Roses might band together for mutual support, but they would never betray their sworn lord, Daenerys, for one of them. Unless the Targaryen family's mad blood takes hold, and Daenerys causes a public outcry like the Mad King Aerys. Despite all the advantages of the fiefdom system, Daenerys wouldn't simply copy the Westeros system, she would choose flexibly based on the actual situation. Okay, I digress. We haven't even conquered young Kay yet, so it's a bit premature to dream of Empress Daenerys. Just as Daenerys hesitated whether to launch a surprise attack and immediately led 50,000 troops to Khyber, or to conscript laborers to transport grain and wage a conventional siege, news arrived from Khyber that very night. Daenerys handed Jon Snow a parchment and sighed, "You guessed right. The Great Lord of Khyber has ordered a scorched earth policy. The plantation owners on the Khyber Plains are gathering at Khyber City. Grain and livestock from the plains are being moved into the city as much as possible. Anything that can't be taken is being burned on the spot. Wheat, corn, and other crops in the fields are also being burned, and wells are either sealed or poisoned." This. Jon Snow's face darkened. "If our surprise attack fails, even if we don't suffer a total defeat, this northern expedition will be a failure. Your Majesty, we have the superior military strength. Why not fight those slave owners fair and square? We can conscript those newly liberated slaves as laborers to help us transport grain, which won't affect Astapor's industrial and agricultural production," Barristan said gravely. The Scythian armies, slave legions and the merchant slave transport caravans provided Daenerys with nearly 70,000 slaves. The elite were selected to form a 15,000-strong guard. The remaining free citizens would receive Astapor residency, those with skills would become city dwellers, while those unable to establish themselves in a city would each acquire 30 acres of land to become farmers on the Worm River Plain. Daenerys frowned, knowing the long night was approaching, and focusing on production was paramount. She couldn't commit all her forces to war, nor could she allow the northern expedition to become a protracted conflict. Staring at the location of Keelthis on the map for a long time, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laughed loudly. Good heavens, am I stupid? Why not learn from Tianji? Tianji was spoken in Chinese, leaving the generals near the map table completely bewildered. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Asked the red-haired knight Lyra Amber. The plan remains unchanged. Rest early today, and tomorrow morning the entire army will march north, Daenerys declared with a wave of her hand, her voice filled with heroic spirit. Only carrying half a month's worth of rations? Scarface Simon frowned. Does His Majesty think he can resolve the battle quickly? Dany looked smug and pointed to a spot on the map. This is my plan. The next evening, the golden sunset dyed the ancient city of Yunque blood red, as if foreshadowing the impending blood and fire. However, inside the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid, laughter and merriment filled the air. The sages were in high spirits, overjoyed by the news they had received. The Mother of Dragons had underestimated the enemy and acted rashly, sending 50,000 men with only half a month's worth of rations on a long march of 600 kilometers to attack a fortified city. Ha, that woman is indeed young and inexperienced. Grasdan Moeraz laughed heartily, seemingly having recovered from the crushing defeat of a few days earlier. Back then, the Jith Alliance sent a total of 7 Yunque sages, 3 Meereen lords, and 10 high-ranking slave owners. Only the 3 sages and 1 lord from the northern camp escaped. This Yunque Grasdan was luckier than Astapo. The allied forces were completely annihilated, yet he, as their commander, survived unscathed. Moreover, he was lean and strong, with exceptional stamina. While the other 2 sages were still en route, he tirelessly rode his horse, killing 4, and in 3 days traversed 600 kilometers to escape back to Yunque. After resting at home for a day, he arrived at the sages' joint meeting the next day without a trace of shame. Inexperienced? A fat man in a yellow silk toga with the golden tassels glanced contemptuously at the increasingly thin and dark-skinned Grasdan with his yellow eyes, mocking, "May I ask, our commander-in-chief of the allied forces, how did you manage to escape alone after being defeated by an inexperienced woman? You took all 50,000 troops we'd prepared over the past 6 months with you." The fat man wasn't sitting at the round table, he sat alone by the huge mosaic-stained glass window, bathed in the multicolored sunlight, like a boneless piece of fat spread out on a 2-meter-wide bamboo chair. Even the nearest sage was 4 or 5 meters away, and those close enough looked grim, constantly covering their noses with handkerchiefs, as if the fat man emanated an unbearable odor. "It's not my fault," Grasdan argued. "She has dragons. Warhorses go weak at the roar of dragons. And dragons are practically invincible in open battle. Whoever takes my place will have the same outcome." The fat man scoffed, glancing around at everyone, and said calmly, "That's why I said there was no need to provoke her. Let her stay peacefully in Astapor, and we can continue our lives. Peaceful coexistence is good." A pungent, intoxicating sound came from the fat man's rear, followed by a strong, rotten stench that filled the air. The fat man's bread-like face flushed red, and several nearby sages, covering their noses, rose and jogged away, unable to bear it any longer. The fat man, while speaking, suddenly lost control of his bowels and spat out his feces. The other wise men either fled their seats or covered their noses and fanned themselves with unpleasant expressions, but none of them showed surprise. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the fat man had done this in public. "Sorry, old brothers, it's an old habit," the fat man said awkwardly. "Yazan, if it weren't for your quick wit and the fact that you're the richest man in Yunque, capable of making a huge contribution to the fight against a mother of dragons, I would never have allowed you to pollute my palace. So, even if you can't hold it in and need to defecate down there, you should at least keep your mouth shut and not spew out nonsense that stinks even more than the shit in your pants," Grand Sage Marinho said coldly. The fat man's buttocks were still rustling when several servants immediately came and lifted him up, while two young and pretty girls bent down to wash him. Hearing the great sage's words, Yazan, enjoying the servant's service, said nonchalantly, "Marinho, my wisdom allows me to speak wise words. You don't have the same wisdom, so you won't listen to me. Calling me here is a waste of time. If you need to share military expenses or pay for the faceless ones, just contact my steward. There's no need to waste my time." A cold glint flashed in the great sage's eyes as he coldly said, "Very well, you don't need to come tomorrow. The Quags family's manor on the Yunkai Plain will also be taken over by the Alliance. What do you want my manor for?" Having just asked this question, Yazan Quags' expression changed drastically, and he said incredulously, "Are you really going to be so ruthless? The Mother of Dragons only asked for the liberation of slaves, not the extermination of the Githyan's. Why bother? Hell, without slaves, who'll lick your shit door clean?" Glasden mocked. "You?" Yazan glared at him hatefully, then said to the servants behind him, "Let's go back. This isn't a place for the living, it's a house full of ghosts." The great sage's face immediately darkened, and the other sages also cursed the entire Quags family in low voices. But a simpleton asked his companion in confusion, "What does that shit pig mean?" The great sage glanced at him coldly and said cruelly, "Today's topic is how to carry out a scorched earth policy to the maximum extent." Half a month after Daenerys' assassination, as dusk approached, the sun, like a beast that had been hacked open, swayed and sank below the horizon, scattering bright red blood across the vast plains. 200 kilometers outside Khalan City, along the main road, the thorny stems of red wild roses trembled gently. A cricket at the heart of the rose suddenly stopped sucking the sweet nectar, its two antennae twitching slightly, as if listening intently. A moment later, as if electrocuted, the cricket leaped, arcing through the air before landing on the ground, then darting swiftly into a crevice in the rocks. At first, a faint sound of drumming seemed to come from afar. Gradually, the earth trembled, and a yellow dragon of dust roared in from a distance. Boom! A strong silver horse galloped like the wind, recklessly racing along the road, its hooves kicking up clouds of yellow dust. The crimson cloak of the armored female knight on horseback fluttered in the intense shock waves, like a banner inspiring the 50,000 iron cavalry behind her. 50,000 cavalry and 100,000 horses and cattle, an army unlike any ever seen on this land. The ground rumbled, raising clouds of yellow dust stretching for kilometers. The flowers and grasses in the fields trembled like the hearts of the wise lords, echoing the sound of hoofs. Hiss, 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 three colossal dragons, honed by the fires of war, coiled high in the sky, arrogantly displaying their presence. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143: The Nth Use of the Dragon. Your Majesty, it is getting late. Scouts ahead have found a well for travelers a mile away, and a lake 3 miles away. We can set up camp here, Beristan shouted to the queen beside him from his tall black steed. Daenerys, the vanguard of the cavalry, rode another 3 kilometers before slowing her horse and coming to a stop by the narrow lake. She suddenly raised her right hand and shouted, "Halt!" At her command, the entire army obeyed. In a moment, 50,000 mounted warriors and another 50,000 war horses, their reins tied to saddles and carrying sacks of dry wheat, all stopped. Set up camp here. White Banner Army, construct a camp. Grey Worm rode forward and replied, "Yes." Gazing at the endless fields from the Black Dragon's perspective, Daenerys added, "Wings of Liberty, let the cattle and horses graze freely." "Yes." Scarface Simon and Fat Morona replied in unison. The Royal Guard will stand in formation to guard the southwest of the forest, and the 3 dragons will drive the prey from the northeast, Daenerys said with a smile, glancing at the green and white dragons that had already flown towards the western mountains. "Yes, sir." Jon replied, looking at Daenerys with awe. "Commander of the Yellow Banners, Argo, Taco," Daenerys called out. "Kalish. Your Majesty." Argo and a black man stepped forward together. "The 20,000 militia will be divided in two, 10,000 will set up tents and hearths, and 10,000 will go to the sea to collect fish," Daenerys said strangely. "Yes, sir." Hiss, chirp, squeak, roar. The 3 dragons roared almost touching the treetops, in 3 directions above the eastern forest, occasionally breathing fire. The wild boars, deer, roe deer, rats, rabbits, and even tigers and bison in the forest went mad, running blindly forward. Rumble, the sound of thousands of animals running grew louder and louder, and the soldiers waiting in formation outside the forest gripped their shields tightly, their eyes fixed on the front. Archers, knock your arrows. Sir Lyre roared. A mixed pack of goats and wolves surged out of the forest like a tidal wave, charging towards the shield-bearers at the front. Shoot! A volley of arrows rained down, accompanied by the mournful cries of various animals. Lyra smiled and said to the bearded Bruce beside her, "What a bumper harvest. Dried, it'll last for days." His Majesty's method of gathering rations is brilliant. Dragons driving the forest animals, how did His Majesty come up with that? Bruce was deeply moved as he watched the spearmen kill the yellow tiger that had been leaping over their shields. How did he come up with that? Dany had witnessed countless times the hunting scenes of the dragons. Entering the forest, a couple of roars, the beasts would charge, then swoop down, unleashing a breath of dragon fire at the largest bison. Forget the prey in the forest. Look, Leela said, pointing to the 3 dragons flying towards the sea, laughing. The dragons can also dive into the ocean to find and drive away schools of fish. We'll have fresh fish soup tonight. Indeed, before nightfall, amidst the cheers of 10,000 laborers, a silvery white wave of fish broke through the sea and leaped onto the wide sandy beach. Then, wielding a motley collection of weapons, scimitars, short swords, nicked longswords, axes, etc., they rushed to the beach, picking up still jumping cod and tuna, chopping off their heads and tails, washing their innards with seawater, and placing the large pieces of carcass into bamboo baskets before moving on to the next fish. Yes, the laborers simply threw away the fish heads and tails, quite extravagant. However, some laborers would collect fish bladders, roe, and large fish heads. These were for Her Majesty the Queen. Undoubtedly, steamed fish head, stir-fried fish maw with dragon peppers, or stewed fish roe and beef bone broth are all 100 times tastier and more nutritious than simply grilled fish. Dany had repeatedly promoted the delicious celestial cuisine to her younger brothers, not because they thought it tasted bad, but mainly because the preparation process was too troublesome. As queen, Dany had dedicated chefs to prepare ingredients for her, but the laborers, exhausted after a long day, could barely lie down and fall asleep. They had no time for the tedious process of steaming fish head or waiting hours to simmer beef bone broth. If Dany hadn't told them that eating bone marrow could strengthen their bodies and taught them a method of splitting the marrow with a sword, they would have simply thrown away the wrist-thick bison leg bones after gnawing on the meat. That night, the campfire in the center of the wooden palace made Dany's cheeks glow red, but her gaze as she looked at the letter in her hand was sharp and filled with murderous intent. UK has decided on a scorched earth policy, she said coldly. Buristan asked doubtfully, "We've already considered that scenario." Daenerys' eyes turned cold. The most thorough scorched earth policy, Grand Master Marinho ordered that as much grain as possible be moved from the manor to the pyramid in Cannes, and that wheat fields, olive groves, and any grain that couldn't be taken be burned. Burning grain and destroying water sources, we'd already thought of that. But that Grand Master also encouraged slave owners to purge the unstable elements, the slaughter of slaves on the manor to prevent them from joining me. The letter was passed around the map table among the generals, and everyone who saw the contents of the parchment pressed their lips tightly together, their expressions grave. Finally, Jon broke the silence, sighing, "At least there's some good news. The Gis Alliance fleet will be transporting all 2,000 mercenaries, 10,000 yellow cloaks, 10,000 gladiator slaves, hundreds of dragon-shooting crossbows, oil, and other supplies from Meereen to Caen tomorrow." "Why so many yellow cloaks? I remember 2 months ago, Meereen only had 2,000 yellow cloaks maintaining order," asked Sir Herman Twaher, captain of the Royal Guard, puzzled. Jon sighed, "They must be newly recruited. Of the 3 city-states of Slavers Bay, Meereen has the best location, with sea routes, river transport connecting to the reserves, and the Dothraki sea touchback. Meereen is arguably the capital of Slavers Bay, the largest city in terms of area, the most Chith nobles, and the largest Chith population, nearly 150,000. Hairhead hell, 15-1, almost all the able-bodied Chith from Meereen went to Yunque?" Scarface Simon chuckled foolishly. The plump Knight Morono stroked his double chin, puzzled. "Why isn't the Iron Legion here? Even Meereen is fighting desperately, Why hasn't the new Gith Iron Legion been mobilized? Where is the new Gith Iron Legion? It's our ace force, why isn't it here? The next morning, at the Yunque docks, the great sage looked at the fleet covering the sea, his face ashen. The rising sun cast a shimmering, golden-red ripple across the azure sea. Over 500 ships, painted in crimson, white, black, and brown, broke through a thin layer of haze, bringing wisps of joyful, leaping golden sunlight to the docks. Something called hope followed, like sunlight spreading across the earth, filling the hearts of those watching from the city walls and pyramids. Look! Those blue and white forked banners. It's the Windblown Company. The Windblown Company is one of the strongest mercenary groups in the Western continent, with 2,000 mixed infantry and cavalry members. Wow, so many yellow cloaks. All the warriors of Meereen have come to protect Yunque. The ordinary Githians rejoiced at the arrival of reinforcements and were filled with pride at the boundless white-sailed warships. It seemed the Mother of Dragons could no longer silence children, silence adults, or frighten wise rulers with just a name. But the great sage was extremely angry and questioned the fleet commander. Meereen brought us 10,000 Gith warriors, why didn't you send even a small squadron of the Iron Legion? Of the 4 Gith city-states, Neo-Gith, located in the Summer Sea, had the strongest navy, so the commander of the Gith Alliance fleet was a Neo-Gith captain. The thin captain with short, straight, black and red hair wasn't intimidated by the Grand Sage's aggressive demeanor. He replied calmly, Your Excellency, the previous allied forces were divided into 3 routes, land and sea. The Meereen and Yunque allied forces marched from north to south, while the 3rd Regiment of the new Gith Iron Legion, with 2,500 warriors, crossed the Giscali Strait and headed north from the eastern shore of Old Gis towards the Worm River Plain. Yunque to Stapo is 600 kilometers, and Old Gis to the Worm River Plain is a similar distance, but traversing the ancient mountain trails is extremely difficult. Those are roads built thousands of years ago by the ancient Gith Empire. Getting in is difficult, and getting out is difficult too. They're currently stuck in the swamps at the end of the Worm River. HMPH, I know it's a disgrace to the ancient Gith Legion that a dignified regiment was blocked by 500 men. But New Gith has 5 regiments, and if necessary, 10 more can be mobilized. At least 5,000 men should be sent to Yunque, the Grand Sage said coldly. The fleet commander complained, it's not just 500, the enemy has 2,500 soldiers in total, and they occupy strategically important locations. I don't know why that woman was so vigilant. It seems she discovered the 3rd Regiment's raid early on and even strategically laid oil and rolling stones across the narrow valley. Every member of the Iron Legion is a son of a harpy of noble blood, and many even have the surnames of great legendary heroes. Every loss of a warrior causes a great shock in the new Gith Council. This time, 600 or 700 warriors have been unjustly killed. Do you expect the council to send 2 more regiments? New Gith's Iron Legion is modeled after the historically glorious legions of the old Gith Empire. All male free citizens on New Gith Island are required to serve in the military for 3 years, with training and equipment similar to the Unsullied. Or rather, the Unsullied were also modeled after the Gith Empire's legions. The most elite soldiers can choose to become professional soldiers, that is, join the Iron Legion. New Gith has been able to establish itself in the pirate-infested Golden Waterway, which undoubtedly shows that the Iron Legion is truly formidable, perhaps no less so than the Unsullied. In the first anti-Daenerys campaign, the New Gith also exerted a significant effort, not only sending an elite fleet but also dispatching a detachment to infiltrate the Worm River Basin, aiming to destroy Daenerys' foundation of rule, the plantations on the fertile lands. Thanks to the swift and reliable communication of ravens, the 3 armies were planned to attack Astapor almost simultaneously. Even if the navy and mercenaries couldn't capture Astapor in one fell swoop, the Gith weren't foolish, fully considering the strength of their 8,600 powerful Unsullied. The Iron Legion could still rampage across the Worm River Plains, burning all of Daenerys' plantations and granaries, and slaughtering the new freeman slaves. Frankly, without dragons, the Gith's plan could have succeeded. How could Daenerys, a newcomer to Slaver's Bay, possibly know about the ancient Githian trail from over 6,000 years ago? Chapter 144 The Wisdom and Magnanimity of a Great Sage. Thanks to Daenerys' constant encouragement for the 3 dragons to hunt on their own, which lightened her burden and also helped them develop their mobility, the large wild animals in the forests near Astapor became increasingly scarce. The three dragons were forced to venture deeper into the southern forests, sometimes even flying to the eastern red wasteland. 6 months ago, Black's speed had already reached 150 kilometers per hour. Now, his average speed exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. Daenerys often observed this pristine, fantastical world through Black's eyes, and in the lead-up to war, she frequently searched the seas for the Gythian fleet. One day, from 8,000 meters above the ground, she spotted a long line of moving black beans on the red salt flats, resembling ants on a chessboard. Then, Sir Butcher led 500 warriors and 2,000 laborers away from Astapor to ambush them in a valley hundreds of kilometers away. Through careful searching, Daenerys found a strategically important valley with steep slopes on both sides, ready to demonstrate the superior military tactics of the otherworldly country bumpkins from the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. The Iron Legion didn't foolishly form a long line and march straight through the valley entrance. Instead, they divided their regiment into 5 battalions of 500 men each, advancing in batches. Fortunately, Sir Butcher wasn't stupid either. He knew that if even one battalion of the enemy crossed a valley entrance, his 2,500 men would likely be no match. So, instead of cutting them off in half, they launched their attack as soon as the first battalion entered the valley. And indeed, the Three Kingdoms' art of war proved quite effective. They blocked both ends of the valley, throwing oil, firewood, rolling stones, logs, and arrows down into the valley. Finally, they sent soldiers down to finish them off. Without losing a single soldier, the 500-strong Iron Legion was completely annihilated. The rear guard, trapped outside the valley by boulders, nearly went mad hearing the pitiful cries of their comrades. Then, impulsively, they charged into the treacherous valley passage. Sir Shattered Chains was a cunning and ruthless character. To provoke his enemies, he severed the heads of 500 fallen Iron Legion soldiers and threw them outside the valley. Needless to say, even the regimental commander, who had initially advised his soldiers against impulsiveness, was consumed by rage. For 4 or 5 days, another 200 soldiers died, and over 1,000 were wounded, while Sir Butcher lost only a dozen soldiers and 100 or so civilians. Faced with such a disastrous defeat, and receiving a letter from Daenerys about the Allied forces' crushing victory, the Iron Legion commander's fiery temper finally cooled, and he dejectedly led his remaining troops to retreat to the southern coast. After defeating the Iron Legion, Sir Butcher left several hundred militiamen to build a permanent settlement at the valley entrance and immediately led his men towards Yunque. He feared the Queen would confine his fiefdom to this god-forsaken place. Daenerys did indeed send a letter to Sir Shattered Chains, asking if he would be willing to become the Earl of Oldjith and guard the frontier for the Queen. To be honest, Daenerys hadn't treated him unfairly. Although the old city-state of Jith was destroyed by the Valyrians, and the land was covered with salt, sulfur, and bones, after 6,000 years, with a thorough cultivation, the land could still be used for farming. Oldjith was the capital of the Jith Empire. My lord, let me tell you the truth. Because the Third Legion suffered more than half its casualties, almost being decimated, and your 50,000-strong army was swept away by the Mother of Dragons, the Council is extremely cautious about sending the Iron Legion again, and what? The great sage asked, his face grim. After a moment's hesitation, the fleet captain leaned close to the Grand Sage's ear and whispered, New Jith is making a second preparation, dragons and magic. That's right, we plan to send a fleet across the Smoky Sea with a red demon. That Endel Pirate King, you're in great joy, the Grand Sage exclaimed in surprise. He really went to the Valyrian ruins? At first, we had our doubts, after all, so many heroes have died in the Smoky Sea throughout history. But the dragon eggs, the horn, the armor, these have all been verified these past few days, especially the dragon horn that cost us 30 warships. At this point, the fleet captain's face showed fear, and his voice grew even lower. We've experienced it ourselves, it's terrifying. It's absolutely the genuine Valyrian Dragon King's horn, a magical weapon possessed only by the highest Valyrian nobles, the Dragonbinder. The Grand Sage's anger vanished, replaced by suspicion. Since the dragon horn is real, why not use it to control those 3 dragons? That Endel man tried it once before. He could control the green and white dragons, but the black dragon, for some reason, the black dragon could resist the horn's binding force. Last time, his plan to seize the dragon failed because the black dragon suddenly rebelled. On the day the Allied forces attacked Astapor, he did have a chance to sound the horn, But while the white and green dragons were still struggling, the black dragon fired an incendiary bomb. "So you understand," the fleet captain said helplessly. "Then, you brought the horn this time? We can use it in the siege. Our Great Pyramid is completely immune to incendiary bombs," the great sage asked excitedly. "No," the fleet captain shook his head regretfully. "Why? The Andal pirate will only teach us the horn and the secret technique to control it after he completes his expedition and reaps a huge harvest. He still wants to lead us on expeditions, so we can't turn against him now." After saying that, the fleet captain gave the great sage a "you understand" look. The great sage certainly understood. It's about crossing the river and then burning the bridge. The river hasn't been crossed yet, so of course the bridge can't be destroyed. "Alice, without the Iron Legion to hold the line, we have no choice but to resort to our ultimate move. This time, Yuan-Ke is truly going to suffer a severe blow." The great sage turned back to look at Yuan-Ke, bathed in the golden red morning light, and said coldly, "Hiss, boom, boom, boom boom." Suddenly, a terrifying hiss came from beyond the sky, followed by a blood-red pillar of fire as thick as a wash basin and 20 meters long, descending from the sky like a tangible red razor, crushing sails, masts, decks, and sailors on the sea 3 kilometers away. Broken pieces of wood and charred corpses flew in the flames, and warships in a straight line burned and exploded in the dragon flames. Countless sailors and soldiers cried and struggled in the raging flames, fleeing. Under the clear blue sky, more than a dozen thick black smoke columns carrying the smell of burning rose from the shimmering sea, like the withered fingers of death, extending from the sea and piercing the sky. The Jizz people who had been cheering for the massive reinforcements on the city walls and pyramids were stunned, the words swirling in their throats. "Hairhead hell," a Jizz man groaned hoarsely. "Dragon. The dragon is attacking. Quick, quick, archers, fire the dragon crossbows." The general on the city wall roared madly at his soldiers, his face contorted with rage. Hiss, but as it approached the dock, Big Black suddenly leaped into the 500-meter-high blue sky, leaving a terrifying shadow on the faces of the great sage, the Jizz soldiers, the Jizz people on the pyramids, and even the slaves in the streets. Then, Big Black released one paw, revealing a corner of the large bundle he was carrying. Clatter, the bundle reflected a shimmering white light in the warm sunlight, dazzling the eyes and bewildering the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people in the city. Soon, a Jithian picked up a piece of snow-white parchment the size of a notebook page, upon which lay a striking title, a letter from the Mother of Dragons to all citizens of Yuan-Ke. "I, Daenerys, Mother of Dragons, Liberator of Slaves, hereby inform you, slave owners large and small, that within 7 days, an army of 200,000 will be at your gates to liberate Yuan-Ke. My intention is to abolish inhumane slavery, not to target the Jithians. If you are willing to surrender, I will preserve your right to rule Yuan-Ke. If you are unwilling to accept defeat and intend to defy the laws of nature, I am willing to engage the Jithian army in a great and legendary nightly war. However, I possess benevolence, chivalry, and the wrath of a king. Those who dare to burn crops will be killed without mercy, those who dare to harm slaves will be killed without mercy, those who dare to poison wells will be killed without mercy. A king's wrath can cause rivers of blood to flow, a dragon king's wrath can set cities ablaze. Do not say you were not warned." The giant black dragon circled once in Yuan-Ke, bringing panic wherever it went, along with a continuous series of thump-thump-thump bowstring twangs as countless metallic crossbow bolts rose and fell beneath it. Hiss, the giant black dragon hissed goodbye before leisurely flying south, leaving behind only the city's screams of terror. "Dragon," the great sage's eye muscles twitched, and his teeth ground together. As the black dragon gradually disappeared from sight, the great sage turned around and said resolutely, word by word, "We obtained 3 dragon eggs last time, and Yuan-Ke wants 1. This, the fleet captain hesitated. Obtaining 2 extra eggs was a pleasant surprise, but 1 bronze dragon egg went to the Andals, and 1 white dragon egg was taken by that regretful fellow, leaving only 1 gold dragon egg. But we in Nujith also need dragons. More than half a year ago, the Kar's royal family unexpectedly acquired 2 dragon eggs from the Asha merchants. Now you want to take 1 more? Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed?" the great sage said unhappily. "We're not sure who that regretful one was employed by. Maybe it was royalty, maybe the 13 Greats, maybe the Turmalin Brotherhood, or maybe he never even handed the dragon egg to his employer. The ancient assassin organization must also want to raise a dragon. Who doesn't want a dragon? It's said that after the news of that woman successfully hatching a dragon from a stone egg reached Asgard, the price of fossil dragon eggs skyrocketed 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In fact, some high-ranking nobles in the Free Cities and Westeros are also secretly collecting dragon eggs. Everyone wants dragons. And even for royalty with 2 dragon eggs, 3 dragons aren't too many. That woman had 3 dragons, didn't she? The fleet captain shrugged. Then, has the Karth royal family hatched a dragon? The high priest asked anxiously. They just learned how to hatch dragons from us. I heard they sacrificed 7 or 8 noble collateral relatives, but it didn't work. According to the old priest who presided over the ceremony, perhaps the bloodline of the sacrifices wasn't pure enough to please the Lord of Light, Rallo, so it might not be a quick result. It's also his first time hatching a dragon. He's confident, but inexperienced. The fleet captain shook his head. The great sage looked down at the panicked crowd in the streets below, shouting things like the mother of dragons is coming, and the mother of dragons will burn the city to the ground. His face grew increasingly grim. Finally, he turned sharply, glaring at the fleet captain, and said, now that the Neogis warships have gone to the ruins of Valyria, they should be able to bring back a few dragon eggs, just like the Andals. Now, young Cain needs that golden dragon egg. Great sage, why don't we wait for the fleet to return? After all, it's impossible to hatch a dragon anytime soon. The fleet captain refused. No, look, the great sage pointed coldly at the bustling city below. A single black dragon has thrown our army into chaos. If we can't restore the morale of the people and the army, when the mother of dragons arrives with her 3 dragons, UNK will immediately become the second Astrover. I need dragon eggs to soothe the people. I need to bring hope to the Harpy's son, who is gripped by fear. Dragons. We all know that dragons are not invincible. If that woman's dragons dare to breathe fire and burn the city, I would be very happy. But the common people are ignorant. In their hearts, only dragons can fight dragons. Therefore, I need dragon eggs. I need to gather the people and tell them that UNK is hatching dragons, and UNK will soon have its own giant dragons. But the cost of hatching dragons is a bit high. The fleet captain hesitated. He had a strong sense of the big picture and understood how much damage the fall of UNK would do to the Jith Alliance. Ha, young man, you're still too young. The great sage patted the shoulder of the burly middle-aged officer before him, winked slyly, and asked with a smile, what was our plan before? To buy time, to let the mother of dragons run out of supplies. At this, the fleet captain's doubts vanished, and he exclaimed, great sage, you're brilliant. All it takes is for the army to regain its morale, even if it's only for 10 days, no, 5 days, that's enough. When the people see the mother of dragons outside the city so hungry she can only gnaw on horse bones, everyone in the city will become fearless warriors. Alright, on behalf of Neogis, I agree to hand over the golden dragon egg to your excellency, great sage. Ha, the great sage laughed heartily, but in his heart he thought, kid, you're still too young. Only what's in your belly truly belongs to you. Who knows what's in the Valyrian ruins? Maybe there's only a dragon egg left? As for the price of hatching the dragon, hey, even that little girl had the courage to sacrifice her only brother, husband, and son. Am I less magnanimous than her? Moreover, I have many wives and sons, so I am much more financially secure than her. Chapter 145 Sweetheart and the Ragged Prince. After the fall of the Jis Empire, the Jis were forced to leave their capital, Old Jis, and established 4 new city-states in the north and south. New Jis, located on the Golden Sea in the south, was the core city of the Jis. 3 large cities on the east shore of Slave Bay, Meereen, where slaves were bought, Cain, where slaves were trained, and Estapo, where eunuch warriors were produced. Meereen and Estapo were both built at the mouth of freshwater rivers, situated on key sea routes. Cain, located between Meereen and Estapo, lacked convenient river transport nearby, and was only 250 kilometers from Meereen. Geographically, it seemed unnecessary to build another city in Cain. After all, the Jis population was very small, only a few 100,000, and Meereen and Estapo had vast fertile lands lying fallow. In fact, Cain possessed a uniquely advantageous natural environment, with a large plain naturally suited for agriculture. If this were the Three Kingdoms period of China, Cain would be considered the granary of Guangzhong, the foundation of imperial power. It's a pity that such a fertile land was occupied by the corrupt Jith. Or perhaps, because Slavers Bay was so comfortable, where one could eat one's fill without even lying down. The Jit were corrupted by their pampered lifestyle? In any case, Daenerys valued the vast granary of Khal Plains. She even decided that if the slave owners were obedient and left the entire plain intact to her, she would treat the wise lords of Khal City well. After all, Khal slave training tradition was more about femininity than the ruthless lords of Astropor. Alice, my heart was set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shone on the gutter. 3 days after the Black Dragon delivered the letter from the Mother of Dragons to all citizens of Khal, on a quiet afternoon, the sun shone brightly on the earth, and Daenerys arrived at the Khal Plains. She slowly brought her little silver horse to a stop. As far as the eye could see, there was only scorched earth with wisps of white smoke rising from it. The black and gray colors even overshadowed the bright sunlight, making one feel as if they had entered a world of only black and white. Clatter. The little silver horse trotted about uneasily, its hooves pounding, seemingly trying to avoid the scorching earth beneath its feet, or perhaps horrified by the forest of corpses that covered the entire dirt road. The wheat fields on both sides of the yellow road were burned, and the road itself was studded with wooden spears 3 or 4 meters long, their long, pointed tips piercing through the abdomens or anuses of the ragged slaves, passing through their chests, throats, and lodging in their palates. Old people, young people, children, men, women, white people, black people, brown-skinned people, amber-skinned people, no matter their skin color or age, it was difficult to distinguish them at this moment. Only after the slaves were nailed to the road did Jis set fire to the crops on both sides of the road. Although the corpses couldn't be directly scorched by the flames, they were almost like smoked meat. The black smoke and high-temperature flames ignited the already meager tattered hemp clothing and hair of the slaves, then licked their skin. A thin sheen of oil seeped from the blackened skin, and a faint, salty aroma of smoked meat wafted in the air, but then a gust of wind carried the stench of excrement and urine. Corpses near the field ridges were scorched by the flames, their internal organs bulging, their bellies bursting open like sausages, revealing their rotten intestines. The charred wheat fields, the steaming tree stumps, the gray-black dust swirling in the wind, the black forest of corpses resembling smoked cured meat. Wasn't this a scene from purgatory? 50,000 soldiers clenched their fists, silent. Damn it, damn it. Beristan's face was ashen, her white beard trembling with the twitching muscles of her face. They will die. Her face mask concealed her expression, but her voice revealed a chilling killing intent. The forest of corpses lay directly before her, all arranged deliberately, faces south, mouths agape revealing the sharp, hardwood tips inside. Their pale, lifeless eyeballs bulged from their sockets, seemingly staring at Daenerys. The foremost female corpse had been deliberately prepared, a plaque hung around her neck, her hands gripping either side of it. Her cheeks, from lips to ears, were slashed open with sharp blades, revealing a grotesque, clown-like smile. A line of words, painted in white on the grayish-black wooden plaque, read, "The slaves are all coming out to welcome you, slave queen. 30 kilometers to Yunkai. It's still early, let's continue." Daenerys turned her horse, leaving the dirt road and entering the warm, scorched wheat field. "What about these corpses?" Red-haired Lyra asked cautiously. "Leave them to the militia behind." Daenerys instructed her centaur cavalry to relay a message to the militia 5 kilometers away. As the saying goes, time will tell. As the army drew closer to Yunkai, the difference between fine war horses and pack horses mule became increasingly apparent, and Daenerys' 50,000-strong army stretched ever longer, extending for dozens of miles. Even 100 miles away, hundreds of laborers rode water buffalo, leading horses, slowly making their way north. Fortunately, the situation wasn't a stalemate, otherwise, a few guerrilla units behind enemy lines could have easily overwhelmed Daenerys. The iron hooves trampled the warm fields, kicking up sparks and clouds of dust. The gray powder left from burning straw swirled in the air, almost making it seem like a world of swirling snow. The riders' mood grew increasingly somber. The dense forests of corpses along the road were not isolated incidents. Intermittently, they would encounter ruined manors, and then a forest of corpses would appear on the road not far away. Crops were burned, estates were burned, and the thousands of acres of olive groves near the sea were reduced to half-burned stumps, emitting black smoke. It seemed the entire world had been burned, instilling a nauseating and oppressive sense of world weariness. Even the veteran General Beristan was affected. His face was gloomy and he spoke less in the past day or two. The next morning, Yunkai appeared in the army's sight. On the scorched earth stood a lone city, its 10-meter-high walls already filled with soldiers in full armor. As the dragon banner appeared, figures could be seen moving on the walls. Dany knew that the Jith had also discovered their troops. "I'm in a bad mood and want to kill a few beasts to vent my anger," Dany said, turning to Barristan. "We have a plan." The old man hesitated. "Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind. Only when they feel pain will they cooperate with us and become cowards. In a moment, we'll do this." Dany quickly explained a plan to a dozen generals. 2 hours later, on a brick tower to the right of Astapor's city gate, a group of Jithian generals were observing an army slowly passing by outside the city through a single-lens telescope. This tower wasn't tall, it was just one of many watchtowers on the city wall, much shorter than the main tower above the city gate. Such an inconspicuous tower was naturally unlikely to be a target for the dragons. "Ha ha ha, the great sage's plan is indeed excellent. Look, that woman's soldiers are all dejected, their leather armor covered in grime, a bunch of stray dogs." Glasden laughed heartily, holding up his telescope. In the telescope, the soldiers were indeed disheveled, their hair messy, and many had grime on their exposed skin. The slumped man, Yazan, sitting on a large bamboo chair, struggled to his head and asked his alluring attendant by the window, "Sweetheart, have you seen the Dragon Queen?" Yes, Yazan was here today too. But the narrow window was too high for him, and the others didn't want to squeeze in with him, so it was his slave, Sweetheart, who was watching through the telescope. Sweetheart was her name. Sweetheart was slender, with a delicate face and smooth skin. She possessed beautiful purple hair and a pair of alluring purple eyes, and wore a gorgeous dress adorned with moonstone and myrtle lace. She resembled a noblewoman who had stepped out of a castle. "Master, the first rider is the Dragon Queen. She and her dragons have long since headed south." Sweetheart's voice was sweet and charming, making the bones of the wise lords beside her sway. Looking at Sweetheart's beautiful appearance, Glasden's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. He turned around, patted the hilt of his sword, and tentatively said, "Yazan, don't you really like my Valyrian steel scimitar? How about trading it for Sweetheart?" Sweetheart wasn't angry at his words and even gave Glasden a shy, flirtatious wink. "Glasden, give up. Sweetheart is mine, and not even the gods can take her away from me," Yazan said angrily. "Valyrian steel weapons are a once-in-a-century find," Glasden said stubbornly. "Valyrian steel scimitars may be rare, but can they be as unique as my darling Sweetheart?" Yazan remained unmoved. Beside him, an old general with silver-gray hair and silver-gray armor glanced contemptuously at Yazan and Glasden, mocking, "The mother of Dragon's army of 50,000 is already at our doorstep, and you're still fighting over a hermaphroditic monster. A huge question arises in my mind, was accepting Yuenke's offer the right thing to do?" Strangely, the old general's cloak was tattered, sewn from fabrics of different colors, making it look like he was wearing a ragged garment. Sweetheart tucked a stray purple strand of hair behind her ear with her slender fingers, giggling sweetly, "Though we are both male and female, we are definitely not monsters." "Shut up. Who gives you the right to speak here, you wretched creature?" The great sage turned around, coldly sweeping his sharp, blade-like gaze over the hermaphroditic Sweetheart. Bang! 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 Yazan slammed his fist on the bamboo chair armrest, shouting angrily, "Marinho, you bastard who deserved to be captured by the mother of dragons and fed to the dragons, how dare you yell at my Sweetheart? I can make you, the great sage, step down right now, you believe me? Yazan, this is a special time. With your wealth and connections, I'm afraid you can't shake the trust of the Gis Alliance and His Majesty the Great Sage," a powerful leader from Meereen said calmly. "Trust him?" Yazan sneered, "You bunch of fools, just wait and see how the Mother of Dragons avenges those 50,000 slaves. Get this fat man out of here, he's disrupting morale." The silver-haired old general pointed at Yazan. "You piece of junk, you want me out? Do you know whose food your 2,000 beasts eat? Which prostitutes they patronize?" Yazan shouted loudly. Sweetheart leaned against Shitman, covering her mouth and giggling. "Prince Raggedy, the 300,000 radiant coins used to hire the wind-blowing gang were all provided by the great Master Yazan. In other words, Master Yazan is the employer of your wind-blowing gang." Prince Raggedy, the leader of the wind-blowing gang, stared at Shitman and his servant with indifferent eyes for a while, then turned to the great sage and said, "The enemy has crossed nearly 600 kilometers in 10 days, their physical strength is almost at its limit, and they have been demoralized by your corpse forest tactics. Faced with this group of exhausted soldiers, you are so cowardly that you let them walk slowly through the city gate in a single file? Chapter 146 War God Grasden. What do you mean? The great sage asked, frowning. The ragged prince coldly replied, send out all the cavalry to attack, cut off their ranks at the city gate, and charge north to slaughter the dragon mother's militia and laborers. This. The great sage hesitated, turning his gaze to the allied forces' first commander, Yunke's first war god, first military strategist, and first warrior, Grasden Moeres. Oh, Grasden, who was almost effortlessly swept aside by Daenerys, truly is Yunke's first war god. He even studied in Nujith. He served as the Iron Legion's commander for 10 years before returning home to inherit his father's position after his father's death, becoming a great sage. Because of Grasden's impressive resume, both Meereen and Nujith recognized his status as the Allied forces commander. Grasden pondered for a moment, then said, I've observed carefully. The white flag of the Unsullied, the wings of freedom of the Dragon Mother's Guard, and the red flag of the newly established Royal Guard have all passed by. The three dragons didn't go to Emerald Lake, 3 kilometers to the north, but instead flew to the forest more than 20 kilometers to the east. Perhaps they are foraging for food. They've been gone for about an hour and a half. If we can complete the raid within an hour, there shouldn't be any danger. If the commander is brave enough, he can deliberately wait for the dragons to appear before running towards the city gate. A cold glint flashed in Grasden's eyes, and his right hand slashed down like a knife. Prepare dragon shooting crossbows near the city gate in advance. Perhaps we can kill those evil dragons today. The ragged prince looked at Grasden in surprise and exclaimed, great minds think alike. Would you be willing to be the warrior who lures the dragons? Grasden's smug expression froze. Damn it, I paid a lot of money to hire you mercenaries to Yunke, wasn't it to have you risk your lives? However, he couldn't refuse. Just half a month ago, he had lost 50,000 allied troops. He needed to atone for his mistake. No problem, he said spiritedly. A moment later, the city gate creaked open, and Grasden, now clad in iron armor, led 1,000 elite cavalrymen charging out. Kill, he shouted, brandishing his Valyrian steel scimitar. A deafening roar shook the earth, and dust billowed as the horses trod, forming a yellow dragon that swept towards the marching column a kilometer away. Under the afternoon sun, the militia, who had been lazily riding northwards in Yunke, were stunned. They screamed and frantically whipped their horses, scattering in all directions. The 1,000 mercenaries and the cavalrymen in yellow silk cloaks ignored the scattered militia. They emerged from the east gate, arcing towards the main force stretching south. Scatter. Drop your supplies and scatter, a militia captain shouted, stepping forward. Thousands of sacks of wheat, copper pots, and tents were abandoned on the road. Riders on horseback galloped aimlessly, not firing a single arrow, seemingly terrified. Don't lose formation. Hold on. Break through their ranks. Grasden, at the forefront of the wedge formation, brandished his scimitar and shouted. Seeing the militia crumble like butter before a hot knife through butter, he was filled with triumph. Grasden had never felt so exhilarated on the battlefield. He felt his very soul being elevated in the charge. The shadow of defeat 2 weeks prior had completely vanished. And the terrifying dragon's roar could no longer trouble him. Hiss! Suddenly, the militia riders in front stopped scattering and instead stood still. Then the nightmare returned. A terrifying roar came from behind the militia riders. Yuayu, the fierce steed black dragon, which dared to bite even wolves, suddenly went limp as noodles. Then, Grasden felt a dizzying sensation as light vanished from his vision. The noisy shouts and the nightmarish roar of the dragon disappeared from his ears. In a daze, he lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed when he felt someone touching his groin. He was about to shout, "What a bastard dares to be so bold!" But in an instant, reason returned. He wasn't dead? Had he been captured? No, someone was removing his armor. Grasden cautiously opened his eyes and saw 2 men in hemp clothing with dragon head sleeves pulling at his iron boots. Beside him lay a pile of naked corpses as high as a stack of firewood, the air thick with a stench of blood. Why hadn't they captured him? Then he understood. His eyes, barely open, were glued shut with blood, and his face felt numb, as if covered in a thick scab. Some unfortunate fellow's blood was splattered all over his face, and the militia searching the battlefield thought he was dead. Great. No, wait, they're taking off my iron boots. Once my armor is gone, They'll come and remove my leather armor and lining. They'll immediately find I still have body temperature and a heartbeat. Thinking this, he immediately focused intently. Just as the two militiamen pulled the iron boots off his feet like pulling radishes, he abruptly pulled his legs back, and in the moment of their astonishment, his two large feet struck their faces like rocket launchers. Then, Grazdin pushed himself up with his hands, stood up, and without even glancing at the two militiamen who were dizzy from being kicked, ran towards the large yellow horse grazing leisurely nearby. "An enemy is faking death," nearby militiamen shouted. Grazdin had already seen that there were more than two militiamen cleaning up the battlefield, so he never even considered killing the two opposite him. Luckily, the dozen or so scouts behind him fired arrows like meteors, but none hit a vital spot. He lay prone on his horse, struck by 3 or 4 arrows in his buttocks and thighs, while his horse was hit by 7 or 8, but aside from increasing its speed, it didn't collapse. After running only 4 or 5 miles, he caught a glimpse of the city wall, but he dared not raise his head to call out. Dusk had just passed, and the sky was dark. The soldiers on the wall probably wouldn't recognize him. He even caught a glimpse of the cold glint of iron arrowheads reflected in the firelight on the wall. In that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He flipped over and hid under his horse's belly. The next instant, whoosh, 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 arrows rained down from the wall. The horse neighed and collapsed heavily to the ground, while the scouts behind him pulled on the reins, cursed a few times, and left. He was saved. Grazdin, hidden under the horse's belly, breathed a sigh of relief. That night, 5 kilometers north of Yunque, in a wooden palace atop a low hill. What? Grazdin was in that cavalry column too, and he escaped? Daenerys was furious upon hearing the centaur's report. The afternoon's decoy operation was meant to vent her anger and intimidate the Yunque slave owners. What could be more effective than beheading the leader of the Jithian army? Grazdin's features are so obvious. Are you all blind? Kalish, it's really not our fault. If I hadn't asked the prisoners, I wouldn't have known that bastard had left the city, the centaur chick cried out in protest. Yes, Chick was the centaur who had provoked Jorah outside Drogo's tent that day. Daenerys had defied tradition, not letting him lie on the ground to die, but instead rescuing him. Thus, this guy joined her cast. Chick was originally a member of Bonakar's tribe. Besides the Blood Guard, capable centaurs in the cast were also given important positions, and Chick was one of the militia captains. Your Majesty's black hair is so long, and your helmet is so high, how conspicuous is that? Daenerys retorted. No tall helmet, Chick shouted. Well, these days only the most straightforward centaurs dared to yell at Daenerys. Daenerys waved her hand and said, "Bring the highest-ranking prisoner here." A moment later, 2 unsullied guards at the entrance to the main tent lifted the leather curtain, and Lyra, the red-haired woman, led in a blonde prisoner with a guard. In the bright torchlight, Daenerys could see that the man was a blonde, blue-eyed white man. His armor had been removed, revealing a white shirt and black trousers. It was difficult to tell his gender. He was burly, over 1.8 meters tall, with somewhat feminine curves in his chest and hips. His shoulder-length blonde hair was haphazardly draped over his face, but his face was large and square, not completely obscured by his hair. His nose looked like it had been chewed by a dog, with torn flesh revealing 2 dark nostrils. There were deep cross-shaped scars on both cheeks, and his blue eyes held an unmelting coldness. He also seemed to be earless. And who is this? Daenerys recognized Lyra. Maris, the interrogator of the Windrushers. The red-haired female knight said with a complicated expression. Daenerys frowned, thinking of Brienne of Tarth, the beauty that women love most. It seemed that beauty had become a sword used to wound ugly women. Your friend? She asked. Not really a friend. She's also from Westeros. We've met a few times, just nodding acquaintances. This girl is hard to talk to, Lyra complained. Oh, so you're from the same country. Daenerys nodded and smiled. Help Maris unlock her chains. Looking at the queen, who was clad in iron armor and had only removed her helmet, Lyra and the guard freed Maris's hands and feet from the chains. What's the story with Grazdin? Maris rubbed her wrist, looking at Daenerys indifferently. He's the commander of the cavalry. When he escaped from Astapor, he cut off his long, upright hair and took off his toga robe to avoid attracting attention. Because he was wearing the same armor as us, your men didn't recognize him. Maris's voice was hoarse, but not as rough as her face. Perhaps because of her profession as an interrogator, She knew exactly what Daenerys wanted to know and simply told her everything. I see. After understanding Grazdin's situation, Daenerys asked, is there any possibility that your commander, the Prince of Raggedy, will defect to me? She was also very straightforward. The commander will only side with the victor, and he thinks you have no chance. After saying that, Maris turned to Lyra and asked strangely, what does your Order of the Roses think? The Order of the Roses is gone. Jon and I have become knights under the Queen, regular knights. Lyra said proudly. I mean, have you considered the consequences? Once the Mother of Dragons is defeated, the Rose Order will truly be finished, Maris sneered. Defeated? Lyra smiled faintly, saying, we're besieging Yunque now, and you don't even dare leave the city gates. Who will be defeated? The battle isn't about Yunque, or even about Slavers Bay. The Mother of Dragons is at odds with the entire world, Maris sighed. Let's take it one step at a time. Dany raised her hand to end the conversation. The carefree Lyra probably didn't notice, but Dany noticed the windblown Order's interrogator's cold eyes, clearly testing her for weaknesses. Maris, tell me, how should I deal with these prisoners? Saying this, she turned to Lyra and asked, what are the casualties? We lost 30 soldiers, the enemy lost 300, and 700 were captured, about 300 mercenaries, and 400 yellow silk cloaks. After accounting for the dead and the wounded, we also gained more than 900 fine horses, the red-haired female knight replied. Dany nodded and looked at the beauty Maris. Have you made up your mind? I think the captain will pay you a large ransom. Clearly, the ugly Maris had no intention of joining them. A thought flashed through Dany's mind, but she said calmly, all right, have the Windblown Company send an envoy to negotiate with me tomorrow afternoon. If the price is right, you will be released after the war. Chapter 147 The Dragon Queen is going to launch a siege. The next day at noon, under the watchful eyes of soldiers armed with crossbows, the basket in the corner creaked and groaned its way up the city wall. The ragged prince hurried to the basket and asked the woman crouching inside, Maris, why did they let you come back? After yesterday's pursuit, the Yunque were terrified, and the city gates were blocked with sandbags and stones. Maris, alone on horseback, had to dismount and use the bamboo basket elevator. The beautiful interrogator glanced at the several disguised sages behind the commander, and as she climbed out of the large bamboo basket, said calmly, the Dragon Mother let me come back to deliver a message. After delivering the message, I have to go back as a prisoner. What message? Glasden asked hastily. He and the other sages removed their toga robes and changed into the yellow silk cloaks adorned with the gleaming bronze discs worn by ordinary Jith soldiers, disguising themselves as ordinary guards to avoid being targeted and eliminated by the dragons in the sky. Yes, in the morning, the Black Dragon came and used a 30-pound barrel of kerosene to smash the 3 sons of the Great Sage to death. The Great Sage's pyramid was the largest. Around 5 in the morning, as the sun was just peeking over the horizon, the 3 princes habitually went to the rooftop garden to bathe in the morning light and practice their martial arts. Suddenly, a firebomb fell from the sky, turning the 3 princes into human torches, a truly tragic sight. Maris didn't look at Grazdin, but said to her commander, the Dragon Mother wants you to lead the Wind-Blowing Legion to join her. She will give you double the commission, or whatever other conditions you propose. Ah, the nearby Jith soldiers and the sage exclaimed in surprise. The ragged prince seemed oblivious to the Jith's wary gazes, and said calmly, Maris, you should understand their intentions. Yes, the Dragon Mother is trying to sow discord between the Wind-Blowing Legion and Lord Yunque, the interrogator nodded. Yes, that cunning woman is trying to sow discord among us. Grazdin gritted his teeth, his right hand unconsciously reaching for his buttocks as he spoke. He had been struck by 4 arrows last night and should have been recuperating at home, but the god of war had once again suffered a complete defeat, and he felt guilty. He couldn't sit still or eat properly without immediately getting out of bed to contribute to Yunque's anti-Dragon Mother cause. He was filled with anxiety and unease. He wanted to atone for his sins and make up for the mistakes caused by non-personal factors through his tireless efforts. If the Windblows are unwilling to submit, they must pay a ransom to the Dragon Mother in exchange for those 124 members, Maris said calmly. How much? The ragged prince's eyes flashed, and he said, can we negotiate? We can't just accept whatever she says, can we? At least 3 times the usual amount, but the Dragon Mother also said that she will not go against tradition and will allow the Windblows to send someone to negotiate tonight, Maris said. Evening? Grasden's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, "Why not on the afternoon? Do you know the situation at that woman's camp? Did those lowly slaves go to Emerald Lake to fetch water? When will they launch their attack?" Maris looked at her commander. "Tell him." The ragged prince nodded and said softly. The dragon mother didn't camp at Emerald Lake. The place smelled too strong. She probably guessed that the wise lord had contaminated the lake with excrement. Her camp is divided into 3 parts, a front, a middle, and a rear camp, located 5 kilometers north of Uwaketong, extending eastward for more than 10 miles, with the closest point about 7 or 8 miles from Emerald Lake. I don't know the specifics of the camp. Before leaving, I only saw a large group of soldiers digging wells, while the dragon mother was outside, supervising the malicious construction of the fortifications. She seemed very busy, so she scheduled the negotiations for the evening. That shouldn't be the case. Grasden stroked his chin, puzzled. Emerald Lake and the nearby woods are excellent campsites that we specifically prepared for our lowly slaves. Throwing excrement into the lake was just to deliberately lower that woman's guard. Water contaminated with excrement, while potentially causing illness if drunk directly, isn't fatal. Filtering it with gauze and then boiling it is enough. She'll only overlook the real killing blow when she thinks we've already tampered with the lake water. You even poisoned it? Prince Ragnarok asked, frowning. Do you think we're stupid? If we poisoned it, wouldn't a fish be dead? Grasden glanced contemptuously at the wind-blowing legion leader and said coldly, "We sank 10,000 slave corpses in the lake." Hiss. The interrogator, who had always been expressionless, changed color and gasped, just like her leader. If it really caused a large-scale epidemic, could Yuenke, who was nearby, have escaped? Prince Ragnarok asked incredulously. Slaves have died wave after wave, but the immortal sage still stands proudly atop the pyramid. Grasden's expression was 7 parts smug and 3 parts ruthless. We have the resolve to let Yuenke and the dragon mother perish together. HMPH, if news of a blood plague outbreak really came, I'm afraid you sages would immediately seal off the pyramid, completely cutting off contact with the outside world, right? Prince Ragnarok said coldly. Prince Raggedy, our lord is very generous. We'll cover the ransom for the captured mercenaries and the compensation for the fallen mercenaries, Grasden said meaningfully to the windblown band leader. The gray-haired old leader instantly understood his meaning. We have money, and we're willing to pay. And aren't mercenaries just people who risk their lives for money? Maris, you have another task. Help us gather information about the slave camps, Grasden directly ordered the torturer. Before leaving, he turned back and said, "Oh, and during the negotiations tonight, ask that woman if our Jit warriors can be ransomed. The price is negotiable." Prince Raggedy watched the lords leave, his gaze cold. Maris, come with me. That afternoon, Maris and 2 other band members were lowered into a basket outside Yunke City, along with 2 strong horses. Besides Maris, there was a tall, young man from Bravis and a robust old man with a weathered white beard. Strangely, the old man carried a 2-handed greatsword at his left hip, a vertical flute at his right, and a wooden guitar on his slightly hunched back. The Centaur scouts, who had been lurking 500 meters outside the city gate, immediately became alert. Only after Maris stepped forward alone to explain the situation did the scout leader, Chick, reluctantly wave his hand, ordering the cavalry to clear the way. You've come too early, he muttered. Perhaps. But everyone else waits for the queen. No one can keep her waiting long, don't you think? A Bravis man beside Maris said with a laugh. HMPH, you'll be waiting a long time. The queen is hunting in the eastern woods and won't be back until evening, Chick mocked. The Bravis man's eyes flashed, his mouth opening and closing, about to ask, how many went, but after catching a glimpse of the ugly woman's cold gaze, he immediately changed his words. Waiting for the queen is an honor, we gladly accept it. A 10-man squad of Centaur cavalry, escorting 3 mercenaries, headed towards the camp 5 kilometers away. The Bravis man's eyes darted left and right, not missing a single militiaman passing through his field of vision. 3 kilometers from Yunke, a sudden clamor filled his ears, and his vision was filled with a dense mass of people and wood. Tens of thousands of short-sleeved soldiers were doing carpentry under the command of the Unsullied. They're building siege engines and catapults. Reaching the camp gate, the Bravis man was once again astonished. What a tall and sturdy camp. The thick wooden stakes of the fence were 5 meters high, with 2 layers, an inner and outer layer, and a 2-meter wide earthen ramp in the middle. Outside the outermost layer of the wooden fence, shirtless laborers were building walls. The manors outside Yunque had all been burned, but while the slave huts could be burned, the slave owners' ornate brick villas would be left as ruins. Now, a group of laborers were dismantling yellow bricks from the charred walls, pushing them to the vicinity of the camp in peculiar wheelbarrows, where bricklayers began to build walls against the wooden fence. Such a sturdy camp. It seems the Dragon Mother isn't stupid, she's prepared for a long siege of Yunque. The Brovis youth pondered. Wait here. Don't go anywhere else in the camp. The squad leader led the three to the stables behind the camp gate, assigned 2 unsullied patrollers to guard them, and then left with his centaur scouts. Building such a sturdy camp, what a massive undertaking. I'm afraid we won't be able to launch an attack on Yunque anytime soon, the Brovis youth whispered to his 2 companions. Zidane, behave yourself. Your willingness to be a spy for the JIF is your new second son's business. Don't cause trouble and implicate my 100+ brothers. The old man's eyes were sharp as knives. Don't worry, I'm just a guard. I won't even see that little queen. The Brovis youth smiled strangely. Hey, I'm just doing my job for money. I only care about the strength of the Dragon Mother's army. Even if your windblown legion discusses secretly surrendering to her, I won't interfere. You, the old man roared in anger. Maris pulled him back, saying calmly, Danzo, why bother with such a scoundrel? HMPH, you're right. Danzo scoffed, mocking, to become famous, you'd even change your group's name. Aren't you afraid of catching the same bad luck as the Second Son group? It's the new Second Son group, not the Second Son group, Zidane corrected, then grinned. What bad luck? Power and fortune, that's what we're talking about. Just after changing our name, our tiny 20-man mercenary group, which wasn't even qualified to join the JIF Alliance, suddenly swelled to 500. Those stragglers, hearing I'm the bastard son of the Titan's bastard, flocked to us. Now even the sages know my name. Hey, 200,000 gold coins, how does that compare to your windblown group? You'd better pray the Dragon Mother doesn't find out more about your relationship with Mello. That big Bravosian was in a terrible state, almost burned to a crisp by dragonfire, then torn to pieces by 2 dragons fighting over him. At this point, Danzo deliberately looked the uneasy Bravosian up and down, clicking his tongue. You're not small either, you'd probably be quite chewy roasted, the dragons would love you. You know, I'm just using Mello's name. I'm 29 this year, he doesn't have a son as big as me. Zidane forced a laugh. The Dragon Queen is back. Melis suddenly exclaimed. The sky was already dusky, and the camp, situated on a hill, offered a panoramic view. A dust dragon appeared in the east. Hooves thundered, and thousands of cavalry, led by a red-cloaked knight, stretched like a long dragon winding across the twilight earth. Behind the red-cloaked knight, standard-bearers carried 2 banners, the Wings of Liberty and the red banner with a black dragon. It's the Royal Guard and the Dragon Mother's Guard. That red cloak definitely belongs to the Dragon Queen. Zidane's eyes lit up. Chapter 148 The Ragged Prince and Pentis. Even though the Dragon Queen returned to camp with a large swarm of prey at dusk, the 3 envoys representing the Windblowers did not immediately see her. However, Maris and Danzo were not anxious, as the silver-haired queen had said the previous night that she would meet with the Windblowers' envoys during her rest time that night. Zidane, the leader of the new Second Sons disguised as a Windblower's envoy, was also in no hurry. He was casually looking around, muttering to himself. Hell, claiming an army of 200,000, but actually only 52,000. That woman really knows how to boast. He said smugly to his 2 companions while drinking carrot porridge. Well, the guards hadn't let them go hungry, the carrot porridge was plentiful, and each of them received half a pound of roasted wild boar hind leg meat. HMPH, you don't need to count the smoke from the campfire. The Dragon Mother never intended to hide her strength, the merchants of Astapor had already told the slave owners about her military strength. Danzo mocked. You don't understand, Zidane shook his head, chuckling. Of course I know her strength, but her army made a 600-mile raid in 10 days without suffering major losses. Doesn't that say something? What does it say? No matter how many losses she suffered, just 3 dragons cut off our chance of a surprise attack. Have you forgotten yesterday's lesson? Danzo shook his head. How, who are we? Zidane sneered. Danzo was stunned, not understanding what he meant. We are mercenaries, not Gislians, much less wise or great lords. Does the Windblown Company really intend to die for Yunque? Are you going to join the Mother of Dragons? Maris, who had been silent until now, was also shocked. Of course, Zidane drawled, finally grinning, no. No matter how many times the Mother of Dragons wins, she will ultimately fail. But seeing how well organized and high-spirited her 50,000-strong army is after such a long march, I'm afraid Yunke isn't her last battle. In that case, we need to prepare a backup plan. Let's cooperate, secretly controlling a few large ships. If things go wrong, he. This time, the two officers of the Windblown Legion didn't refute Zidane's words. Instead, they both looked thoughtful. Running away when you can't win is almost a tradition of mercenary groups, and saying it outright isn't shameful. Around 10 o'clock at night, the entire camp was quiet, the ground dotted with flickering campfires like an inverted starry night sky. Led by the Unsullied, Maris and Danzo met the silver-haired queen, her right hand supporting her chin, reclining on a wooden chair. Still clad in full gray-black armor, only her helmet removed, she possessed a delicate, small face beneath silky hair, the silver strands shimmering with reddish light in the torchlight. The Mother of Dragons was indeed young, and as beautiful as rumored, her eyes clear and bright, not fanatical, yet revealing a palpable weariness. Danzo, upon entering the wooden palace, began sizing up the queen. Considering Lyra's knowledge of the Windblown Company, the Bravas could not impersonate a mercenary leader, otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to meet Daenerys. He remained outside the tent. Seeing the flute at the old man's waist and the wooden guitar on his back, Daenerys sat up straight in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, this old swordsman is also a bard?" Danzo bowed and said gently, "Your Majesty, I am Danzo Dihan, the Vice Commander of the Windblown Company, representing Prince Ragata to negotiate with you. As you can see, I am indeed a poet, a warrior poet." The old man's appearance was rough, his armor worn, yet he gave Daenerys a gentle, refined air. Flute in the left hand, sword in the right, what a warrior poet. Dany laughed, patting him on the shoulder for support. "I've recently been learning the harp from a musician, we can exchange tips sometime." This wasn't a lie. After becoming queen, besides swordsmanship, Dany had also arranged for herself to take cultural and etiquette courses, classes typical of nobles. As a transmigrator, she indeed lacked basic manners and etiquette in this new world. As she herself said, etiquette wasn't about dictating how others should behave, but about regulating one's own behavior. She couldn't very well act like a foolish, immature person, shouting, "I'm vulgar, I'm proud, and you all have to listen to me and learn from me." If the wind-blowing crew is willing to pledge allegiance to His Majesty, how many opportunities are there? Red-haired Lyra said with a smile. "It's not impossible," Danzo said, uttering a statement that shocked Dany and the others. Not to mention Dany, even Zidane, if present, would probably be stunned. This old man had previously displayed an unyielding and arrogant demeanor, but now, under normal circumstances, almost no mercenary group would betray their employer. Otherwise, who would hire you? For example, the Second Sons of Miru, with its long history and great strength, had a terrible reputation as Titan bastards and hadn't received any mercenary missions for several years. Therefore, upon receiving the invitation from the Jith, they immediately traveled all the way from Bravas to Meereen. Daenerys' apparent eagerness to recruit members of the Windblown crew and her attempt to sow discord between them and their lord was only a secondary objective. Her main goal was to subtly send a few living Jangans to the opposing CAO's camp. Is the Ragged Prince truly willing to abandon darkness and embrace light? Daenerys exclaimed, her eyes wide. Abandon darkness and embrace light? This dragon queen certainly knows how to talk. Danzo thought to himself, but smiled warmly and nodded, saying, "The Ragged Prince has long admired His Majesty. Just grant him one insignificant request, and he will lead 2,000 brothers to pledge allegiance to His Majesty." "What does he want?" Daenerys asked curiously. "Pentas," Danzo said seriously. "What?" Daenerys wondered if she had misheard. "If His Majesty agrees to grant Pentas to our leader in the future, the Windblown Brigade will be yours," Danzo stated his conditions clearly. "I remember the Ragged Prince once refused the position of Prince of Pentas. Why is he regretting it now?" Dany asked, puzzled. The Windblown Brigade leader was called a Ragged Prince for two reasons. First, he was born into a noble family in Pentas and was elected Prince of Pentas 30 years ago. Second, he wore a tattered cloak that looked like a tattered bedsheet, and the members of the Windblown Brigade affectionately called him King of Raggedness. "Doesn't His Majesty know the customs of Pentas?" Danzo frowned. "Old sir, I stayed in Pentos for quite a while, but I was too young then. At most, I knew that the cheapest grilled herring was at Blackjack's in Bear Street, and 1 copper coin could fill you up, Danny said with a smile. Danzo's expression was strange. He nodded and said, I've been to Blackjack's, too. For an extra coin, you can get 2 dice of sour wine. Does His Majesty know anything about the House of Karth? He asked again. Daenerys immediately understood and said incredulously, when I was in Pentos, I often saw the prince patrolling the streets. A long procession, with 3 ornately dressed officials leading the way, each carrying a golden scale, an iron sword, and a silver whip. It's said that these 3 things symbolize the prince's control over Pentos's trade, war, and justice. Even every New Year's Day, the prince. Daenerys blushed as she said this. Every New Year's Day, Pentos would offer a beautiful virgin to each of the gods of the land and the sea, and then the prince, on behalf of the gods, would deflower the 2 virgins. When Viserys told his sister about this, he looked on with envy and jealousy, saying, if Westeros had such a custom, then Rhaegar's abduction of Lyanna Stark wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Clearing her throat a few times, Daenerys asked doubtfully, Pentos doesn't seem like a lost kingdom, does it? It's all an illusion. Sighing, Danzo slowly explained, Pentos, like Dragonstone where you were born, was a trading outpost established by the Valyrians, ruled by Valyrian nobles. The prince was chosen from 40 noble families, nominally equivalent to the king of Pentos. But after the fall of Valyria, the city's power base changed, from absolute power, the Valyrian dragons, to mere wealth. But in terms of wealth alone, how could a prince compare to the great sea merchants? Over the centuries, the prince gradually became a symbol, even a sacrifice. A sacrifice? Daenerys was stunned. Whenever Pentos lost a war, or when the harvest was bad, leading to poor crop, the people of Pentos would slit the prince's throat and sacrifice him to the gods to appease their wrath. Holy crap! What a bizarre custom. You see, the seasons in this world aren't fixed. Summer is naturally wonderful, but winter always comes. With winters lasting for years, what kind of harvest can there be? Doesn't that mean the prince will lose his head every winter? Danzo continued, the previous prince had just been beheaded when the captain was chosen as the new prince, but is that the kind of prince he wants? I haven't even conquered young Kay yet, who knows if I'll ever have a chance to go to Pentos? Dany refused. Is the ragged prince out of his mind? Why would she travel tens of thousands of miles to conquer a trading city-state for him? You don't need to lead an army to raid Pentos, Danzo explained, seemingly guessing her thoughts. Pentos is a very special case. During the slave wars 100 years ago, Pentos sacrificed 4 princes in a single year, yet they were still no match for Braavos. The governors of Pentos had no choice but to negotiate peace, promising to abandon slavery while also being forced to sign an agreement to reduce their military strength. First, the people of Pentos are not allowed to possess more than 20 warships. Second, Pentos is not allowed to employ mercenaries, nor can it enter into siege contracts with free mercenary groups. Third, apart from a limited number of city guards, Pentos is not allowed to possess any army. Therefore, Pentos is as fragile as a delicate maiden. Your Majesty only needs to send 3 dragons with you, and the wind-blowing legion can easily take Pentos. Seeing Danzo's eager eyes, Dany stroked her chin and said something unrelated to the topic. Did Braavos really wage war for the sake of slaves? I remember there were many servants wearing slave collars in the governor mansion of Illyrio. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The Prince of Ragada once said that abolishing slavery was merely an excuse for Braavos to expand their power. Pentos nominally has no slaves. In reality, it's just a change of name. Slaves are replaced with debt slaves. No matter how hard they work, the money they earn can never meet their daily needs, buying a house, getting married, eating, raising children. Thus, those free slaves can only borrow from wealthy merchants. To repay these loans, they can only do the work arranged by the rich, working even harder to earn money to repay debts they can never repay. At this point, Danzo's gaze towards Daenerys changed, filled with awe and worship. Your Majesty is completely different from the Braavos. Your Majesty provides every new free citizen with sufficient necessities, land that belongs to them forever, and interest-free, ultra-long-term royal loans. The slaves themselves may not understand how much protection your code provides to ordinary people. A sound system and laws enable every newly freed citizen to live a truly free and prosperous life. You are the true liberator of slaves. Chapter 149 Deceit and Treachery. It's precisely because Daenerys is serious, not just paying lip service, and she does it exceptionally well, that others hate her so much? It's a hatred born of deep-seated fear. Braavos has been raising the banner of emancipating slaves for centuries, yet other city-states primarily reliant on the slave trade have barely reacted. When Braavos attacked Pentos under the pretext of abolishing slavery, Mir, Volantis, and Tarosi watched from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. But Daenerys never proclaimed "I want to abolish slavery" to the world. She secretly focused on large-scale production in a corner of the world. As a result, the Gith alliance attacked, and Karth and Volantis were sharpening their knives, preparing to declare war on her. Even Braavos, which had always opposed slavery, had a faceless man come to assassinate her. In just 6 months, the quietly farming Daenerys became an enemy of the world. Even mercenaries with a modicum of foresight didn't think highly of her, despite her 3 dragons. So, Danzo genuinely respected her, and the Prince of Ragged also wanted to use the dragon's power, but neither of them wanted to pledge allegiance to her. Yes, they didn't want to be martyrs. Since Pentos has little defense, should 2,000 elite infantry and cavalry from the Windblown Company be enough? Daenerys asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, you've been to Pentos, you should know how high and thick the walls are, Danzo said with a wry smile. Precisely because of limited military strength, the people of Pentos are frantically raising the walls. Moreover, Braavos' attitude is uncertain. The Dragon Mother's reputation is enough to deter them from direct intervention. Daenerys frowned. The Windblown Company was being far too shrewd. 2,000 infantry and cavalry were indeed a powerful force, but they would only be used once in Yunque, not permanently pledged allegiance to her. The Prince of Ragged, after capturing Pentos, clearly had no intention of swearing allegiance to her. Sending dragons to help with the siege was easy, but could she withstand the pressure from Braavos? Not to mention that Braavos boasts the world's largest navy, the most powerful shipbuilding capabilities, the strongest industrial production, and the most formidable assassin group, the Faceless Ones. The Iron Vault alone could cost her half her life. The Iron Vault is the world's largest creditor. All the gold coins in all the world's banks combined don't equal the Iron Vaults. Does the Ragged Prince already consider me dead? A dead person isn't afraid of being framed, at most they're just dead. Dany grew increasingly annoyed, but she couldn't refuse too bluntly. A mercenary group of 2,000 elite infantry and cavalry was enough to rank among the top 5 on the continent of Essos. If she were to fight head-on, Dany estimated she would have to sacrifice the same number of soldiers. I'm not exaggerating. At a different time and place, I would refuse your Windblown Company without hesitation. But given the current situation, the Windblown Company's attitude is enough to change the outcome of a major battle. Therefore, the Ragged Prince's conditions aren't too harsh, Dany said carefully. Danzo nodded secretly. Indeed. It was precisely because they saw the Mother of Dragon's predicament that they proposed such harsh conditions. He and the Prince of Ragged understood the immense weight and burden of the Braavos accusation, enough to crush the Mother of Dragons once more. Once more. The Mother of Dragons had no shortage of accusations. She had even willingly shouldered the world-shaking burden of abolishing slavery, so one more Braavos wouldn't make a difference. Knock, knock, knock. Daenerys tapped lightly on the armrest of her chair, asking softly, "Do you know Illyrio Montpedis?" Danzo's eyes flashed, and he nodded. A trading governor of Pentos, mainly dealing in spices, gems, and dragon bones. I heard that your 3 dragon eggs were acquired from the Shadowlands by him. That's right. Illyrio gave me 3 dragon eggs, and he also sheltered Viserys and me from assassins on several occasions. I lived a princess-like life in his house for 6 months. Later, when I wandered to Karth, he even sent 3 ships to fetch me to reclaim my kingdom. My naval commander, Sir Growly, and half of his sailors are also his men. Daenerys looked at him and said, in another city, I might agree to the Prince of Ragged's conditions, but I would never invade a friend's city-state, not even. If Illyrio asked, I would unhesitatingly take Pentos and give it to him, without asking for a single copper coin. Finally, she said firmly, Targaryen's debts must be repaid. Red-haired Lyra, beautiful Maris, and warrior poet Danzo, at this moment, their faces were contorted with rage. If that shrewd Tywin Lannister were here, he'd probably be furious, everyone thought to themselves. Well, the Lannister motto is hear my roar, so Daenerys wasn't exactly breaking it. Governor Illyrio probably can't become Prince of Pentos. He's of humble origins and doesn't have the blood of one of the 40 great nobles. Danzo hesitated. How, the Ragged Prince certainly doesn't want to be a puppet anymore. What will become of the powerful trade governor once he takes the throne? I can't possibly push my benefactor into the fire, can I? Daenerys smiled, shifting the blame onto her benefactor, Illyrio. How about this? I don't need your windblows to come here. Just stay in Yunque and do nothing. If I can take Yunque, and you gain Illyrio's approval, well, when I receive his letter, I'll send dragons to help you take Pentos. This was at least better than a direct refusal. I can't make the decision myself, I have to go back and discuss it with the Prince of Raggedy, Danzo said hesitantly. Alright, we can continue the talks tomorrow night at this time. You can tell the wise lord that my price is too high and I refuse to budge, so I have to go back and consult the commander. Dany nodded. Thank you, your majesty. Danzo bowed respectfully, then found Zidane outside the tent and returned to Yunque that very night. Well, Maris obediently returned to the prisoner of war camp. Under the moonlight and starlight, the two knights silently walked back, listening to the sound of hoofs. Suddenly, the Provost man looked around and asked in a low voice, "Is it settled?" "No." "Why?" "The Dragon Queen insists on a ransom of 4 times the normal price." Danzo also lowered his voice. "Anyway, the wise lord is paying, and the situation is quite special now, so she's not asking for an exorbitant amount." Zidane asked, puzzled. I did it on purpose. I'll go back and consult the commander tonight, and we'll continue the talks tomorrow. Danzo said mysteriously. Zidane suddenly realized what was happening. Slapped the old poet on the shoulder, and chuckled, "You old fox. You've bought Yunque another day. The great sage should reward you handsomely. It's not really a delay. After all, you saw it yourself, the mother of dragons needs time to forge siege weapons." Danzo shook his head. After returning and reporting the matter, the great sage indeed rewarded Danzo with 500 gold coins. The sages and mercenary leaders, upon hearing the information Zidane had gathered, happily threw a late night, uninhibited party at the Great Pyramid. Back in the wind-blowing Legion leader's room at dawn, Danzo recounted the entire incident. "So Illyrio's relationship with that woman is this deep?" The Ragged Prince stroked his white beard, pondered for a moment, and said, "Do you know how many days the opposing army's food supplies will last?" Danzo replied, "More than we expected. The Unsullied sent us half a pound of wild boar for dinner. I observed carefully, almost every soldier received a piece of meat. HMPH, the nearby forest isn't that big. How long can they last by hunting?" "Then what do you mean, Commander?" Danzo asked, puzzled. The Ragged Prince chuckled coldly and said, "Tomorrow, tell that woman that I agree to her plan B, and that I'll go through the motions in the coming days, and the Windblown Company will try to avoid getting tainted by the blood of the slave army. But when she can't hold on any longer and has thoughts of returning to my plan A, you can use the excuse of discussing the ransom for the prisoners of Gis to release a yellow silk cloak as a signal. At that time, I will automatically reach a new agreement with her, Illyrio will leave with his wealth, and she will help me conquer Pentos." Danzo looked at the gray-haired old commander with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and saying, "Brilliant, truly brilliant." "Hehe. Hehe." Dany looked at the blood pact in her hand and sneered repeatedly. The next day, Danzo and Zidane left Yunque early as usual and had another dinner at Dany's camp. Although their purposes were different, they were equally pleasantly surprised. The steaks today were a quarter thinner than yesterday, the porridge seemed less thick than last night, and the Dragon Queen returned even later. That evening, during the negotiations, Danzo noticed that the Dragon Queen was even more exhausted than the night before, seemingly troubled by something. Was there a lack of food? The negotiations went smoothly, even though the Queen repeatedly emphasized, "Even if I, Daenerys, am defeated, my entire army is wiped out, and I die in defeat, I will not do anything to betray my friends." Yet, in the end, she decisively signed her name on the contract. At noon on the third day, in the Gladiators Arena in Yunque. With the arrival of the Mother of Dragons, Yunque entered a state of emergency, and entertainment activities such as gladiatorial combat and courtesan parades were naturally suspended. The Gladiators Arena, belonging to the Great Sage Lord, was no exception. The stands and arena were empty, with only occasional noise coming from the adjacent stone hall where gladiators trained. "No, Uncle, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Uncle, Great Sage Lord, Uncle Marinho, no." A young man of 18 or 19 years old cried and struggled, tears streaming down his face. The gladiator arena was also built by excavating into the ground, so the training ground next to it was a full 10 meters above the ground. The spacious training ground, paved with stone slabs, had skylights the size of wash basins in the ceiling, providing excellent lighting. Golden sunlight streamed through the skylights onto the ground, and within each yellow beam of light, visible black dust, the ash from burning firewood. In the center of the roughly 500 square meter circular training ground stood a 2-meter-high white jade platform, as thick as a person's embrace. At the top of the platform was a stone egg, as radiant as gold. The egg's surface was covered with fine scales, resembling the skin of a young dragon. This was a golden dragon egg. Around the stone pillar, a ring of burning flame-shaped patterns was painted in fiery red on the surrounding ground, the stigmata of the Lord of Light, Arhalar, similar to the 7-pointed star of the Church of the Seven Gods. Each flame stigmata was the size of an infant's palm, and countless stigmas formed a massive, counter-spiral vortex encircling the stone pillar. 2 iron chains extended from the top and bottom of the stone pillar, binding the wailing youth's hands and feet. His long, black, upright hair was soaking wet and draped over his shoulders, and his toque robe and silk trousers were dripping with a pale blue liquid. There was a strong, fresh scent of olives. Firewood was piled up around him. Chapter 150 Demon Sacrifice. Gundi, for the great Daznak family, for Yunke, for Slavers Bay, for the Postgis Empire, for the peaceful and harmonious future of the world's people, go. To be embraced by the Lord of Light, Rallo, is a good end. The great sage said, his eyes red and swollen, looking at his nephew whose chains rattled. His eyes weren't the kind of redness and swelling from someone suppressing tears, rather, they resembled the redness of a leader who had lost most of his public funds in Macau, gritting his teeth and throwing down his last bet at the betting table. Great sage, you've made a mistake. Your nephew won't enter the Lord of Light's realm. Your sacrifice is to His Majesty the Shadow Demon, Rallo. A strangely dressed old woman chuckled beside him. The old woman leaned on a cane, hunched over, with yellowish-black, aged skin, sparse hair, and a red jade inlaid on each of her chicken-skinned cheeks. She wore a black bodysuit that exposed her breasts. Judging from her attire, the old woman likely hails from one of the 3 fortified cities of the descendants of Helkalin. Indeed, the kingdom of the descendants of Helkalin was destroyed by the Juggernaut, and the remaining inhabitants fled to the 3 fortresses, gradually developing into the fortified cities of Shamariana, Kaakania, and Bayasabhud. Perhaps too many men died in the war, or perhaps they were deemed useless and a disgrace to the legendary hero Helkalin, Azaradhe, and after being destroyed by the Zebras, the post-war kingdom of the descendants of Helkalin became a purely matriarchal society. Before learning to walk, women in this new era must learn to ride horses and climb. From childhood, every woman must master the skills of using bows, spears, knives, and slingshots. Adult female warriors who pass the tests have rubies adorned on their faces. As for men, unfortunately, there aren't many left. The 3 fortified cities strictly enforced a policy: for every 100 men, 99 would be castrated, becoming eunuchs to perform various service jobs for the city: scribes, priests, scholars, servants, cooks, farmers, craftsmen, and so on. Was this policy good or bad? Even the meisters of Westeros couldn't judge, but since women came to power, the zebras of the east, the centaurs of the west, and the barbarians of the mountains could no longer bully the descendants of Helkal as they had in the past. And this old woman before him was one of these fierce women. The Nujith had spent half a year bringing her from thousands of miles away. The great sage glanced at the old woman and said, "Aren't the Lord of Light and the Shadow Fiend both Arhalar?" A deep sense of apprehension ran through his eyes as he looked at her. The great sage wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't blindly trust an old woman from the Far East. A few days earlier, when the fleet captain solemnly introduced the old woman to him, the great sage told her directly, if he couldn't personally witness the true power of the gods, he would rather waste more time going to the Red Temple in Volantis to find the high priest of the Red God than hire her. Then the old woman performed a ghostly spectacle inside his great pyramid. That night, under the red glow of the flickering campfire, countless demons crawled out from the walls, taking away the souls of 10 slaves offered as sacrifices. Having witnessed a twisted shadow tearing another shadow from a living person, the great sage never dared to conduct sacrificial rituals inside his own pyramid again. Hey, the old woman chuckled, "Great sage, the Lord of Light is the Red God, the God of fire, while the Shadow Demon is the Shadow of Light, the Demon of Darkness. Only when God and demon are united can R'hllor be complete. If you wish to retrieve the soul of the departed dragon from the realm of death, you can only seek help from the god of darkness, the demon R'hllor. The realm of the Lord of Light belongs to those who worship the Red God, while the realm of death, ruled by the shadow demon R'hllor, is hell. Do you understand? Your nephew will go to hell. The 15 relatives you have already sacrificed, your grandson, granddaughter, illegitimate daughter, illegitimate son, and so on, are already waiting in hell for poor little Gandhi. Oh ho ho ho. The great sage's face turned pale, and he muttered incessantly, indeed, we were right to ban the Red God's faith from spreading in Slavers Bay. R'hllor is a demon, a god of devils. Hey, if the great R'hllor is a devil, then what are you, who prays to him for miracles? The old woman mocked mercilessly. Besides, I've already said it, the Lord of Light and the Shadow Demon are completely different things. A Red God priest who worships the Lord of Light is not the same as a witch like me who studies black magic. I don't believe in the Lord of Light at all, and a priest who does might not be able to preside over your sacrificial ritual, unless she also thoroughly understands black magic. That's why Nujith traveled all the way here to invite me, an expert in demon sacrifice rituals, instead of going to the Red God Archbishop of Atlantis who hereditarily governs all people. You fool, do you understand what I'm saying? This old woman, like the witch Miri who cursed Daenerys, worshipped the traditional gods of her own people, yet treated the shadow demon's black magic as a subject of study. And the shadow demon R'hllor didn't care whether the black wizard believed in him or not, as long as the other party mastered the technique of offering sacrifices to him, he would respond differently depending on the offering. You, the great sage's thin face turned red and then pale from the rebuke, and he said angrily, why haven't the dragon eggs hatched yet after I sacrificed 15, no, counting my 3 sons who died in the dragonfire, making 18 blood descendants in R'hllor's kingdom? The old woman shrugged, nonchalantly saying, I don't know either. Are you playing me? The great sage was furious. The old woman sighed, helplessly saying, I've said before that theoretically, by sacrificing blood relatives, one can obtain fragments of a dragon's soul from the shadow demon. I even demonstrated it for you, using 10 slaves to save a dead person. The great sage waved his hand to interrupt her, impatiently saying, save a mute, thoughtless idiot. Yes, you're lucky to have met an idiot. The old woman nodded, earnestly. Lucky? Are you out of your mind? The great sage sneered. Hey, the old woman's dark red eyes flashed with countless shadows in an instant, her voice low and menacing, who do you think the sacrifice was? And where did these fragments of souls return from? The shadow demon R'hllor, fragments of souls from hell. What could hell possibly have? If what returns to earth isn't a mad spirit, you should be shouting may the Lord of Light, R'hllor, protect us. Fine. The great sage understood the old witch's meaning and gritted his teeth. Even if it hatches into an idiotic dragon that can fly and breathe fire, I'll accept it. But that woman only lost 3 close relatives and hatched 3 intelligent and flawless dragons. Why have I lost 18 relatives and not even gotten a single mad dragon? Are you stupid? The old witch gave him a disdainful look and retorted, what bloodline does she have, and what bloodline do you have? Your ancestors were indeed a branch of a Valyrian noble family, but how many generations of mixed blood have you had? Besides the high-quality Valyrian purebloods, how many dragons have Targaryens hatched in history? Those dozens, even hundreds of dragons, are all dead now, returned to the realm of the dead. But as soon as they hear their master's call, they immediately break free from the shackles of death and return from hell to the mortal world. For example, that black dragon must be the reincarnation of Valyrian. Your family has no dragons to summon in hell, so you can only pray that the shadow demon will have mercy and grant you a fragment of a dragon's soul. Then how can he grant me even a little mercy? The great sage roared. The old woman stared at the golden dragon egg on the stone platform for a long while, then said in a ghostly, ethereal voice, perhaps he has already answered you. I saw a few tiny black shadows inside the egg. Great sage, please understand, the gods are never merciful, but demons are far more cruel. The good fortune of exchanging a few collateral bloodlines for a dragon will never happen to you. Think of that dragon queen, her father, elder brother, nephews and nieces, mother, loyal servants, second brother, husband, and only son are all dead. Only one Targaryen remains in the world. And you? The old woman turned around, her cold, mocking dark red eyes meeting the great sage's gaze. The great sage staggered back a few steps, turning his head away, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is it really necessary? To be honest, even then, you might not get what you want. It's like you want a complete living person, but I can only resurrect an idiot for you." Well, it's because Daenerys' background is too tragic. The process of hatching dragons perfectly mirrors the dark magic theory of the shadow demon Arheller, exchanging living souls for the dead. Daenerys only casually rambled on about speculations she'd seen on forums in her previous life, yet the others felt a sudden realization, as if they had finally found the truth. The great sage, his hands trembling, gripped the wall and asked with great difficulty, "Can I stop?" "Yes, of course you can. You can quit any time," the old woman said, pointing her cane at the still howling Gandhi. "Or perhaps we shouldn't burn it today?" The great sage looked at his nephew with a strange expression. "Marinho, you son of a mule, I curse the entire Desmat clan to hell, ha ha ha. Do you know Dia? Your secret little lover, her ventriloquism is amazing, my greatsword has tested it, ha ha ha. Long live the mother of dragons, long live the dragons, young K will surely be conquered, ha ha ha." It seems we have to continue burning," the old woman said, rubbing her nose with a chuckle. The great sage spat out a single word, "Burn." Her head. The old woman slammed her black, jade-like wooden staff onto the stone slab, shouting in an ancient Far Eastern language, "Lord of Shadows, you are the shadow in the firelight, the only god in the shadows. Rallo, I offer you a blood sacrifice, please perform a miracle for those beside me." Boom. A ring of flames suddenly erupted from the anti-spiral vortex pattern on the stigmata, igniting Gandhi, who was doused in olive oil, along with the firewood beside him. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.